or you're a director, a lot of boardrooms don't have marketers in the boardroom having conversations with the chairmen or the directors because they feel strategy is a top level element. We need to really change it. That's the reason I see people coming in, because with African Brand Warrior, what I've done is I've gone and put myself as an employee of those companies. And I sit and I get to understand what the teams need down the line, what are their challenges. Then I go to the C-suite at the top, the owners, the founders. What is it that you feel is a challenge for your business? What is it you want to achieve? So I come in and work with that, and then I come in obviously with the perspective of briefing the agencies, working with the respective teams, whether it's brand developers, the communications team, the PR team, because a lot of times they also don't get given the information by the clients because the clients do not want to share the information. What is their market share? How much production have they done? What is their sales? Because they feel that it'll go to the competition. But my view of that is then garbage in, garbage out. Whatever little information you're going to give, you're just going to get exactly back what you've asked for. And it's not adding value for any businesses. So the area that I can say, and I say this with a lot of confidence that I come in with, is I come in with the third eye. And I ask the very tough questions and I challenge businesses. And it's not necessarily about increasing more capex. It's about asking, do you know your market? Do you really understand your consumers? Do you understand why they're using? What are the challenges because a lot of times they think it's all price. Salespeople will always come and tell it's about price. They will always compare it to the competitor. And, that is missing the thought provocation, to get people to have an aha moment and question and say, oh, wow, I didn't think about that.
That's awesome. Okay, so in terms of strategy, we've talked about AI quite a number of times on this calls. But when you advise entrepreneurs and executives, what do you tell them about strategy that helps them outlast?
So, I think I've been listening to all the listeners and I'm the opposite of everyone that has come on the show.
Okay.
AI is a great tool, but that's the reason it's called artificial, right? Intelligence can't be artificial. It's either real or it's not, right? So the name in itself should tell you it's artificial intelligence. It is created. Now, the question comes in, are you going to put it to good use? What are you going to use it for? And at the moment, I'm a great fan of digitalization, but up to a certain limit, up to a certain boundary, because and that's a sad part, I think, on the continent. I mean, we do have very, very brilliant minds, but a few who really understand the future and what is really happening. Now, AI is actually very, very dangerous in the wrong hands. And it's like how we say with politics that sometimes democracy is it really a good thing, or would you rather have a dictatorial leadership that just tells you this is the way to go, right? So AI is exactly that, because it's becoming very dangerous when you see, about news that gets out, fact-finding stuff, putting a lot of things out there that is not really true. But the part that I feel that has a lot more challenge is in this whole thing of now the push to moving to digital cash, digital ID. So we're seeing all these AI requirements now for you to use your biometrics, whether it's your face, whether it's your thumbprint or whatever else. Now, I don't know how many of the listeners on here are even aware that as of just last week, or was it 2 weeks ago, Vietnam shut down 86 million bank accounts. 86 million bank accounts were shut in a day because the owners of the bank accounts refused to give their biometrics, right? Now, if there are those people who are actually reading or listening, I would really like people to start going to learn about social credit score. which is what China has been running for years. If anybody puts a complaint about you, or you have an accident, or you have a police case, or you slapped somebody, or you yelled at somebody, or you didn't pay your card on time, or you didn't pay school fees on time, you lose your points just like the way you lose points on a driving license. And the lower you lose your points, it means that your children can't go to private school, you might not be able to have a bank account, certain places cannot allow you to have rent. So AI, as much as it's great, it's also the enabler of this digitalization in terms of digital ID, which then means that you and I, Tom, can be restricted from travel tomorrow because you've given access to everything. And the machine learning decides that, I'm sorry, but you know what? We just feel you're not fit to be on that Emirates flight, so we're going to block you before you go on entry. You look at whether it's the aspect of right now, the whole conversation on carbon credit with artificial intelligence. Right now, I don't know if you're aware of, again, the viewers are aware, as of last week in the UK, they've started introducing it on the food packs. So they put a circle and then it tells you, by buying this product, you are consuming 8.1% of your daily carbon allowance. Now, where have we got to the fact that now you even have an allowance of carbon? What does that mean for us in Africa who export foods to the first world? It means more carbon used. So anybody who buys a product, now how does AI play into this? When we move into digitalization, digital tokens, digital cards, everybody having a wallet at a supermarket or a retail place or whatever, every time you purchase something, it is tracking you, it's keeping information of you. So it means that now you will be restricted to purchase certain foods because you've gone over your limits. So the point is then you have to purchase carbon credits. So you're making the rich richer and the poor poorer. Now, again, AI. So, for example, I don't know if you wear a smartwatch, Tom. The chances are you do. I don't know if you're aware.
Not anymore.
You do?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Okay, so there you go. So certain apps that you use, for health in terms of monitoring 10,000 steps per day, where you're going or whatever, that information is soon going to be given as access to insurance companies, right? Because obviously we're also moving to that stage where now hospitals are not going to be willing to take you unless you are in their database, you have been picked, and AI does all this thing in the background. So now your apps send this information, and then the next time you go to get your premium, your insurance company is going to tell you, I'm sorry, we are increasing your premium. And you're like, but why? I've done my blood test. Everything is showing I'm normal. And they're like, no, we've been monitoring based on your watch that you've been wearing and you've been doing your 10,000 steps. It seems that when you reach 6,000 steps, your heart tends to skip a beat. So I'm just giving you the parts of, I said there's all the positives which your other speakers have done, and I don't doubt it and I support it. But I don't like to present and just wear rose-colored glasses. We need to show the other side of it, right? And that is my concern and my problem, because it is, instead of advancing, it's becoming too smart. And we've seen, if you go right now and see the interview of the former vice president of Pfizer, the people that cheated us and conned us all into taking the vaccine, has now come in and exposed and said, please do not support this whole drive of AI and digital cash, because this is the reason that it's going to do that. So I really want us to start questioning things when things seem too great, and oh my God, it makes our life easy and it takes away the stress, and I can have an AI assistant that is going to book my appointments. You really need to start questioning those things.
Deep breath. I'm gonna need a deep breath. So, but I'm sure you would have been following some of the conversation from a few days ago. The gentleman that was building the platform, we had an extensive, back and forth, because, like you rightly said, this is a tremendously useful technology. But it doesn't mean that it's all just glamour and beauty and utility and white label that we can just use however we want. There are definite and very concerning downside, which every parent, every student, every government should understand
Of course.
before, signing some of these policies and making the laws. And yeah, I'm
I mean,
glad.
just like rightly what you said, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you,
No worries.
but I mean, in Kenya, my president just recently signed a law, I think last week, even about comments, right?
That's what I'm.
So
That's what I'm
it's
driving
really
to.
becoming crazy because then what are you going to do? I mean, if you're going to be policed on everything, then freedom of speech, freedom of movement. We have not even talked about privacy, because right now, for example, the UK has just passed that they have access. And they have announced, I think today, that by doing the digital, yes, you have no privacy anymore. So what does that mean?
Properties of the states, right?
Everything.
It's easy for marketers to sell the digital ID for the convenience of keeping all your cards, all your passports, all your beautiful digital assets. And now all you need is a code and number. You can enter wherever you want. You can board your flight. You can do. But people don't really understand what it is. And
Yes.
that's my concern, because like you said, you mean where on earth have you heard in a democratic environment that a police will knock on your door just because you posted a meme?
Can you believe that?
You know?
Yep.
And
It's scary. I mean, it's very dangerous. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the solution is. I don't know what the answer is, because right now, neither do the policymakers even understand anything about AI. They don't understand digitalization. So when, like you rightly say, they go and sign and turn it, it's very dangerous, right? Because where there's no more freedom of thought, of process. And we're literally, I mean, Tom, even if you talked about AI in terms of scanning, I'm sure, which is going to come to us next, when they talk about scanning faces, and that's happening right now in the UK, in China, everywhere else, where they've inserted cameras because it's supposed to help in terms of crime and stuff. Are you aware? I mean, I've got a very close friend. She's she's Ghanaian, but has been working on AI in Brazil and the UK, and is here again working in the hub space. And you should see the research that she shared, that globally there is no backend that has been done to be able to capture African faces, right? And that is the reason that every time you'll find this happening in America, you're finding it in the UK, that if they were told and there was a report of a theft, the chances of them just picking anybody randomly on the street because they're black and because they're African, or African origin, is because AI is not able to depict or detect the real face of one individual versus the other. The programs, the softwares, the backends have been done for the other races and not ours.
Amazing. So what do you see the future like? What does it look like to you? What does the future look like to you?
The future is just one scary place. That's all I can say. But you know what? Confusion always happens and then it comes back. I mean, for me, there are many things right now that don't sit well with me. And the reason they don't sit well with me is because we've become a society of trends. Oh, this is trending. You remember?
Yeah.
I don't know how old you are, Tom. I'm 52. So I was there during the time where, I don't know if remember anything to do with the Y2K bug. Oh my God, we're moving into the 2000s
Yeah.
and our computers are not going to work.
Yeah.
The dates are changing.
Yeah.
We survived all that, we got through it. Then trends came in, and then all of a sudden, cars moved from manual driving to, from automatic to manual. And oh my God, how are we going to survive? Are we going to be able to do this? Here we are today,
Yeah.
So trends come and trends go. My problem is that the trends that come in from the outside, then it's pushed onto us. And then They die, but in the process, we've already done the damage that we need to do to ourselves. So the future, for example, right now, one of the trends that is being pushed and everybody is being pushed on is this whole thing. And I know next month is the COPs, the climate change meeting global, where our African leaderships are all going to go to. And the big trend right now is telling everybody you need for climate change, you're going to have to start using EVs. And I know a lot of startups that are investing in EVs, electronic vehicles, electronic motorbikes, and all that. It's a simple question. I just like to ask always the simplest questions. So we're talking about this being about environmental protection, sustainability, climate change. So what do you require to run EVs? You need lithium, you need cobalt for the solar. Where are you getting it? You've got to mine it, right? So what happens to those mine as you mine them? What happens to them? They're not going to grow anything. So how is that good for the environment? So that's step one. Then step two, everything that is going to be electrical, EV, battery, means you're going to have to charge those vehicles. You're going to charge your robots. You're going to charge everything. What produces electricity, Tom? Water. So what happens when you're going to have the whole world is being pushed into EV and they're all going to have to use water? Water is now going to be the next resource that we're going to be running out of water globally. Yeah. Today, it is proven that when you're running AI, just one prompt on ChatGPT is using between 500 to 800 mLs of water. Now, can you imagine you're telling people to even now go and consume to build sustainability? The world is funding projects and startups that are working on EV. Nobody's talking about where's that water going to come from? Where are you going to generate power from? What are we going to drink as water?
I was already...
So I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's all doom and gloom. The future's not doom and gloom. But if we don't start asking tough questions and hard questions right now, we're in trouble.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to create a panel, a subsequent event to this one, because, sometimes I like to go to the common sense, to break things down.
That's it.
And I believe that we went to school to learn how to think for ourselves. And so...
Yes, critical thinking.
Absolutely,
is key.
Absolutely. I'm going to create another session, and I'm going to have you on the panel to discuss some of these topics, with some of the people that have, debated it in the past. Even throughout this week, I've had some speakers people that I really love their ideas. And the more we talk about this, because sometimes it might just be that someone is inspired by what they are creating or what they are reading about, but it's always exciting when you hear from both sides, Yeah. So the more we discuss these topics, the more we create room for debate, sharing
Absolutely.
These thoughts and opinions without labels of they are deniers, they are...
And look, I'd love somebody to come and tell me I'm wrong. The whole idea about this is to always be the other person thinking differently. That's what we need to do. We just need to think differently, and solutions come. There might be somebody who's going to shoot me down and tell me, no, you're wrong, and this is this. And I might learn something from that. From where I'm sitting right now, this is my view until somebody doesn't come and change it. And that discussion that you intend to do, I think is ideal.
Yeah.
And like you rightly said, we don't know, what comes out of it and what offshoots helps somebody else to think, oh, wait a second, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing that we go to school and they penalize us for thinking differently. Meanwhile, today's society, the people who think differently are the ones that hold the most relevance. Yeah. They make all the money. The people who,
but I don't know about the money, because we, the ones that think differently, are the ones that are always shunned. Oh my God, just ignore them. They're going to just make it difficult.
Well, I feel like there's no human being that was brought into the world to just be just another number. We are all
Absolutely.
unique. That's why God gave us our identifiers, which is our prints, and no two fingerprints are the same. And so it means that we can critique thoughts, we can you know, question data. We can scrutinize information to see the origin of the reports, the research, the accuracy, you know, the trends, the whether they are induced or intentionally created, or you know, otherwise. So yeah, I love when people, you know, speak their truth. And of course, these conversations, when we have conversations, it doesn't only spark ideas. That's how innovation happens. And it used to be what we praise and celebrate and value. And then you see people shooting others because they don't believe in what they said. Meanwhile, we used to be encouraged to stimulate open debate, stimulate defense of our ideas. But I still have hope in our generation, in humanity. I believe our generation are the smartest generation that would question consensus and innovate and, you know, get into the conversation. And with people like you who are championing these thought experiments, yeah, I think the future looks bright. Yeah.
I totally agree with you. And that's why I have so much faith in your generation, my daughter's generation, because you're thinkers. I mean, more, and it's not, sorry, thinkers is not the word. You guys are all about breaking generational, I don't want to use the word curses, but, you know, generational patterns and behaviors. And you question things. And what I love about, you know, your generation is that you want a better world,
Yeah.
right? Right now, and again, I'm going to use that as an example with the kind of turnarounds. This is not political or anything, but the amount of people globally that have stood up for what's happening in the Middle East clearly shows that this generation is about stopping what they don't believe sits good right with them, with their conscience, with their beliefs, with their whatever, regardless of race, faith, religion, nationality. So you guys are the hope. What I love about my generation is that we have the knowledge, we have the information, and we're saying, you know, come, tap into it, because when we go with everything that we have learned and the experiences that we've had, and nobody's documenting it. And what I love about what you're doing, Tom, right now, even with this, it's forget the fact that it's for, you know, the world record and whatever. You just you don't understand the impact. 100 hours of doing this is basically 100 hours of a masterclass that you've given for free to people out there, you know, and this is commendable, because normally nobody's going to do this for less than $100, you know, just pay online, or $50.
Absolutely, yeah.
And get that kind of information from people that are willing to come and support, because everyone is supporting a cause, supporting you, but in the process, knowing that I have information that I want to share. I want somebody to be able to learn from this. And, you know, if I'm not here tomorrow, I've left a legacy of somebody to remember and say, oh, I remember she said this.
Yeah.
You know, somebody spoke about this. So hats off to you, Tom. What you're doing, you have no idea the movement that you've started.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. I'm just trying to, you know, I'm just trying to make my environment, you know, make everything I do mean something. And I believe that I have a lot to give. I believe I have a lot of privilege. I believe I've been given a lot of tools, and I think it's up to me to deploy those tools and inspire others to break the limits, think beyond boundaries, and, you know, participate in conversations that mean something.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I really love what you're doing, and I just wish you the best. And yeah, I think, you know, without realizing, this has already become a mentorship program. So you might want to look at it, you know, continuing it in a different shape or form.
Yeah.
And continue to reach out to those that do not have the opportunity to have access to knowledge in this form.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so as we draw closer to the top of the hour, what's next? What are you working on?
Wow, I'm working on quite a bit right now. Like I said, I've got different facets. Right now, I'll be honest with you. Um, I feel sometimes frustrated when you've got these ideas, you've got these things that can be done, and you try to push, and especially when you're trying to push them through government and government offices. And unfortunately for us in Africa, this is across. It's not about Kenya or Ghana. It's across Africa. We know that we suffer from a "what's in it for me" syndrome, right? So every time that you want to get something done, you want something approved, you want to push something, everybody's sitting there thinking of what's in this for me. So if there's nothing in it for me, then I don't see why I need to do it. And I feel that the things that I'm working on right now is to ensure that I take the continent, brand it in such a way, and we've been able to do that fantastically. We're no longer seen as a continent of a child with a bowl in her hand, with flies running around her and dry lips, right? But the image that we now need to work and change, which is what we're working on, and that's what we're doing as private sector and driving, is the next image that now you see of men who are bellied with big stomachs, just sitting, and not really doing value. So my job, and that's why this psychographics and demographics that I'm focusing on, is to bring people like yourself, the younger generation, to the forefront and showcase the kind of stuff that you're doing. And that's the reason right now I'm focusing a lot more on mentorships, programs. So I'm doing programs, like I said, with the Ghana Netherlands Business Council. I've been put on a few projects. I'm stuff with universities that I do lectures in, who are pulling me on TEDx and stuff. So master classes that I'm going to be starting in January, because I feel your generation now needs to fast track to be able to reach the finishing line.
Yeah.
And we've realized that we give you the tools, the know-how, but we're not even telling you where to now go next to be able to get, whether it's that funding, who's willing to put the money on your dream, right? So that's what I'm now working on. And I want to be able to know that I have transformed um, businesses of young entrepreneurs, whether they're at startups, accelerator, or growth stage, because I've been gifted with knowledge, whether it's from strategy, whether it's the branding side, whether it's understanding how the nuances of this market work. So that's all I'm doing. I'm just putting myself out there, and whoever taps, and knocks on my door and says that we want to do this, that's what I'm working on right now. So I'm focusing more on workshops and really on mentorship programs, because there's just so much that we can do holding people's hand and taking them through this journey.
Wonderful. 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 So if somebody wants to contact you, how do they reach out to you?
LinkedIn. On LinkedIn. I've reached that point where I'm tired of giving my numbers, and I don't want to anymore, because I've realized that people really don't know where to draw the boundaries, right? And look, at the end of the day, time is money.
Yep.
Right? And what happens is that you give access to people, and then they don't really use it in the right way.
Right.
So you want to reach out to me, you get me on LinkedIn, you drop in what you want to know. I mean, collaboration stuff. I do a lot of stuff in Nigeria. So yeah, it's let's see how we can collaborate. I think the continent, I know, if we want to grow as a continent, we have to collaborate, and collaboration is the answer to everything, right?
Yeah.
And if I was just to say this as an ending point, Chris, even for the people that are listening, the businesses that are there, we have this, I don't want to call it whether it's an illness or what, as Africans, where if I start something, then I should be the one that has to run it, and I have to do everything. I may not have all the skills and the talent to do this. So if Tom is great at finance, then I'm going to bring Tom in. If Mary is great at marketing, and at bringing Mary, and let's four as friends come together. We may not know one another, but we're using talent and skill to be the currency of the collaboration, right? So that we can start working together. We don't have to come from the same country. We can be able to start collaborating across the continent to make things happen. And that's the only way we can grow. You bring in 4 people today, tomorrow it's 8, 8 becomes 16, and you grow. And there is money within families and friends for people to throw in and invest. Why do we have to sit and wait for somebody, for you to go and put a pitch deck and get $20,000 or $10,000 when we can raise that, within ourselves?
Speaking of collaboration, how do you, which forms of collaboration or what best practices have you seen that you are like, yeah, this is what it should look like for individuals that want to maybe collaborate?
I haven't seen any, and that's the reason I'm trying to work on that, because like I said, it's because it's a syndrome that we have. We fear, we have this pull me down syndrome. How did they get it? Oh my God. How did this person, it's because they know so and so, or they slept their way through something, or somebody has put their blessing hand on them. No, I mean, your generation is doing that well. You guys are coming in together as friends from high school. Look at all the starters. It's young people who started something together in high school. They got together and they're doing it. So why can't we make that a permanent thing and collaborate? So I don't think there's a blueprint for it, but it doesn't mean it's rocket science in terms of having it doable.
Yeah, when you advise startups that are looking to collaborate with, say, private sector, I mean, with corporates, what is the strategy that you give them, on making that relationship seamless? I had one of the speakers. We spoke at length about this, but obviously you bring new perspectives, and you talked about collaboration. So I see that you have thoughts that are bubbling in your mind about collaboration that I could pull out.
So there isn't a blueprint. I mean, what I do is, and my mentees who I'm sure are watching this, who have seen this, they'll tell you one thing that I do.
Yeah.
Your network is your net worth, right? I learned the hard way, where I was always giving my network to, meet so-and-so and da-da-da. And then I realized that sometimes it gets abused. Yeah. Sometimes people don't understand the value of it. And it doesn't really help them. So what I've done now is, based on the kind of business you are, what stage you're in, where do I think that you might need help from somebody who's sitting in Hong Kong? Or wait a second, you want somebody who's going to guide you on raw materials sitting in China. What I then do is, after I have analyzed your business, understood where you're at, how serious are you about your business? At what stage are you in? What is your willingness in terms of investment, whether it's time, whether it's money, whether it's technical know-how, and sometimes also just investment of intent? Then I know who to hook you up with. And then I help you in that process to also make sure that you take advantage of it. One of the things which I feel is a challenge that I've seen with a lot of programs or mentees that I work with is that they take it for granted that you've given them a contact, and then, or when they feel they want to utilize it, they will, or how they want to leverage it. And then you just realize they're not serious, or you can arrange for meetings or calls, and then they're too busy doing something else, not understanding the importance of it.
Yeah.
So I believe that it's slowly changing, and it's also good that it happens, because then you're able to sift through those that are serious, those that actually have a vision and want to grow, and those that will not make it. So a lot of times I'm okay with that, because then they shoot themselves in the foot. So they don't have to wait for anybody else to get them out of the ecosystem.
Wonderful. Okay. Closing thoughts.
Yeah. As Africans, let's learn to say no to being restricted in terms of our growth. Speaking at the Economic Forum, and I said, I want any one nation that's willing to have me as the president just for one day, because it is very hard for us to continue to be the feeder and the food basket to the rest of the world, and not realizing that we are the richest continent, but at the same time the poorest. How can we have people sleeping hungry when they go to bed and are having only one meal a day, yet we have bananas, cassava, everything just growing here, but we'd rather export things in a raw material form. So if a country, and I'm not going to say the country, but if somebody coming out of one of the big fives in the world is actually telling Africa that I'm going to charge you tariffs for sending stuff to me, people may think that is crazy. The person has decided they want to protect their market and their country. So why can't we do the same? Why can't we say, okay, wait a second, you're charging me 10. For me to send you anything right now is going to cost you this. Just imagine if the whole of Africa decided for 2 weeks, and I say this at the Economic Forum yesterday, 2 weeks, stop supply of gold, stop supply of lithium, stop supply of cocoa, of tea. What's going to happen? We're not going to die hungry because we're already hungry anyway. So we need to start doing certain things that's going to create a wake-up call to the rest of the world and really showcase the power that we are, right? To showcase that what we can do within the continent. We should not worry about the fact that if I stop supplying, cocoa, then, I will not be able to. Every time we send $1 out to import, we're a net importer. Africa imports $100 billion worth of food every year. Can you imagine? You're sending $1 out, which is never coming back. You're building somebody else's economy, somebody else's country. And if you took that $1 in Ghana today, it's sitting at 12 cedis. It rotates at least 8 times within the country. So if you're going to buy banana, imagine it goes to the person who do the logistics, it's going to go to the farmer, it's going to go to the person who's picking it, it's going to the person who's roasting the banana, eventually to the person who's selling it to you. It rotates 8 times. So we need to start thinking differently. We need to start seeing that export markets does not mean America, UK, wherever else. Yes, let them be there, but your first export market should be within the continent. Let us start collaborating within the continent. Sorry.
No problem at all. Thank you so very much, Queen Fatima. You have delivered to us a masterclass indeed, and I'm grateful that you had the time, to join us on this mission. It's 55 hours of interview, and I'm so blessed and grateful to everyone that is joining us, sharing us on this exciting journey of breaking the Guinness World Record. The greater goal really is to create opportunity for young people who are entering the job market to use a beautiful tool that we designed God ready for work to kickstart their careers, to learn the digital skills that we all need in the future of work. So I'm so thankful. Your voice has amplified my spirit and encouraged me to keep this going. So thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me, Tom. I think this is fantastic, like I've said. And if nothing else, I wish you success. I believe you're going to get it. And in the back of it, as you're a winner already, and more than that, just think about how many minds you've been able to touch and how many minds you're going to be able to transform through this. So for me, that in itself is success. So it is me to say thank you. It is me to say thank you for having me on here to be able to share some radical thoughts and radical ideas. And let's see where this goes. And we're rooting for you, even if we have to stay up for hours in the night. We're doing this because in the process, as much as we're sharing our knowledge, we're also learning in the process, because there's no end to knowledge. So I've been listening to your speakers and I'm learning quite a lot from that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so very much.
Great. Good luck to the next speakers and to you on this.
Yeah, I think it's still left with about 1 minute, so
yes,
let's get it to the top of the hour.
I can go on for as long as you want.
Let's keep going. If you still have, I was wondering whether you have another appointment.
What I would really like to see is us changing our mindsets, and that's why I said psychographics. We need to move away. Even though colonization has ended, we still tend to have a colonized mind. And as Africans, we continue to think the furthest something comes from as a brand, as a product, it's actually better than what we can produce locally. So let's start having faith in our own brands. And for those that are producing brands locally, let's make sure that it is as good as what we would be sending outside the country.
Awesome. All right, it's the top of the hour.
Yeah.
I'm told. Oh, okay. Anyways, you're free to go at this point. The next speaker hasn't logged in yet, but please, you're free to go.
I'm sure you're checking on the next. I don't want to eat into anyone's time.
Yeah,
because like I said, we can talk about this. I don't have an issue. Because of the program, I also canceled my flight, and I moved it to later. Yeah, because I needed to do this. I mean, it's a commitment, and that's another thing that we need to do on the continent is really to stick to commitments and integrity, and accountability for any support that we say we're going to give.
Yes. Oh, wow. Thank you so very much. The next speaker is not here yet.
Okay.
He hasn't responded, so he's not logged in yet.
Okay.
So, I don't know. He posted about the event 3 hours ago, though.
Yeah, I think a lot of people want today this traffic that is, and it depends where they're logging in from.
Yeah.
And being a Friday, that also becomes another challenge.
Well, I'm out of planned questions, but if you
no, don't worry. I mean, look, it's not. I don't think what I love about this also is that you didn't send me any questions in advance. We've just gone with the flow, and I think that's the beauty about this because it is organic, and one thing leads to another. I mean, look at that. We've just talked about collaboration, and you've talked about moving it into a panel. So I think this is what we have to support, that things like this generate and create new ideas, new ways to work. And one of the other things that I know we haven't touched on since we have time, and if you're okay with this, is localization of languages, right?
Right.
We continue to preach and teach our children A for apple, B for ball, C for cat, how many children in Africa in the rural have ever seen an apple or eaten an apple? S for snow. When have they ever seen snow, right? So there's going to be a whole shift. And this is what I'm saying when I say mindset, it's like starting from scratch, even from the fact that we need to turn any books that talk about slave trade and rewrite them and make sure that we use the word enslavement and not slaves. Because this is why my brothers and my sisters sitting in America and all that never move forward, because they're still stuck in that. You did this to my ancestors and you did this. So we get stuck because we still feel that we were slaves, but we were not. When the colonialists took us out of Africa, we were taken as already doctors. We were herbalists. We were traditional doctors. We not necessarily have the initials DR in front of our names, but we were herbalists. We were traditional doctors. You had vets. You had farmers who knew how to take care of their cow when they were pregnant or, were ill or anything. They knew how to deal with that, right? You talk about the calendar. The calendar was created by women based on menses, based on how they knew periods were 28 days, whether it was a day, but they knew something happens after this. You put your pebbles, you can connect your stones. So that's how calendars came to being. So people that were taken were intelligent beings. Midwives were basically gynecologists. They would be able to tell you, okay, this is when you're due, drink some fat with your milk that has been pulled out from the cow. It's going to help lubricate you to give birth. So we need to change that, because when we change that terminology, it also psychologically changes how we see and perceive ourselves and how we allow ourselves to be spoken to. I don't know if that's making sense.
It does. It does. Identity is everything because the way we see ourselves is vital. So yeah, it does make sense.
And that helps us in terms of our communication, our storytelling, our brands, the kind of brands that we bring into the market. Because today, if you look at what's happening in the first world, they're all moving towards traditional medicine, right? They're talking about, oh, use rosemary and boil it with this, or take onion. Where did all that come from? It came out from Africa. The question is, who is really documenting what our parents did, what our grandparents did, and turn it into successful brands? No one is sitting there and doing that. But now we're seeing young startups doing that and thinking about things that their mothers did, how they cooked, and now they're creating it into brands, the moisturizers. So it's slowly happening. I don't think it's not happening, but it is. We just need to be able to fast track it.
Yeah. Well said. You know, speaking of the shea butter lady that I interviewed in the morning, I don't know if you got to see.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. She's doing exactly what you described now. She has discovered this product, the shea butter product that she wanted to buy in the market, but the condition wasn't as good as she would prefer. So she went up to the north and, secured relationships with the vendors, the women that grow the thing and produce it. And she went back home in her kitchen, in her small kitchen. She manufactured a beautiful, I should say, cup of the cream, and from there the business has grown. Now she's exporting, because she studied chemical engineering. Now she can fabricate this beautiful shea butter and export it to Nigeria, export it to different African countries. And I was like, yeah, this is really amazing. She was here. She came to the office.
Oh, great. That's excellent. Oh, yes, I did see. I think there was a lady who was sitting in gray, but I just couldn't. I was catching my flight to come into Kumasi, so I didn't see it. Right. But yeah, I mean, there's so much we can talk about. I can see there are people in the lobby ready. But, we can do this forever. So I look forward to when we have that panel and see what we take on from there.
Yeah, so the people in the lobby, they are invigilators, really. They are
okay.
they are the ones monitoring us to see that we are following the rules, keeping the structures, because I wanted to be sure that we have other people, other stakeholders that will see end to end of what we're doing, the transparency.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And that's what you need. Yeah. Transparency is key in this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like you've rightly said, and I think that is a great thing, and I'm glad that you had somebody there. Like I said, it is happening. We now just need to make it intentional. It shouldn't be by luck or because I was doing one of my mentees had to create a product because her daughter was suffering from allergies, and she couldn't find any food or baby food that could be able to deal with it.
Right.
So necessity is the mother of invention, right? Mm-hmm. And we have a lot of cases like that on the continent. We have anecdotes, stories. Your mother would tell you, take some turmeric as soon as you quickly get cut, put it on it will stop. So they have got all these things, but my challenge is that nobody's documented this kind of things, right? To say that, wow, there's a solution that we can be able to provide from the continent. I mean, straight away, if you were in America or the UK and you cut a finger, you'll see everybody straight away running to the ER. Oh my God, they're going to need stitches, and you can't be able to see all this blood flowing. And here we are in Africa saying, oh, come on, just throw some turmeric on that, it'll stop bleeding. So they and creating a brand out of that, right?
Yeah.
And just imagine going and selling a tub of turmeric and say it will stop any kind of bleeding. So yes, so I believe that we have a lot of things within the continent that we should be able to just break down and find a way to sell them out there and market it to ourselves first. Anything that is a surplus is what should go out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we even know what we have on the continent. One of my clients that I was working with, they're doing rice, and he brought an agronomist just to come and check the land, and they're doing 30,000 hectares of rice. And he brought somebody down, and the agronomist picked up this thing, and I was like, oh my God, you can't be serious. And then he asked a lot of the local people in the area and the chief, if they knew what it was, and they say, no, you won't believe what it was, Tom. We're talking about truffle.
Wow.
Mushroom truffles.
Right.
And truffles value today, it was, I think the last time we checked, it was around 2,400 euros per kilo, right? And here we are, it's growing and nobody even knows what it is.
Wow.
So somebody has come who is a foreigner, who has been able to see the advantage in it, invested, put in acres of that, and is exporting it out. You know, so that's why I'm saying that we really need to have those what do we call them, experts, or those guides, or those people who are excellent in certain, or not certain, in all fields and sectors, that can come and start holding hands with people and saying, why don't you use, I mean, right now in northern region of Ghana, I don't know what you call it in Nigeria, but it's a form of millet. We call it here fonio. And they're creating sacks out of that, you know, from the part of the millet, and exporting it. Now, obviously, the first world is buying it because it's sustainable, it's biodegradable, it's not plastic, you know, and these are people off the radar. They're not having to go to government to ask for approvals or permits. They're doing their own R&D. They have found a client that is interested, and they have moved. So we have a lot of startups and entrepreneurs who don't feature on the radar, but they're doing fantastically and amazing stuff. You know, I've got another mentee who's doing shea butter blended with cannabis oil, and I didn't know that it helps in terms of when women go for surgeries, for cesarean, or anybody who goes for a surgery. You know, a lot of times when you do surgery, you tend to get keloids. You get this mark that comes and it grows like a bump. And you apply this, and they don't have keloids. You can't even tell that they had a surgery. This is happening here in Ghana.
Wow.
So I'm sure there's so many success stories that people are not talking about or don't even know about their existence.
That's amazing.
There's just so much. So we need to find those. We need to find all these entrepreneurs that have success stories that can be able to come and showcase that they have a can-do approach, and they're doing it and they're making it very successful.
Yes, we do. Well, I can't thank you enough. Canceling your flight for this assignment. Oh my goodness. I'll stay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll fight the sleep, fight what my body is saying, and you know, we're working very hard.
God is with you, my brother.
Yes.
God is with you.
Thank you.
Where there is a will, where there is intent, everything happens.
Thank you.
Everything happens. Find a brand of matchsticks that can help you to just put it between your eyelids.
Right.
And stay awake.
Right, I know. Thank you so very much.
No, so have a great one and wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Danielle,
so
for
am
stepping
I excused
in.
to leave?
Yes, please. Danielle has opted to step in. The other speaker, I think he's still on the way, but thank you, Danielle.
Okay, great. Thank you, Danielle. All right, then. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm very well. I'm alive. I'm well.
Amazing.
I'm awake. How was the conference?
Oh, it was so good. Really good. So the best day is still going to be tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be about AI for good. So that's like the really nice. I'm looking forward to it. But today was also very good. We had some interesting discussions. Africa, obviously, front and center. You can just imagine where that discussion went. It was very good. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much for stepping in. This means a lot to me. Honestly, it means a lot to me because, you know, we are doing everything we can, fighting the forces of lights out, you know, fighting early in the morning or sometime earlier today. The whole wiring in the building, all the sockets started tripping off and on. So
oh, no.
yeah, so we had to call the electrician to start working on it while we use the other smaller device that has the UPS to continue streaming on Zoom.
Sure.
But yeah, it's all learning curves.
Exactly. Well, you should get like a double medal actually for doing this from the African continent. There are challenges that people in Europe have no, or in the States.
I know.
You know, they've got no idea that these kind of things can be happening here. But yes, so double, you know.
I should let them know.
Kudos to you.
Yes. Great. I'm trying to locate your previous registration because we still have it somewhere. But for individuals that might not have opened your LinkedIn, I don't think there will be a lot of them, but please introduce yourself to them so they can appreciate what we're about to discuss.
Great. Well, you know, where to start, but these days, I'm born actually in the Netherlands, but I've been in Africa like for a really long time. I stay in Cape Town. I'm actually in Johannesburg at the moment. That's because of work. My field of work these days spans like across marketing, data analytics, AI being traditional AI, machine learning, as well as generative AI. And I run a company with both in South Africa as well as in the Netherlands in those fields. And in addition, you know, beyond providing services to, you know, really big companies across the world in different sectors, we are also coming up with, you know, our own type of solutions where we are applying AI to solve real world problems. And that's actually where also we met.
Yeah.
Online, I guess a couple of months ago, when we were both presenting or pitching our, you know, ideas and to the AI Forum for Developing Countries. And we found out that we're both on the African continent and in a similar field, and it was really good to be connected.
Wonderful. Likewise, yeah. I've been following your work. Right now, you've become of higher demand. What changed?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Just feels like maybe, you know, sometimes the timing is a bit off and sometimes the timing is just right. I don't know whether it's you know, higher powers, you name it, but no, things are really, you know, looking good. I think both, maybe it's also because the topics that I'm interested in, so that's either on the AI for good kind of that part of the world, or AI and more in a women or, you know, gender kind of inclusivity field are both, I don't know, people are interested in those topics and people are looking to, I guess, hear more about it and see what's going on. So yeah, it feels like this year has been a whirlwind for me, but very, very good. So I'm excited also about 2026 because it feels that things are shifting, and not just for me personally or work-wise, but just I think in general, we're having maybe discussions that are very much needed. So it's great to be here also today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the year is winding down gradually. If you were to, you know, do some analysis of some of the key takeaways from this year, where did the standout moments occur for you, and what are you picking into the next year? You already intimated, but
sure. So, you know, I like yesterday when I was at so there's a big big AI conference in Johannesburg this week, bringing together lots of the big players, but also smaller players, startups, specifically startups for women, and it's a huge conference. It is so big now, and it makes it really exciting for me, because this kind of conference is really also about action, and not just talking. We know talking is needed, and we need to debate and discuss and share. But ultimately, if all we would ever be doing was talking, then we wouldn't really get anywhere. So, and that for me is one of the most important things. I have always been someone who needs to move to action. So I love talking and exchanging ideas, but then my hands start to itch and I want to get started. So it feels like this year I see a lot of changes, particularly on the African continent around AI. There are so many initiatives around African language and, LLMs, or small language models, big and small, looking at, the right type of languages beyond English and the other big languages, at, culture, identity, all the different aspects. And whereas last year I felt like we were talking about that, and maybe some people were also, looking at moving into those areas, but I don't know if it was me, that I was just not tapping into the right kind of like people and working on this kind of stuff. But this year I've seen like literally an explosion of projects, initiatives, and people really working together to shift the needle for Africa regarding AI. That I find amazing, that we are in the middle of that, and all part of that. So, and you, I guess, also with your initiative, also right in the middle of it. So, like I said earlier, sometimes timing can be a bit off, and sometimes it's just right. And right now it feels like we're right bang in the middle of all the excitement.
Yeah, impressive.
Yeah, it's really, really exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, tomorrow, one of the people that I'm also meeting with, because I decided to also just reach out to him. There's a professor here in South Africa who's been part of a really important initiative. It's an African initiative, so not just South African languages. And he's speaking also tomorrow, and I'm asked if I could please have a coffee with him, because I'm also at the moment working on an exciting project that is about helping women in underprivileged areas, so townships all over South Africa, that are going through depression during the pregnancy, but also after having given birth, because depression is like a major factor for women who are pregnant or have just had their babies, for many reasons. And that can be anything from just insane financial stress to how am I going to feed my baby? I've got no support. Maybe someone fell pregnant and the father's not going to be involved, and how is the family going to respond to that? And then there's poor health care, there's HIV, there's lots of reasons as to why women are not really feeling happy about being pregnant, which is then very hard to talk about, because you're supposed to feel happy, and why are you not feeling happy? So we are currently looking into, we've just developed a proof of concept that's using AI as in a kind of like a companion mode, where we've really had to push ourselves in terms of thinking, around big topics related to AI, like, using data responsibly, trust, making sure that we have all the guardrails in place so that when people, are expressing really deep, dark thoughts, we need to make sure that we don't continue the conversation in the chat, but that we actually send them to proper professionals and working with hospitals and all that kind of stuff. And it's like super exciting for me. And then beyond English. So we know that one of the challenges that we have on the African continent is that we are working with, data that is predominantly coming from Africa, but it's all muddled up with global data. The languages are not represented, the cultures are not represented, and it means that we develop solutions that then are the wrong solutions for people that don't live here. So a lot of the thinking that we are doing at the moment is around, what we can do to improve using AI for solutions that are really going to help people. And that's also something that I'm so passionate about. So I feel so privileged that I can, spend time working on that. It makes me really happy.
Impressive.
Sad that it's necessary, but happy that we can, put effort into it with a really young team of also young African people who are just as excited as I am. So that's something I'm looking forward to building properly, beyond proof of concept into, scaling, and then monitoring and seeing how that's gonna impact, hopefully, lives of many young women.
Awesome. I want to ask you a question about AI companions, but let me write it down here. I'll write it down here, but in the meantime, what are you learning in the process? I mean, building this, I suppose there are some standout moments when I remember when we were experimenting at the early stages of creating Ready for Work, and sometimes I just wonder, and I was always eager to see how people experience it, their reaction, the look in their face, and what are you seeing? What makes you happy, about the development stage? Because of course the process of getting there is also as enjoyable as being there,
Yeah, it's kind of, it's weird to say what makes me happy, because what makes me happy is the fact that it turns out that there are so many people who don't have anyone to talk to. And you would think, how can you not have anyone to talk to? Surely there is someone around you. But I think it's because in this particular case, there is such a stigma on how you're supposed to be feeling versus how they're actually feeling. So they are feeling ashamed and guilty and, embarrassed and all sorts of things. And when it turns out that you can actually at least express the initial thoughts, that it gives a huge relief to them. And I mean, ultimately, what's, the idea is that you don't stick with the AI companion, but that you get actual proper help. But it's almost the gap is too wide without it. So when you can see that shift in people's minds where they've overcome that first hurdle, it's such a big deal. And the emotions that also come with it are just, well, actually also beautiful, really. But yes, but quite intense.
Yeah.
But beautiful to see.
Right. Let me share this clip with you, and let me see what you think about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Friends, I would be curious your take on this. That we went to one of my girlfriend's birthday parties, and randomly ChatGPT came up, and the way this group was using them was a bit like a therapist friend, in some cases almost a sexual lover, like how you might talk to a boyfriend or something. And I think it was 7 or 8 of the 12 women had named their GPT, had given it, like, I guess you could change the voice, so the voice is different for it. And it had like certain characteristics that they wanted the GPT to speak back to them with consistency. And so it had become like a friend, you know, and they were talking to it as you would a human, which I thought was fascinating. So they had full-blown, they have a parasocial relationship with these GPTs, and then sort of an intimate relationship with them. And then I read an article that this was more likely to happen to women than men. That like women would actually engage much more in this sort of way with GPTs. And so I was curious.
What do you think?
Sure. Well, that's quite something. You know, it's a difficult topic because we've obviously also had lots of discussions about this. I think that, I mean, the most important thing about me is got to do with ethics. That's one. So where you can and can't go, guardrails also putting in place, because this feels like I don't know, kind of like your boyfriend, you know, chat.
Yeah.
GPT kind of vibe. So I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I guess, you know, if people are adults and then they need to do what they want to do. But I do think that as a provider, you do have the responsibility to think before you start. So what we're hearing a lot at the moment is that, you know, when we talk about ethics and, you know, that there are lots of companies out there who are only thinking about bias and ethics and all those kind of things at the end of the process instead of at the start of the process. So we have had like a lot of discussions around, okay, which are the areas where we feel we could be like almost like an entry point or an initial companion to overcome the first hurdle to go and speak to someone about it. And then, you know, what are we going to be talking about? What are the kind of conversations that we feel that we can have and should have? And what's the information that we base this on? So this is like a lot of this information needs to come out of a database that has, you know, knowledge that is reputable, because we're also like borderline health related. And where does it stop? Where do we say that, you know, when this conversation goes from I'm just not feeling so good, or I'm just wondering how should I tell my mom that I'm pregnant, or I haven't told my boyfriend yet and it's making me feel anxious, from there to I'm having such a dark day, I'm thinking maybe I just, you know, I need to end my life. But how do we respond to those kind of responses, and what do we say, and where do we send people to, and what are the kind of words that we could be picking up? So those are the kind of things that we were thinking about from day one, not after it's live. That's too late. And that, I think, also the case with this particular application is Yeah. I mean, why are you doing it? What are you doing it for? Where is it okay, ethically, morally? And how can you put all the guardrails in place to make sure that it doesn't go pear-shaped? That feels a bit like a slippery slope. And particularly if you think about things that is, and it could anyone who's not 18 access that particular application, because that should definitely be a no-go zone. So how can we ensure that? I'm not sure if that was the case with that particular application, but it feels like it should. And you know, and how are we handling the data? Like, what's happening there? Yeah, there's so many questions. I have a million questions.
Yeah.
Is it actually a real thing?
Oh yeah, it is. It is. Let me see if I can pick out that article for you. The second one she spoke about. It is. It happens in men. It happens in women, but it seems to be more prevalent in women.
Yeah, you wonder why. So you see, so that would be my kind of question. Like, are these lonely people? Why are they doing it? Now, I do believe that, I mean, I always say that we don't, we solve problems. I'm looking for solutions to answer questions that people have.
Yeah.
So in this particular case, I'd be curious to know, like, so who's this designed for? Who are these people? Isn't that where you normally start? Like, who's the audience? What's the problem that we're trying to solve? Not sure what the problem is that we're trying to solve here. I could imagine that if it would be loneliness, for example, people who are lonely, feel like they want someone to chat to. Yeah, but then it also needs to end somewhere. You can't just blur the lines into... I did hear something about potentially sexual relationship kind of vibe. Well, that's going to ask for like lots of guardrails, just like any other, whether it's a dating platform or, looking for a partner platform. There's a lot of questions you need to ask yourself before you even, I think, want to provide a service or a solution to people, because it could so easily go pear-shaped.
Yep. That's true. Let me read you this.
Yeah.
So this is on The Guardian.
Oh yeah, I have seen this also before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
September, well, it's a bit dated now, but just like what she was describing, a young tattoo artist on a hiking trip in the Rocky Mountains cozies up by the campfire as her boyfriend, Solin, describes the constellations twinkling above them, the spidery limbs of... Okay, let's go down. Yeah, this is a nice introduction. So, the lady, Solin... Yeah, and they give the GPT... names and characteristics, and talk to the technology as if you were a human being. And I remember one case I read about. The lady's husband got angry that she's developing that kind of relationship with technology, and she felt like he's been too demanding by stopping her from talking to that piece of technology in that intimate way. So it's becoming a growing thing. And by the way, there's an old article that was predicting that by 2025 women will have more intimate relationship with robots than men. That hasn't manifested yet. What we see now is GPT.
Yeah. Yeah, is it like the modern version of, you know, how they used to be like these like romantic kind of books
Yeah.
that were also like, you know, sexually tinted, let's call it that.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of women were reading those books. I think I looked up the stats on that. Like there were, it's a hugely popular genre. And it's also shifted over time. I think maybe like the 50 Shades of Grey kind of vibe. So this feels like the new era of you know, of that. Maybe this is the expression of that. I'm just always really interested in the behavior behind it, and I guess that. Yeah, as if this is someone who's, you know, over 18, without, you know, without any psychological or psychiatric problems, you know, maybe that's okay. There are probably already other applications for that kind of stuff too.
Yeah.
Like, do you remember we also, like, how long ago was this when we had all those phone lines and people could be, you know, having conversations, all sorts of types of conversations with people on the phone that they didn't know, and you would have to pay a premium for that, and that was kind of accepted. So this sounds a little bit like that. I think the risk is just in the what's happening with the data, and really also what are the guardrails? Are there any or none at all? Like, have they ever, you know, have they given any of that any thought? And it feels that, like, in the same way that we're also reading now about, you know, people who've asked for advice in terms of wanting to commit suicide. I think there was another case also this week, and parents now suing. I can't actually remember which provider it was, whether it was ChatGPT or a different one.
It's ChatGPT.
Yeah, because there are clearly no guardrails in place, which means that you can be asking anything, having any type of conversation, and it can just go on and on and on into probably areas where it really shouldn't be going into. So I think that is usually the problem with the applications that we're seeing at the moment, that it's just unguided. Like, who knows where it could go into, who knows who's accessing. There are no questions ever being asked. There is no sense of, like, should you maybe be seeking help? I think that's, you need to consider all those things, and then maybe there's a place for it. I don't know, but most of the times I think it's not really happening. All those thoughts and considerations, people worry about it later down the line.
But here's another side of the thoughts. So what would be a best practice? GPT notices those phrases or sentences, and then what does it do? What would be the best case scenario in that instance? Report to police?
Yes. So how we've solved it now is that, one is that we have like a closed database with information where it can tap into. So it's not just finding information all over the web, because the challenge with that is that we don't know if all that information is actually correct in the same way, you know, ChatGPT doesn't always present information that's factually correct. So we've created a closed, like, universe for the data. And if it can't find it in there, then there's a few reputable sources. It could be related to UNICEF or, really well-known sources where it can find information on specific topics only. And if it can't find any of that, then there is there's a process and a backwards and forwards to figure out what the answer should be. So the answer could be, to suggest to go and speak to someone about it, or it could also be a flow where in a multiple step we've kind of like figure out how serious is the threat really here, and should it be escalated. And it could even be that over time it becomes some sort of integration with, a public service or a hospital or a helpline where you get transferred to. But like for now, in the initial stage, it would then be, if it's flagged that someone could be suicidal, that you need to reach out to these helplines or your doctor, and here's a couple of free numbers that you can phone to speak to about this topic, and then the chat, and then the chat wouldn't continue. You would be sent off to the best person who should be able to help you. You can still come back later and chat again, but it couldn't escalate into coming up with solutions of how you can end your life.
Well, that makes sense. I guess, some have argued that platforms like GPT, the reason why they allow that free flow of information is if they continue, or if they begin tracking those keywords. Not that they don't track anyway, but if they begin tracking the argument that people make, so then where does the line get drawn? Meaning they have oversight of whatever you chat with the platform about, which I think they do, because that's how they get to know what people search for most.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They know so much anyway.
Yeah.
But yesterday at the conference there was another topic that was also, that I thought was also really interesting. So today was very much about sovereignty. So in Africa, can we own our own data, our own models, our own data centers, as opposed to everything coming from other parts of the world, and therefore we never owning our own future, kind of, so to speak. And then yesterday there was another topic that was also so important. It was about trust, and that if you are a company and you need your customers or your consumers to trust you, then you need to stick to a whole bunch of principles, because otherwise, really, people aren't going to trust you, and then they, may leave, not purchase, go back to your, or go to your competitor. And I thought about it, and I thought it's so interesting, because at the moment, I think that on the one hand, trust may not be the best, because no one's really too sure what's happening with your data. On the other hand, like, leaving certain platforms is such a inconvenience. So we all stay on WhatsApp, even though we know that when we speak to someone about, I don't know, toothpaste, and suddenly all these ads of toothpaste are popping up, in your feed. So clearly something's happening. But to leave WhatsApp is such a pain, because first, maybe I'm also on Signal, but no one's on Signal yet. So now I'm going to leave WhatsApp. So now, okay, so I'm going to stay on WhatsApp, which means I'll stay on Facebook, even though I'm also not sure if that's like really the best idea these days. And I thought that trust component, companies are getting away with a lot of nonsense actually now, and half of them probably don't deserve our trust, and maybe we don't trust them, but we also don't leave them. I find that thought very fascinating.
Yeah, you're right.
And
Somebody said, if I leave Facebook now, I have to start remembering the birthdays of my friends and family members. So
exactly, all your photos.
yeah,
I at some point I thought, okay, I'm gonna leave Facebook because it's actually enough. Then it turned out that the first 10 years of my kids, all our photos were on Facebook. So I had to figure out, how on earth can I get my photos from Facebook to Google Photos or Google Drive or somewhere on my laptop. That was a huge mission. I did accomplish that. But then after that, I actually, I didn't leave, because then I thought there were 50 other reasons, like birthdays, like, all the other stuff. So I stayed anyway. But what I do is always check all the privacy settings, also on ChatGPT, just to see. And when I do trainings, it's also the first thing that we always check out, is to go to your settings and to see, what have you selected? Yes, ChatGPT can use all my data for learning purposes to train the model. I've switched that one off. There's another one. I've also switched it off. It can use it for me, but not for the rest of the world. So so that's now how I try to go about it. But it's becoming harder and harder, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, but with the company, I think that are now also, starting out, you do need to think about the trust component, because if you are starting out and you don't think about, what trust means for your customers or consumers, and you don't translate that into clear, policies, guardrails, all those kind of things for your company, then later down the line, you are going to be faced with like these kind of cases that you didn't foresee happening, just because you didn't think it through enough. There are so many examples of applications that started and then big issues were revealed, and that's then also, sometimes the end immediately of a company that has just started. But in general, I would say we're actually also allowing a lot of companies to get away with a lot.
Indeed. Wow.
Yeah.
Prince.
Somehow we need to take control back a little bit, but it's a tough one.
Very tough.
Yeah. That's also why we do need legislation. We do need governments to think about things, not just, we can't just leave it to us to figure out. There is help needed from, governments and other official legislators and bodies to help ensure that companies, think about us also, and not just about themselves and the lots of money they are going to be making.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We are getting to the top of the hour. Mike said he'll be joining. Let me see if he's in already. Okay, let me buzz him.
Yeah, and how's your launch been going?
You know what? The problem is when I'm in the mode of completing a big assignment like this,
Yeah.
I get to find it difficult eating. So my wife has been bringing me chops, but I need to try and eat something this evening because I'll have another break coming up in the next 4 hours, I think. 4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I have a 1 hour break.
It's pretty amazing what you're doing. Yeah. Is this still a whole night and then the whole day until Saturday?
Yes.
No. Yeah.
Until Saturday.
Sure.
Saturday at 10 p.m.
Okay.
I'm almost there.
Getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess the nights, so at what are you finding is the toughest time? I think the toughest time, I remember when I was a student, I did night shifts at some point, and I was always fine, and like until I think about 4 o'clock, then that's a tough time. But then once it's 7 o'clock in the morning again, you kind of wake up again.
Yeah.
Do you have the same thing?
Oh, yes. I'm kind of a night owl.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so nights traditionally are my favorite time to work. But then, so when I find it so difficult, like you said, early in the morning and then late, or should I say midday, around midday, then all the weights come in and oh, my eyes are like, I need a crane to keep them apart. To keep my eyelids apart. But yeah, but it's been a little easier now than before.
Okay.
Yeah, the only problem with this one is, since I'm aiming to get 1 hour, 2 hours break, it means I have to go for 24 hours without washroom or something like drinking it. Yeah, so but it's all good. From tomorrow I'll have shorter breaks. I'll have shorter days because I'll do 12 hours, and yeah, that will give me more break periods.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Well, that's amazing.
Thank you.
And how many people have you spoken to now already?
You know what? I've not been keeping count, but I will definitely count them. Yeah, I'll definitely count them.
40 maybe already or not? Yeah. I can't remember how long you've been going, but
56
it's
hours.
a lot of people.
So if we go 1 hour for one speaker, then 56 people. But I'm sure that we've done 30,
Yeah.
So I'm sure I've spoken to more than 56 people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mike is joining in a moment. Okay, so what else are you thinking about?
Yeah. What else? What else is there? I'm so excited about tomorrow. You will read about it on LinkedIn next week, I'm sure.
Yeah.
With a couple of initiatives in Africa around AI and African languages.
Yeah, speaking of
there
languages.
are so many projects going at the moment, and I have never met anyone personally yet. So I know of the projects, I know of people. Some people I've been following, they've been following me for quite some time on LinkedIn. But I've never met them in real life. I find that that's another thing these days, is you can meet people. Like we met kind of also like online when we were both doing our pitch, then connected on LinkedIn, never met in real life. I know a whole bunch of people these days that I've never met, and yet I still feel quite connected to them. So with these people, I'm excited about meeting them in real life. So that's and hearing all about their exciting projects.
Wonderful. Awesome. Okay, Mike is here.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Good luck. I'll be cheering you on, and good luck with the interview.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and have fun tomorrow at the meeting.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Hi, Mike. Yeah.
Hey, Tom-Chris, how are you doing?
I'm alive. I'm awake. So, yeah, going strong.
Visibly. We're praying for you, man. I think you're doing a wonderful, wonderful job. So, yeah, you're not far from smashing through those targets.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you. I was just thinking the other day. So I can't believe it's been. Has it been 12 months? Like how's the months flying? It's incredible. Yeah. We're here again.
It's unbelievable.
Even bigger and better.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Me too. I'm so excited, and I've been keeping tabs on your work. You really have worked this year, right?
I've been working, and I obviously pivoted to entrepreneurship full time,
right?
And therefore, I've had to put in a lot of work. But yeah, it's been exciting. It's been difficult in parts, but look, I won't go back. I'm happy where I am, and I'm just grateful to God that long may this continue.
Right. Yeah. Long may it continue. I see that your clients are finding value in your work. And so for individuals who are getting to see you for the first time, what do they need to understand about you for a more excellent appreciation of the topic we're discussing?
Yeah, so I mean, this, the last time I was here, we talked about the power of our unique stories.
Yeah.
Now, this topic I'm about to discuss today, or we're about to discuss today, isn't really far from that topic.
Mm-hmm.
So today's topic is the missing system, why great founders still struggle to sell.
Yep.
I wouldn't say it's only applicable to founders. It's applicable to anybody who's working for someone, or somebody who's an entrepreneur, or somebody who's already established and want to be able to build a sustainable way of generating revenue. And we know it's people that create the revenue, and therefore, the people development is also critical. Right. So this topic applies. I mean, we're human beings, and we're always selling. We shouldn't forget that, right? As human beings, we're, in a sales negotiation every single day that we wake up. And therefore, this topic is applicable to young, old, middle-aged, anybody that wants to be able to, make their story be heard and stand out. This story is applicable.
Awesome. Okay, so let's ease into it. What have you noticed in all the work that you've done so far this year? What have you noticed that people really appreciate about your delivery?
What have I noticed?
Yeah.
Right, I've worn several hats this year, but ultimately everything I've done this year centers around my expertise, right? I'm a revenue growth strategist, and I work with businesses who are already turning over a decent amount of revenue to be able to build repeatable and a sustainable way of growing that revenue. And I want to underline that word repeatable, because there's one way of you growing to a certain point, but there's another whole different conversation when it comes to how do we ensure that we maintain this revenue and grow beyond that.
Right.
What I'm seeing and what I'm being appreciated for is, again, founders and CEOs and revenue leaders wanting to be able to build teams and people, but really looking at it from a foundational standpoint, right? And what I mean by the foundational standpoint is, with everything we do, the solider the foundation, the more sustainable that thing becomes.
Right.
And therefore, let's not, live in hope, or let's not kind of build something that's here for a year. A lot of these founders are looking for, repeatable and sustainable businesses, even when they're not here.
Yeah.
And therefore, one of the things that I've been imparting and encouraging leaders this year, particularly, is around the thought of having, sales playbooks, right? And let me kind of dive into what I mean by playbooks. And I know we're gonna dive into some of these areas later on.
Yeah.
But the analogy that I always say, I always give to a lot of these founders and leaders is, imagine, you've done okay to where you are now. You have, you're turning over a couple of million or a few hundreds of thousands, or, a few thousands, whatever it may be. But you've done that from your own kind of passion, energy, and your own efforts, which is fantastic, right? It's commendable. But then, the analogy is, so imagine you're going to a networking event. Everybody in that networking event, has something unique to offer. Your credentials as a founder or as a CEO or revenue leader got you to this networking event, right? Because not everybody can attend, but your credentials got you there. When you're there and you enter, how do you then engage, right? How do you, even speak to somebody when you meet that person? How do you, have the tone of what you're saying, your delivery? All these things there's some nuances in how you carry out some of these activities. Now, what the analogy I've just given you is, a lot of these businesses have got marketing plans. They've got marketing. That's all I keep hearing. We have a marketing team, or we have a marketing plan. All right, great. But you have a sales playbook or a sales plan. And you'll be like, what's that? Never heard of that. Well, let me enlighten you. So the analogy is that the marketing gets you there, right? It gets you noticed. Everybody kind of knows who you are as an organization or as a brand. But when you're there, you've now got to actually do the work, which is the execution. That is where the sales playbook becomes critical. So now imagine, Tom-Chris, right? You're there, you're now networking, and everybody knows who you are. They know what makes you different, right? Your unique differentiation. Then imagine you've been to a few of these events, and now you're like, you know what? Let me send my salesperson or one of my colleagues or one of my staff to this. And you go away for a few months. Okay. All the knowledge and everything else that you've acquired from, these activities is with you, and it's in your brain, it's in your mind, and you walked away with it. Now, this person then comes on board and they're thinking, all right, the marketing has got me here, but now what do I do next? Right? Now, this is a scenario that I've been facing this year with a number of businesses that I'm consulting with, where they are not harnessing what made them grow to the point they're at, right? And therefore, there's no kind of frameworks or no blueprints. And therefore, I come in and I support them with that, building that blueprint. And that blueprint is called the sales playbook. So I'm seeing a lot of businesses really appreciating the fact that that becomes the living and breathing documents or playbook for their organization. And if they're not there, they can actually entrust their staff to be able to execute based on that playbook.
Impressive. And yeah, playbooks are vital because it creates harmony, it creates consonance. People know what to do, people know how to represent the organization internally, externally. But I wanted to dovetail from a keyword that you mentioned, revenue strategist. Because, just yesterday I was having a conversation with the design thinking specialist. We were discussing about design thinking and AI, and everything has AI in it these days. So we were talking about how design thinking operators can help organizations, Andrew Webster. So he made a comment that obviously, rightful comment that I'm sure you know, it's been in the news. There's been so much money being pumped into AI projects than what is coming out. So with that and your first-hand experience of the companies that you've worked with, what do you suppose could be the biggest challenge that marketing teams and sales operators will be facing in 2026?
Wow, that's kind of making me kind of transcend, over the next year or so.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant question. I think the concept of how do I simplify this? Technology as a partner is going to become even more prevalent in 2026. So let me kind of double click on that. Now, AI is here to stay. We know that, right? AI brings tremendous benefits to all of us, right?
Yep.
Businesses, individuals, and the likes. It has its advantages. But what it doesn't have and what it cannot replicate, and I don't care what anyone says, right? In the next 20 years, I can't see this happening, not alone 2026, is really the emotional intelligence and the emotional quotient that, God has blessed, us human beings with, right? So the AI, for me, I see that as a partner, but when it comes to selling and actual execution, buyers and every kind of buyer, whether it's a business to consumer, whether it's a business to business, even somebody trying to purchase a car or anything in mind, we buy for our reasons, and it's a human to human engagement, right? And I want to really emphasize on the human to human engagement because that is critical, right? And that AI cannot replicate, right? AI can take us to some point. It can really take us to the point where it's kind of like everything is in line and the ducks are all in a row, but you're going to need that human to actually then do that final piece. Of course, it depends on what is it that you're selling, right? If it's a transactional kind of ticketing, small value proposition, AI can, work the funnels, and yet the conversions will work out. And of course, as a business, there'll be some revenue without potentially a lot of human power.
Right.
But if you're talking about services, you're talking about products, that kind of value proposition, you do need that human element. So I see businesses really kind of combining the strengths of AI, and again, that's a whole different conversation around identifying what kind of AI tools are going to be beneficial to you and your business, and really kind of just tying that down, and then identifying the strengths and the capabilities that you need from your team from a human perspective, measure the two, and really kind of building that secret sauce and that machine that you want to be able to build. So yeah, what comes to me instantly is technology as a partner. We really have to partner with it because we kind of can't do without it, and it can't do without us, right? So it's really that partnership that we're going to be seeing, in my view, in 2026.
So where does the agentic AI, this, where do you see it playing? I'm trying to find a keyword I noted down when I was chatting with Andrew, because, with new developments like the conversion ability, well, not conversion rather, but checkout ability from Atlas, ChatGPT Atlas. Now the AI browsing system can allow individuals to purchase things while browsing on the LLM. So now it means you don't need to visit www. To get the service. You can check out while doing your browsing there. You don't need to search with Google. You don't need to intermediate any gated material. So these AI agents are able to facilitate purchasing decision for companies. And I'm thinking to myself, might that be the do it for me approach of user acquisition, conversion optimization, and do you think that will be the norm, or human will still be central in that equation? But it seems like you feel like humans will still be the deciding factor of how those experiences are effectuated.
I love the example you've just given, right? So this is a classic business to consumer, analogy or scenario, right? B2C, especially retail.
Yeah.
Now, to answer your question, do I still feel that human is going to be required? Absolutely. The reason being that, the preferences from the buyers, i.e. me, right, going to checkout and everything. I don't need the human. I can just go, the basket. The agent helps me, to the point where I can actually purchase. In fact, sometimes it's it's less intrusive, and I prefer that option. However, the human comes in where, for example, I need something which the chatbot or the agent can't offer me. Now, we should remember that where this trend is going to head to is that with humans, we have preferences, we have, different expectations, and therefore brands would have to be fighting for the customer experience. So customer experience, again, is going to be, increasingly important in these transactions.
Agreed.
And I feel as if the human element comes when, all right, I've done the purchase, but I'm having some issues. Look, I haven't got the time to be talk to this chatbot because it's not getting me, right? And therefore, I want to speak to a human being.
Yeah.
Right. The ability to be able to pivot from the agent very quickly to speak to a human being will, for me, influence my perception on that brand, as opposed to a brand that can't give me that human component. And guess what? As a brand, you want to be able to ensure that lifetime value of the customer is realized.
Yeah.
Right. Because you want to be able to, win the customer, impress the customer, and then guess what? The customer to be able to refer you onto their friends and family and other people. But beyond that, to be able to then sell more to the customer based on what their requirements are. So we're looking at lifetime value being that individual customer, right? Being with you for 5-10 years, as well as them bringing in other referrals, because we know the difficult part of selling, especially when it comes to retail, is finding them and getting them through that funnel. So if somebody actually refers you as a brand and says, hey, I use this Apple product, or I use this Microsoft product, it's amazing. I believe Tom, because Tom's a credible guy. I'm actually just going to go and buy it, right? So the key thing here is the whole the agent stuff, the agents that are coming through that are already here, critical, but the human component even more so, and the ability to be able to pivot. There has to be a fluid transition from when I feel like I've been served by the bots or by the agent, right? And then very quickly, actually, I need a human. And if you haven't got that, you're not getting good reviews from me, right? And I'm going to go elsewhere, and you've lost me for life, and all the referrals that comes with it.
Yeah.
So when I talk about technology as a partner, it really is that as well, where you got to really understand your customer journey from its entirety, and I'm talking a B2C model here, and then really know at what point in the journey do I need the agent, at what point does the agent pass on to a human. Now, what does the human do when they pass on from an agent, and then you build that out, right? So it is cool, especially when looking at agent and human combination.
But then again, the problem with customer journey design is it doesn't really work the way we marketing professionals or sales people would like to think, because somebody could see your article on Google, then after reading, then you will see your post on LinkedIn, and it will gain some sense of parasocial relationship with you and feels that affinity to buy. But until the friend tells him, oh yeah, I actually bought that sales playbook from Michael, the conversion doesn't still happen. So, or maybe until sales team or marketing team sends a newsletter with glowing reviews of 20 other customers that have recorded case studies, left case studies and recorded testimonials, they don't hit the final sling of getting to purchase from you. So looking at this, what advice would you give to growth managers and revenue managers who are thinking we really need to change things in 2026 because we have all these tools and conversion is not being optimized as it should be? What do you tell them?
Yeah, so this is a packed question that requires a packed response, but I'm going to try and dissect it in the most simplistic manner possible. So let's for now take the B2C example because that's kind of what we've been analyzing so far, and I want to kind of pivot to the B2B because a lot of the work that I've been doing this year, and I know businesses in Africa as well, a lot of them are B2B, so we can't leave them out, right? We're going to make sure that we're appeasing to them as well.
Yeah.
Now, this is a classic example whereby, as a founder, revenue leader, CEO, that's looking to build a repeatable and sustainable revenue model.
Yeah,
you got to think about a couple of things, right? The first thing you got to think about is where you play, right? So what I mean by that, the three things are where you play, who you target, and how you win.
Right.
Now, the question that you asked is going to be addressed in the third step, which is how you win.
Strategy.
But the first two steps are absolutely critical in itself, right? So as a founder, you got to identify it's a whole kind of total addressable market, service obtainable market, the whole time. If because you can't win in every space, right? You got to really kind of niche down. Okay, it's going to be in Nigeria, and I'm going to be focusing on Lagos. All right, cool. That is your target market. Now, when you then hone in within Lagos, you just got to think within Lagos, who are the people or the potential buyers that will be interested in what I'm selling?
Yeah.
Right, and really kind of get into the mindset of that buyer.
Okay.
What a lot of the founders tend to do is I see so many incredible, talented, innovative founders, right, in Africa. And my work is in Africa and beyond Africa as well.
Yeah.
But I see this all around. Incredible, tech founders building all the time, but they are building from a tech mind perspective, not really from the buyer's perspective. And what we need to do is remember my first statement. We buy for our reasons, and therefore we need to understand what the reasons are from our buyer's perspective.
Yeah,
so that requires us having to then have the mindset of a buyer and empathize with them, and then think, what are they thinking? What are their challenges? And then kind of map it back from there. Right. So the second step is who you target. Who you target could be maybe there's only two people or two individuals across Lagos that we can target, i.e. two different roles or responsibilities. Okay,
question.
So we're going to go for financial services.
Question.
But, there are this many financial services companies across Lagos, but we're going to go for the ones that are under 500 members of staff. Okay, so now we've niched down.
Right.
Then we've got to say, okay, in those financial services sectors, right, are we targeting technical people, marketing people? Like who are the specific that we're targeting? Again, you're niching down, right? Okay, we're targeting technical people because our value proposition, helps tech people save time, whatever it may be. Great. So now you boiled it down to that tech people. Now you got to go to work. This is where you go to work in the playbook, right? And this is where, a lot of founders, leaders, it's not a remit, and therefore they need an external company to come in and support them with their playbook. That piece involves things such as, messaging, right? And then there's an analogy that, I always bring up when I'm conducting workshops. There are there are almost three levels, right? You always got the C level, then you've got the middle managers, and then you've got the, let's call it the technical team, right? And every single level speak different languages, right? The very top level, they're thinking about market share and that sort of stuff. The middle managers are thinking about sometimes growth, they're thinking about risk, right? And then at the very, very low level, right, they're thinking about kind of tech. Now, if you, the founder, are not speaking the right language at the right level, guess what? You're going to get either delegated down, which you don't want to be there. So if I go and speak tech to somebody who's C-level, guess what's going to happen? Tom-Chris is going to say, I don't get what you're saying. You know, I talk about market share. Go and talk to my guy or my lady who is the tech guy. And as a salesperson, as a founder, you don't want that. And therefore, the critical piece here is working collaboratively with the marketing team and delivering capability statements that appeases to the individuals that you're targeting, that you feel you can provide value to, and speaking how they speak. Now, if you can do that, that is like 30% of your work done, because guess what? You're now in that room. Back to my analogy that I started with. You're in that room. The minute someone says, I'm C-level, I know how I'm going to engage with you. The minute somebody says, I'm middle management, I know how I'm going to engage with you. The key thing is building credibility, and the credibility comes through trust and speaking the right language, right? So, you know, in summary, from a, you know, whether it's a B2B or B2C perspective, my recommendation is those three steps: knowing where you play is number one, number two, you know, who you target, and then number three, how you win. And how you win, it encompasses a number of things, but I've tried to kind of simplify it into a few different nuggets for our listeners and viewers.
Okay, so yeah, that's a good analysis. Channel, number one in my interpretation will be location. And then you go to targets, which from there you develop your user persona. Then you craft messaging, then conversion strategy. So the conversion really is where the problem is, because that's where most founders struggle, and you know, most marketing teams find it difficult to actualize the objective. In creating content, you do create a lot of content. What types of content have you seen that, you know, gets people, you know, not idle interest to buy, but really gets people cross that line of purchasing decision?
And you know, if I can now pivot to kind of the B2B approach, right? So the B2B approach is business to business, where it's not a transactional sale, right? It's not somebody, you know, being targeted and them getting an email or a phone call and they're making a decision instantly to buy. Some of these engagements can take months, and sometimes, you know, a couple of years, and you know, depending on what you're selling. But the framework and the approach is almost identical, whether it's a transactional sale somewhat or a business to business. Now, the direct answer to your question is, a lot of businesses that I consult with, they speak from a features perspective. I want everybody to remember FAB, F-A-B, right? Yeah. And I love acronyms, I love quotes, right? And that's just what I'm kind of known for. But FAB stands for, the F is features, the A is advantages, and the B is benefits. So let me explain, and let me double click on these different letters. A lot of founders will talk about the features, right? This is what it does. This is what it does. This is the feature. That's fantastic, because guess what? They built that feature and they're passionate about, you know, what they built. And I'll give you a scenario in a second. They forget the advantage. The advantage is, okay, you built this feature, or you have this amazing thing about what is it that you're selling, but what does it do? Right. From a general perspective, what does it do for everybody? Right. That's an advantage. Right, that's how we see an advantage. The benefit is, okay, this is what it does for everybody. It's a broad term, but what does it do for me? So when we talk about fab, the emphasis, right, is always has to be around the B, the benefit. So as an example, let's say, let's say a business that produces, I don't know, let's use the Apple example, a MacBook, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say I'm somebody who was using a different brand for several years, and my challenge was that I'm a creative person, and the laptop that I was using over the last 10 years doesn't give me that, offer me the functionality that I need to be extra creative. So there I am, looking for, a MacBook or some sort of a Mac product to help me with that. Now, the feature of the Mac could be, things such as, the GarageBand, right, that allows you to do kind of podcasts. It could be, the simplicity of how it looks, and maybe some of the buttons and that's a feature,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's, if I've come to the store, I don't understand what that feature translates to the problem that I want to solve. Because the problem I want to solve is that I want to be able to generate creative content using this piece of tool this piece of kit I'm looking for. Now, the onus is on the individual, the salesperson that I'm engaging with, to be able to do what? Ask me questions. And again, I see many founders do lots of the talking and not too much listening.
Right.
This is a key component when it comes to the how you win. Really being audible, ready, really being attentive to the questions you've asked and how the answers are coming back. And therefore, back to the scenario, I go into a store, or maybe I'm online, and I'm talking to a chatbot, I'm going to talk to somebody in person. They're asking me questions, but when they ask me the questions, they're not talking to me in features. They want to talk to me in benefits. So as an example, so Mike, you mentioned that, your the last 10 years, the challenge has been, you've not had the opportunity to have these apps uploaded or downloaded into your laptop. Let me tell you, this MacBook, right, comes with these applications, and these applications would generally allow you to be able to have access to a large piece of content, right? So that I've talked about the feature, talked about generic benefits, which is access to piece of content, but we should not leave it there. This is where the experts or the elite salespeople or the organizations go the extra length. Now, This is where you earn the money. So then you go on to say, but from what you said to me, this specific application would allow you to be able to have access to, and it will save you time then you quantify that. It will save you 20%, 5% of your time in a week, which from what you're telling me, Tom-Chris, works out to be 10 hours a week. Now imagine what you can do with the 10 hours a week. What would you do with that? Now, what I've done there is I've asked the question, I've understood the challenge, I've then translated the feature into a benefit, and I've quantified it for Tom-Chris. That is where we need to get to. And I walk away thinking, oh, wow, this MacBook is going to save me 10 hours a week. Multiply that by 4 or by 52, that's this many hours in a year. Wow, it's really, I don't care how much you're going to charge me for that MacBook. If I'm saving, 40 hours a month, almost 500 hours in a year, multiply that by my daily wage, I'm winning. It's an ROI that I'm willing to, to benefit from. But that is the way in which I change mindsets, because a lot of the stuff that I do is about changing mindset, although changing messaging. But I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, absolutely, it is, and it actually leads me to my next question, which is a checklist of, you say why great founders still struggle to sell. So from what you've explained now, I have my number one checklist item, which is they sell features and not benefits. But beyond selling benefits, it's about also messaging and quantifying the benefits. So what would number 2 be?
So obviously, that's that. Let's not forget the messaging is part of the playbook, right? So the playbook is the anchor of everything,
right?
But if we can, if I can share a couple of frameworks, right? Because I think I want to kind of go back and then come to where you're at, right? So a few examples. The founder of Salesforce, right, Mark Benioff. I worked at Salesforce 2015 to 2017. My time at Salesforce was, it was phenomenal. I learned so much in that space of 2 years. And the story goes, and we all know Salesforce, right? The CRM now, they do all sorts, right? AI, Einstein and the likes. Now, Mark Benioff, before he founded Salesforce, he was working at Oracle. But then before the whole cloud boom, he identified a gap. And the story goes, when he was at some holiday with the now CTO, Parker Harris, and he was thinking about how can he leverage the power of the cloud computing to build something which does not depend on like physical hardware, right? And over dinner, he scribbled a framework on a piece of paper, and this framework became the living and breathing document for what became Salesforce and what drove Salesforce to IPO, and now Salesforce is a multi-billion-dollar organization as it stands. Now the story is that when Salesforce went IPO, that very day, Parker Harris, who's the CTO and who was with Mark Benioff at that time when he scribbled those things, gave that very envelope to Mark and said, "Do you remember this from 10 years or whatever years prior?" And Mark was astonished. Now, what did it have in that paper? Is probably the question which a lot of people are asking. It had 5 acronyms, right, or 5 letters, and the first one was V, right, and the second one is 2, and the third one is M, O, M. It's called V2MOM. If you Google V2MOM, there's lots of articles on V2MOM, on Google. And I'll double click on that, and then I'll come on to kind of your questions around the second step. When I was at Salesforce, Mark had his V2MOM. V2MOM stands for vision, values, methods, obstacles, and measures. So the vision was Mark's vision of where he wanted to take Salesforce back in 1999, right? But of course, with every vision, there has to be an anchor, and that anchor is the value. So again, back to the acronym, V2MOM should have been VVMOM, but it sounds a lot more cooler and sexier with V2MOM, hence why it's called a V2MOM. So there's a second V in it, which makes it the 2, and the second V is your values. So the values would anchor the vision, and we know many businesses would have a vision and then values, and then they carry on from there. The first M stands for methods. So the methods is where Mark went to work and said, what are the methods that I need to implement to be able to get to this vision? So typically the methods are around things such as your people, i.e. the people that you bring into the business, right? The processes that you adopt as a business. And then, obviously things such as your profits and so on and so forth. But if you think about the methods, they are, what do I need to, implement? What is my approach to be able to get to the vision? And then the O are the obstacles. Now, the obstacles is where you're saying you have to be brutally honest with where you're at and say, look, what is it? Is it money? Is it time? Is it people? What do I not have, or what's in my way of getting to this vision? So those are the obstacles. And then finally, the last M is measures. Now, I can't, the measures needs to be amplified. And Tom-Chris, I've had the privilege of working for, Salesforce, Oracle, Medallia, Rackspace, a lot of technology giants, in addition to some scale-ups and startups. Almost every one of these were leaders in their space. And almost every one of these had a strong emphasis on the maniacal nature of measuring, which is the final M, measuring. So everything that Mark was doing, he was measuring. How many people are we calling? How many clients do we have? Like, just being meticulous about your numbers. So when I started Salesforce, I knew Mark's V2MOM. But then what everyone is asked to do is to say, it has to cascade down. So Mark's V2 mom then cascades down to all the leaders across all the regions. So all the leaders will say, oh, based on this vision from Mark, this is how my V2 mom, also my vision plugs into Mark's one. Okay, great. And then this is how all my team, so I feel that's important because I speak to a lot of businesses, and when I'm having interviews or I'm interviewing some of the workers, they feel as if they're not empowered. They feel as if what they're doing they're not recognized, right? It's that thing of, I don't feel my efforts are being appreciated, from the C level. And look, that's critical, right? Because our people is what drives us, and therefore, we need to make sure that as leaders, we have that V2 mom or that plan in place, but then everybody in the business also have their way of building their own business that feeds into that. And it just brings accountability, it breeds empowerment, and obviously we're talking about longevity here, and therefore, everybody knows what part they're playing, and everybody knows the vision that we're all gunning for. So that, if I was to add number 2 to it, it's really leaders really setting that vision, and really explaining to all the members of the team how their efforts are appreciated and how it plugs into the bigger goal.
Okay, this is impressive. So in sales training, one of the things you learn quickly is that not all salespeople are the same. And I guess that's why you wrote your title the same way you did here, The Missing System, Why Great Founders Still Struggle to Sell. So you have somebody who has understanding or appreciation of the vision and the value, but the method. So if you anchor this to the bigger concept that you are working to espouse to founders and operators, might this method be the playbook?
I mean, you're tuned in. Like, wonderful question. So I wanted to kind of, for this, I just said I'm going to go back and then we're going to come forward, right?
Right.
So this V2 mom, which I've just described, is called the sales go-to-market plan.
Right.
Again, I've thrown another phrase. So in a business, there's got to be a sales go-to-market plan, and then there has to be a sales playbook. Now, let me explain the differences, because, these two words typically gets, interchangeably used in an incorrect manner. A sales go-to-market plan is the V2 mom. Everybody in the business, understands, whether you're in sales, whether you're in tech, whether you're in operations, whether you're in, implementation, it doesn't matter where you're at, you have a V2 mom that feeds into the bigger goal. Okay, so that's the sales go-to-market plan. It encompasses everybody in the business. However, from that sales go-to-market plan, there's going to be a VP of sales or a head of sales or revenue leader who will say, oh, actually, this is my V2 mom because I'm responsible for revenue coming into the business, and therefore my V2 mom is this. I want to be able to generate, $1 million worth of revenue in 2026. That is my vision. Great. I've got 10 salespeople. I want every salesperson, right, to generate 1 million. And I'm going to build a sales playbook of what I think they should be doing to be able to get there. So the sales playbook then becomes the go-to-market, then branches out into into the sales element. And then that sales element or that sales unit now have to then build a sales playbook to be able to then execute. So I hope that distinction makes sense, right? It's very high level, macro level is the go-to-market plan. But then you bring it down. I don't want to say forget everybody, but everybody's still important, right? Marketing is amazing. Tech, implementation, operations, customer success, they're all, wonderful. But now let's kind of zone into sales specifically. And now let's say in sales, this is how we sell, and this is how we're going to get to that 1 million. This is the playbook. Go and execute.
Yeah. Okay. So now we have a clarity of vision. We have a strategy document that we work with. What else?
Now, what else is, I guess I want to double click on the messaging, right? But before I do, I double click on the messaging. I would implore everyone to read a book, if you haven't read it. It's called Good to Great by Jim Collins. And I read this book in 2009, and I still apply those principles to today. Very quite simply, the book talks about why some businesses are good and why some of them are great. The greater businesses are the ones who have longevity and they go for decades. It gives a classic example of Walgreens in the States, who were able to apply a particular framework in that book to be able to pivot and surpass their competitors over a 15-year period. They grew 15 times in comparison to their competitors. And this particular framework I'm about to talk about is one that they leverage.
Right.
So Jim Collins implemented a framework called the flywheel, right? And in the flywheel, again, if you Google the flywheel, Jim Collins, Good to Great, there's lots of information on that. I use the flywheel in my workshops because it's very much applicable to everything revenue generation and people growth. But in the flywheel, it talks about there's a visual of build up and then breakthrough. So there's three components so imagine a wheel, and in the wheel there's the x-axis, and on the x-axis there's three pillars. The first pillar is disciplined people. The second pillar is disciplined thoughts, and the third pillar is disciplined action. I'm not going to go into all of that because we don't have time, but I'm going to talk about the relevant pieces. Now, disciplined people talk about bringing the right people in, your level 5 leadership, he calls it, like the right people in the business to lead the business, and then first who and then first what. So if you bring the right leadership, they'll make sure that they employ the right people, and the business goes on from there. That is the disciplined people. The disciplined thoughts, right, talks about a concept called the hedgehog concept. And I'm going to double click on that. That is what I want to spend a bit of time on. And then next to the hedgehog concept is the confronting the brutal facts. So I talked about the obstacles, right, in the V2 MOM. This also talks about a brutal fact, which is exactly, mirrors what Mark uses as the O. Now, let me talk about the hedgehog concept. The hedgehog concept, the story goes, there's a hedgehog and there's a fox, right? And each time, we know the fox is clever, right? It has flair, it has different ways and tactics and strategies that it always try to put in place to be able to catch the hedgehog. And each time it comes and sniffs out and ducks away, just making sure that it's gonna. But each time it tries the different approaches, guess what the hedgehog does? The hedgehog knows one thing, and that thing is, let me curve into a ball and let me roll my spikes, because if it gets close to me, guess what? The spikes are gonna get this hedgehog, this fox. And every single time that the fox tries to come near the hedgehog, it does exactly the same thing. Curves into a ball. Now, what's the message in there? Now, the message in there from Jim Collins says, you need to be good at the one thing, right? I see many founders, when I tell them, so tell me in 30 seconds what you do and how what makes you different. And there's a struggle, Tom-Chris, because they do so many things, right? Like, so I come in and I support them and I use this hedgehog principle or concept to say, we have to be the hedgehogs in our business, right? We have to be able to then crystallize our messaging to the point where I can be in an elevator and within 30 seconds, I've told somebody what I do, how I do it differently, and why they should buy from me. It's as simple as that. Now, to be able to do that, Jim then goes on to talk about, imagine like a Venn diagram, 3 circles, right? And there's a core. The core is your unique selling point or your unique messaging. The 3 circles, right? The first one talks about your passion. What are you passionate about, right? The second one talks about what can you be the best in the world at. That's the second one. And then the third one says, what drives your economic engine? Now, as a founder, as a revenue leader, it's typically founders because they're the ones who actually built the business, right? You need to be able to understand and fill out these three different circles. And then in the center of it, that is your USP. Now, your USP, then guess what? Translates back into everything that you're doing. The vision, the messaging, the playbook, because it's a saturated market out there, right? And when I see lots of marketing material saying, we're the best in the world, we're the number one, but everybody else is saying they're the number one. Who really is the number one, right? But it's critical that we're able to crystallize that. And with AI these days, AI is writing messages for us. But if you're able to identify what makes you unique, you stand out. And that's exactly what buyers want. Buyers want founders and revenue leaders to be able to tell them, why should I buy from you? What makes you different, right? And therefore, we do the hard work and be able to translate the story of our brand to them. But I want to pause there. Hopefully, that concept also landed.
Yep. I was having eyes on the flywheel as you explained. Yeah. Awesome.
And look, whilst we're on the subject of frameworks, another one that I use, and again, I'll encourage everybody to look into it, is if you've not read the book, Why from Simon Sinek. Again, I'd encourage listeners and viewers to read that. Now, Simon Sinek talks about the golden circle. Again, if you look at it, you think, well, how does that apply to me? The golden circle, imagine three circles, right? You've got the inner circle, the outer, and a very, very outer circle. The inner circle talks about your why, and then the outer circle, the one beyond that, talks about your how, and then the what. Yeah. Again, as a founder, you're thinking, how can I leverage this? Well, your why is your belief system. It's like intrinsic, right? It's inherent. It's like, why did you set up this company? Like, how did this company come about, right? Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. This is your why. Your how are your values, right? Your processes, that sort of stuff. And then the what is, the outcome of the how. Now, let's give you an example, right? And we've been using the Apple example, and Apple, it's a key one for us to talk about. Yeah. And I can give you another example. So Apple starts with their why, and Simon talks about this in his book. So it makes sense for me to reiterate that. But he says Apple starts with them wanting to change the status quo. It's emotional, right? So they try and grab you from the why. It's the inside out, not the outside in. They start from their why. Then they talk about, how they do it, right? So this is why we do it, but this is how we do it. And then the what is, it's not relevant, but it is. The what is the outcome of the how, which is like, we've got all these, different products, MacBook, headsets, whatever. But we want you to buy the why of changing the status quo. So back to my example, I've been using that laptop for 10 years, but I now know why I want a Mac. Yeah. Because I want a Mac because it does what the creative, they're changing the status quo. That is why I want a Mac. I'm bought into the story. I'm never going back to any other brand, right? You guys have got me. Same thing with Nike. Look at Nike. Nike talks about, be the best, right? They try and get you from an emotional perspective, right? And then it talks about performance. That's kind of the how. And then the outer is look at all the trainers and all the t-shirts and whatnot. So again, another principle that I'll want to share and leave with our listeners and viewers is read that book or just get a high level synopsis of that book and leverage some of the frameworks from Simon. It's very much applicable to helping you generate and grow in a repeatable and sustainable revenue businesses. Yeah.
Impressive. So, having said all, of what use is optimism, and your sense of confidence, as I see you have always when you communicate where do they come into play when you are interacting with prospects as a startup founder, as somebody who is looking to generate that kind of interest and convert it into revenue for the business?
So if I heard the question, where does the kind of the desire come from? Is that correct?
The sense of optimism, like
Oh,
looking at you, listening to what you say is unquestionably clear that you believe in what you're saying, and that is mostly why people listen. That's mostly why people buy. So for founders, where or how do they develop that optimism and a sense of confidence in the message they're delivering or the product they are looking to sell?
Yeah, so I think it starts with our story, right? I couldn't once again emphasize the importance of the story. And again, when I work with founders, they know their stories, their personal stories, but it doesn't translate into everything that they do, right? Because my story, when I talk about my story, and I think you and I we talked about it a year ago, there's a passion that emanates from me because I've been through what I've been through, and I saw something that I saw, and I wanted to build or create something that I wanted to create, and I actually did do it. And therefore, when I talk about the journey, it kind of takes me back, and it's an emotional connection. Now, if we think about buyers buy for their reasons, and it's a human-to-human interaction, and buyers buy from the people that they trust, whether it's typically a B2B engagement that requires a lot of different touch points. If I don't trust you, I'm not going to engage with you on a business engagement.
Yeah.
But if I trust you, the trust comes from you building credibility, knowing that you know my industry, you know exactly what my pain points are, all that stuff. But also I want to buy you, the individual, as the salesperson or the revenue leader, right? I want to be able to hear the tone of how you're speaking. I want to be able to know that you believe in what you're telling me before I believe in what you're telling me, right? So if I'm selling something and there's no belief in what I'm selling because the founder hasn't told me a story for me to buy into, then I'm going to not be able to translate that story or that same energy into the potential customers that I'm selling to. So it's absolutely critical that as founders, we bring our stories to the table. Mark had a story, right? Apple founders have a story, right? Everywhere I've worked, almost everywhere I've worked, with the ones that are leading, the minute you start, they tell you, this is the story of the company. It was founded by these people. This is why they found it. This is the challenges that they noticed. This is the gap. This is how we solve it. This is the story. Go and tell our potential customers this story. We're selling stories. And we know as human beings, the minute you start talking about stories, we're great because we love stories. It's emotional. And buying is emotional, right? We only make the rational decision at the end. At the beginning, it's an emotional connection. So my answer to that question is, as founders, we have to absolutely nail down our story.
Yeah.
We have to absolutely make sure that the story is translated to everybody that works in the organization, not just salespeople, everybody across the business. And it has to be a credible story, and they have to speak from a position of belief that they believe in the story, and that will translate and permeate across all your entire customer base.
Wonderful. When we speak again, I would love for you to help our listeners, go through the process of crafting an origin story, which is, I think it will be very useful for anyone who gets it right, the way you teach, the way you communicate it. But Mike, thank you so very much for sharing your time and your knowledge, your wisdom, all this body of work and tools that you've developed that I suppose makes you highly relevant to the stakeholders that you work with. Thanks a lot.
And Tom-Chris, my pleasure. Thank you once again for having me. Praying, you're going to get through and even beyond. And thank you for, all the supporters and, everybody else that's funding this and supporting this wonderful initiative. My pleasure to be on once again. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mike. So
thank you.
Just give me a few seconds so that we can transition properly. Can she come, please? Okay. We're back to Accra from UK. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Cheers. Hello, hello.
Hi, Tom.
Hello.
How are you holding up?
I'm alive.
You're
I'm
doing
awake.
amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What do we have here?
Just some sample question set.
Oh, I see. There are some chemistry formulas and physics formulas. Okay. Okay. Interesting. All right.
You're doing really well.
Thank you. Nicolina.
Yes.
All right. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess people who have seen your profile on the website might want to get a clearer picture of who you are and why your messaging would resonate with them.
Okay. So just by way of brief introduction,
Yeah.
my name is Nicolina Anoye. I moved from New Zealand to Ghana 12 years ago. And in New Zealand, I practiced as a lawyer. I was a public servant as a lawyer. And I wear several hats. One hat is as an entrepreneur. So I import wines from New Zealand to Ghana. The other hat I wear is as the Honorary Consul for New Zealand to Ghana. So that is my semi-diplomatic hat. And my most recent, I say most recent, but I've been in the space as a development consultant for the past 5 years, giving business development support to SMEs, of which Kaizen is a part of that service that we've offered to SMEs. And the reason why I'm passionate about it is because I have seen firsthand the transformative effect that Kaizen, which is a Japanese philosophy, has been able to translate and make real changes to SMEs here in Ghana. So that's why I'm passionate about this topic.
Impressive. I see you've given them a list. You know, my process is a little different.
Sure.
I like to have conversations.
Why not?
And because I like to understand who the person is. Then we go to the message and we explore the concepts. By the time we're done, you'll have fun. Don't worry.
I'm a bit nervous. Never
Don't
done
worry.
something
Don't
like
worry, don't
this
worry.
before.
I have already interviewed, as you see on the clock, more than 57 people. So
Well done.
to the fact
It's an
that
amazing feat so far.
Thank you so much.
So proud of you.
Yeah. You know, everybody has, you know, I was I was chatting with Mike, everybody has an origin story. And I would love to dig into Kaizen because I've heard about it. One of my previous speakers intimated on it, but I know that's your full concentration of interest.
Yes.
But before those eureka moment that awakened you to this mindset shift that entrepreneurs can use for growth, you know, you were a lawyer. How did you get to now go into entrepreneurship? I guess I should start from high school, like I always like to do. If I was one of your classmates in high school, and now I get to see you doing all these wonderful things, would there be a correlation between who you were then and who you are now?
You know, I'm tempted to say no, but in a way, I think so, because I studied law at university, but I also studied management studies.
Okay.
In majoring in international business and marketing, and I remember. The management studies was more like an addition or as an aside because law was what I was very passionate about, and I wanted to become a lawyer, which I did. And if someone told me that I would transition from law to what I am doing now, I would say I could never see that career transition happen. So it was by design, I should say. And it wasn't until I came to Ghana. And when I came, the area of law that I was practicing in New Zealand was in the space of administrative or public law. So looking at how governmental ministries make their policies, legislative reform, and reviewing of everyday operational decisions. And I was very passionate about that space. Now I come to Ghana, and the focus of law was mainly commercial, right? And litigation, which I did do some litigation in the past. So when I came, my first role was with TV3 as their head of legal and corporate communications. And I got into the commercial space. I did okay, but I wasn't very passionate about it. And so I think that was the trigger for me to think, what else would I like to do? And I was brought up, my father was in the development space. He used to work for the United Nations Development Project, UNDP. And so I was, eager to, and always curious about that space. And I was fortunate enough during COVID. So this transition is a COVID transition, if I have to be honest. I found myself at a crossroads, and I have to make a mention of her name, Madam Kosi Yankee Aye, who used to be the former head of Ghana Enterprises Agency. I approached her and she said, listen, we have this project. You can put your CV in, interview for the role, and let's see where it takes you. And I was very open, and I said, listen, I don't have development experience, but I believe that my skills in law is transferable. And I'd also done other community-related development work. And I guess also because of my exposure in media, it added, some dimension to the role. And so I got into the role. It was it is a 5-year project that being funded by JICA, which is the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, in collaboration with the Ghana Enterprises Agency. So that's the project that I've been involved with for the past 5 years.
Fantastic.
Yes.
That's impressive.
That's
so
the
were you
trajectory.
Born here?
Yes.
Okay. When did you leave?
Oh.
Because I see the accent says I've been
Oh,
to
my
places and I've lived in places.
my accent is what I call a mongrel accent, a mixture of all sorts of influences. You'll be interested to know that we have a common a connection, because I left Ghana when I was 3 years old to Nigeria.
Oh yeah.
And I lived in Lagos and Bauchi for I think
impressive.
Cumulatively 7 years. So Nigeria has been a second home, very formative in my early childhood years. And then from there I moved to the South Pacific. When I say I followed my parents. Lived in the Fiji Islands, Solomon Islands, and then New Zealand. And then family was saying, hey, you're too far, come closer home. And I did. I was initially just coming for 6 months. And what's been 6 months now, 12 years.
Was it Washe that kept you?
That too. That too. You don't get the wache and the bonku and fufu in New Zealand. So it was nice. But it was, I think, I guess for some people, they coming home is like, oh, you want to give back and you want to contribute. That really wasn't my agenda. It was more family circumstances that brought me here. And as God will have it, and by design, I think I found a greater purpose being in Ghana. And I've enjoyed my stay.
Okay, so before we go into the mindset conversation, which is essential, so if you were to go back and advise 16 to 25-year-old Nicolina, what would you have said at that period when I suppose you have lots of dreams and ambitions and wondering how to connect all the dots? What would you say today that would be useful to her in that state?
I would say, I think when you're young, you have so much burden on you to find your purpose and to, you're wondering where it will take you and you want to make money. I was fortunate that I was very clear as to what I wanted to do. But I'm aware that in this current age, the youth have a plethora of options, and it can sometimes cause some anxiety and confusion as to which path to go.
Right.
So for the want of not sounding cliche, choose an area that you're passionate in. See the opportunities if it is an area that let's be real, in this part of our world you have to make money, right? So if you choose an area that you think that it would have a lot of hurdles, then you have to be prepared for that journey. But I would say that when you pursue whatever path, follow it relentlessly.
Right.
Your concentration is to try and do the best you can.
Right.
Get your qualification or your training, whether it's academic or vocational. Have the opportunity to learn from industry.
Would you have gone for vocational?
It's funny you said that, because my mom was very passionate about catering.
Oh, okay.
And my father was a medical doctor,
Yeah.
and my mom was a teacher. But she always used to say that, someone should take that as a, as a addition to your skill. And I think I just didn't have the space to accommodate that with the law that, the law path that I wanted to pursue.
Right.
But yes, I pursued so many other different interests in theatre, in music, and, did a couple of productions in New Zealand. So, I think you don't want to be so restricted in your options, but at some point you want to narrow down and follow that path. Learn as much as you can. You always learn. I'm still learning.
Right.
And just have that natural curiosity.
Right.
To improve yourself.
Right.
At every step. So that's what I would say to young people.
Right.
At this, and look at opportunities.
So that drive to be. Did you always want to be the best, or be the best you can be?
I just wanted to be a lawyer, and my father was like, if you're going to do... Well, he always instilled that, I guess, from my childhood when I was in school. He said, you always have to be within the first 10. And there was a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
As most parents will have that expectation, you have to get a certain grade. So I think that was instilled in me very early on. And the extra push, being an immigrant or being an African in a country where there are not a lot of immigrants. New Zealand at the time, when I moved to New Zealand in 1996, we weren't a lot of Africans. There weren't a lot of African students. There weren't a lot of Africans in law. And in the workplace or the government ministry that I worked in, I was the only lawyer among a team of 80 lawyers. So you stick out as a sore thumb, right? So there's that innate drive to not be an example, a bad example, which in a way puts that pressure on you to try and be as good, if not better, than your peers.
Do you like movies?
I do.
Okay, have you seen Suits?
Suits. I watched a few seasons, yes.
Right. You remind me of Jessica.
Well, it's funny you talk about movies, because the what made me curious about law back in those days was LA Law. With Claire Underwood and all the yes, that was the series that got me interested, and I thought it would be as exciting as drama filled. But I soon found out when I started practicing that it's a very difficult and discipline filled and very demanding. Yes.
So is it the drama that gave you your taste? Because it seems like you have a unique taste. Everything is well packaged.
Oh, it just looked, to be fair, I'm thinking back to my 15, 16-year-old, as you make decisions as to whether you're science inclined or arts inclined. I was definitely not science inclined. I wasn't that smart to get into the science space, but I think the drama and the glamour, that of that series made it look interesting, and also the perception of a professional job. You know, when you're growing up with the African family, they want you to either be a doctor, engineer, lawyer, pharmacist. Luckily, I didn't have that sort of pressure because none of my parents were in the legal field. But when they saw that I had that natural curiosity, they were smart in saying, oh, meet our friend who is a magistrate, or, talk to him, or get some internship during holidays and see and, dig your feet in. So that all added to that passion, I think, that fueled the passion of going the legal way, which then later became a burden because it was something that I had loved and what I thought I was reasonably good at until I came to a position where I thought practicing this law, which was a commercial law in Ghana, was not something I enjoyed. And so I think it was listening back to my father's advice and saying, look, you have a whole basket of skills.
Right.
And if it is not something that you enjoy, then explore what else that you can do. And so that was the push.
Impressive. Still, I would like to know where did your fashion influence come from?
Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that question. Where did my fashion influence?
You look trendy.
Oh, well, thank you.
In my mind, I can imagine that you like to dress up. You're younger. If you are this fashionable right now, then I can imagine how fashionable
I was back then.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, not really. It's funny you say that because New Zealand, and I keep referring to New Zealand because, I spent quite almost 20 years there. So the influence was mainly black.
Right.
We love New Zealand. It's like wearing black, and it was mainly casual wear, jeans and T-shirts, or, we're very casual in New Zealand. But I think it was coming to Ghana that heightened my fashion sense. We're very fashionable people on this continent.
Yeah.
Africans are fashionable. We make an effort. So I had to up my game. and I'm very passionate about African fashion entrepreneurs. So this top that I'm wearing, the black top, is made by a Ghanaian designer.
That's impressive.
And even my shoes is this entrepreneur who imports shoes and puts it and manufactures it here. Wow. He imports the leather from Brazil and he manufactures it here in Ghana. Wow. So for me, as much as possible, I try and take advantage of the local fashion.
That's impressive. Yeah. That's the influence. But I wasn't always this fashionable, I don't think. Well, I mean, I like to see people who understand what fits them, and it seems you have a clear understanding of, how to combine the colors, how they go together. Well, thank you, you, Tom. You're very kind. Okay, so Kaizen, tell me more. So, I would say the example I would use is the math of small wins. And when I say math of small wins, what if I were to tell you that if you did 1% improvement every day for 365 days in the year, you would be 37% better, or 37 times better than you were today. Not 10%, just 1% every day of a gradual improvement. And that's the concept of Kaizen. So Kai means change, Zen is good. And if in terms of the philosophy, it's a Japanese philosophy that means change for good or change for the better. And it pushes the idea of small incremental changes that you should have in improving yourself.
Now, I know a lot of times that linkage to Kaizen is to Toyota.
Mm-hmm.
And if you permit me, I'll just give a very brief history. So,
Oh yes, please go ahead.
it's so Toyota systemized Kaizen, and they gave that formal methodology to it. Back in 1950, I'll say, just post Second World War, the Toyota was struggling. The American automobile industry were booming, and they were struggling to compete in terms of size and capital and technology. So this American engineer by the name of W. Edward Deming visited Japan, and his whole idea was to try and introduce a statistical control process in the production line at Toyota. But when he went there, he found out that the factory workers already had a systematic approach. So he then built on that and came up with this management system process that we know as the PDCA cycle, which is plan, do, check, and act cycle, right? But in talking with the factory worker, there was this former floor manager by the name of Taiichi Ono, and he built on Deming's process and studied time and motion and came up with a system that we know as the Toyota production system, which is kind of like the gold star standard of Kaizen, right? But his whole philosophy was also that, sometimes, some days you win big, some days you win small, right? And that is where the whole concept, and I think the whole idea was systemized through Toyota by looking at what can we do to increase productivity and to increase efficiency.
Right.
And so that was the genesis of the formal process of Kaizen, which really transformed that industry.
Right.
And that is something that we have been able to study and bring here to SMEs here in Ghana.
You did mention how you were introduced to it, but
yeah,
when did it make the most impact on you?
So it was to be honest, I didn't really, it was a whole new concept. When I got the role and they said, in part of your business development, you'll be looking at, interestingly, they talk about coming full circle. My management studies and marketing expertise, part of the development service was development support, was marketing, financial management, and Kaizen. And I was curious, and when I read about it, I realized that some of the concepts within Kaizen's akin to like Lean Six Sigma I was familiar with. But what gave me that eureka moment was when I worked with the Japanese experts, and over the past 5 years, we've worked with quite a number of experts, but I would say we worked with about 4 Kaizen experts. And I could see the implementation of Kaizen in small, even the micro enterprises, and the tools that were implemented made a drastic change. It's not just a physical change, but quantifiable change in terms of how much time you save, how much money, and how much money you can save, reducing costs, increasing productivity. So I think for me that was quite transformational for me to witness. And over the past 5 years, we've implemented Kaizen in this particular project to at least almost 30 enterprises, where we've spent a period of 6 months each with this enterprise. So it's been quite intensive hands-on approach. It wasn't just a 1 day or 1 week, okay, let's introduce we followed them through the journey for at least 6 months to see the transformation.
Right.
And that's what got me, and that's made me passionate and even more curious to study further about it.
Then you became an evangelist.
I am. I'm not the only one. There's a community of Kaizen evangelists that's out there, and I'll talk about them later.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so would you want to discuss if an organization is interested to incorporate, because I can imagine people listening to you, enumerate how it helped increase in sales, increase sales, reduce cost, optimize production process, and every Ghanaian entrepreneur will be like, I want that secret.
You want that, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So how does it work?
Okay, so before I talk about the tools of Kaizen that were implemented, I think it's important to talk about the mindset. I did say that before it's being formalized through Toyota, it was a philosophy that most Japanese live by.
Right.
And it's important because once you get what that philosophy means and what that mindset is, then it becomes innate to practice. It's not something that you just want to do to get this end result, because there really isn't an end point in Kaizen, right? So permit me to go through a number of key mindsets
shifts.
That is mindset shifts that's critical in adopting Kaizen before maybe we launch into the tools.
Okay.
So one of the mindsets I think which I talked about is obviously the small wins, but it's what I also call democracy of excellence. I mentioned earlier on in the introduction about Toyota, how it was a factory worker that came up with this TPS system. It wasn't the executives of Toyota, but those on the shop floor, and that is what also Kaizen embodies. That it should be an involvement of everyone in the process. The phrase that I use is that no one is too small to improve, and nothing is too small to improve. Right. So if you were let's say in a manufacturing process, from the person who is doing the packaging to the driver to the delivery person to the shop floor attendants, all these players have a role to contribute to enhance in the development of your business, right? So it's having that mindset that it's not just a top-down approach, but really looking at the community and the people. I akin it to the African notion of Ubuntu. I am because we are. That's sort of communal engagement. You're only as strong as the person that's next to you. So that is one key mindset that you have to have about Kaizen. That it has to be all engaging,
right?
And not because I said this and let's implement this. Right. No, you want to talk to those who are engaged in the process,
right?
Which sometimes in our African settings, it's a bit of a challenge, tricky, right? So I know that when in practice, when we were working with the entrepreneurs and typical, the boss or the owner will come and say, okay, we've got this expert, we are going to do Kaizen and trying to lay down the law. The first thing we do, we say, no, you know what, we want to talk to your staff. We want to have a training moment with your staff, right? And so we really engage them from the start. And sometimes you can see the CEO is a bit anxious, right? Because in their minds, hey, you engage your staff, the first thing they will start bringing up things that's going to cost me money. We need this, increase our pay and all of that. So there was that initial apprehension, right? So you have to have that shift in your mind. It's important that it's not a solo performance. It's not something you do on your own, but if you have the commitment to get those that you work with engaged in that concept of that continuous improvement, right? So that's one mindset. The other mindset in Kaizen is there's nothing like perfection, so stop chasing perfection, chase progress. So what Kaizen would say is you don't want to wait till you're 100% ready. And And again, our African context, where the risks are high, capital is low, you really want to make sure that, hey, I need to have maybe 5,000 CDs or dollars or, naira, 5 million naira to buy this machine, to set this up. I need a shop front, maybe. I need to have this access to market ready. Right. And sometimes, someone would say the pursuit of perfection is where sometimes dreams die. If you're wanting to wait for that 100%, it's never going to be. So start at 70. What Kaizen will say is start at 70% and then work towards 80% and improve to maybe you're operating at 85%. Right. And continue improve. You'll never get to 100. So that's the mindset. You never will get to perfection, but is that continuous drive to do that incremental changes. So that's another mindset that I would say is key before you want to launch into implementing Kaizen. Right. The third mindset is how we view problems, right? And I think you'll agree with me that often when there's a problem or customers complain, we see it as a
burden.
Yeah, as an attack on us. Oh, wow, we're not doing something right, or you don't know I'm the one who's doing this process, and we our whole approach to problem, so that's is quite a negative one, right? But for that philosophy, they would say see problems as gold mines. The Japanese word for crisis is kiki, and kiki involves, or if I have to translate it, it's a combination of danger and opportunity.
Yeah.
So as much as that crisis is there, you have to see problems as an opportunity.
Yeah.
Your customers or the feedback or whatever is happening as an opportunity for you to improve. If your supplier has disappointed you in delivering your raw materials, for instance, it's an opportunity to look at having a backup plan or looking at other suppliers. The charcoal that you're using for your production, if it is smoking too much, is an opportunity to look at how you improve that process.
Right.
So that mindset as to how you view a problem,
right,
is key. And seeing that opportunity within that problem. So that's probably what I would say in terms of the mindset. There's so many other notions that we will explore. But you talked about the tools. Would you like me to?
Yes, please.
To go into the tools?
Go ahead.
I heard Tom had spoken earlier on Kaizen, and he touched on some of these tools.
Oh, online.
You
were there.
I joined online, so I heard him. Hey, that's another Kaizen advocate. And so what I'm probably going to say is a repetition of what he has said. And I would say that the first Kaizen tool that is, the basic Kaizen tool is what we call the 5S. Right. The first S is Seri, which means to sort. The next S is Satan, which is to
Satan.
Yes. Satan. S-E-I-T-O-N.
Okay. Not that guy.
Which is to set in order. Right. And the next S is Seiso, which is to shine. And then you have Seketsu, which is to standardize, and the last S is to sustain, which is Shitsusuke, right? So if I were to go through that, we usually say try the first 3S, which is the sorting, the setting in order, and shine, right? If you focus on that first 3S, then you can concentrate on the next two, which is to sustain or to standardize and to sustain. So just as Tom had said earlier, sorting is putting things in order, but asking yourself, what is adding value to my business? Is this something that's going to make me money, or is this something that's going to serve my customer better? And often when we have visited enterprises, the first thing is, we don't have enough space. We wish we had a bigger place to, put our inventory or to do our production.
Yeah.
And so when we go there, the first thing we look at is, okay, what can we get rid of? What haven't you used, let's say, in the past 6 months, right? And what is not necessary. So it sounds basic, but for someone like me, who, if you have attachment issues, it can be hard to sort of get rid of things, right? Yeah. So you will either want to sell or you want to dump it. But the question you really want to ask is, what is there that is not really adding value? And then the next S, which is to set in order, is to have things in chronology order. And the whole idea is to look at how efficient can you enhance your process. So when we've worked with garment, in the garment industry, and those who sew, the first thing we say is, you've got all your buttons mixed up in a bottle, and if I were to say find a shirt button, you have to pour the whole thing out, and then now to try, and how much time is that taking you? Right? So the whole essence is trying to save time with this 3S. So setting in order looks at the chronology of putting things in order that aids your production process. There's what we call a Satan board, which a lot of mechanics can use. It's a board where the often the problem. Let's start with the problem. The problem is trying to locate things and the time it takes to locate the tools. So this Satan board has a tracing of where each tool should be, so that when you're locating it, instead of it taking you 2 minutes, it's just a matter of seconds. Right. So that's the concept of setting in order. And then the other 5S, which is shine, is self-explanatory in terms of cleaning and maintenance. But in production, shine also means maintenance of machines. So where we have visited, we've done a lot of work with cereal producing businesses, and often you would go and the milling machine hasn't been cleaned, and then at the time, and the common complaint is machine breakdown. In schedule, have you noted down what the causes of this breakdown is? So shining is not just cleaning, but it's also looking at your maintenance of your machines, right? So those are the first 3S. And then you want to sustain the practice. How do you do that? There are various tools of forming what we call a Kaizen team. So the team is responsible for coming up with an idea at least once, if you say even once every month, let us come up with one area that we can sustain. How do we keep this practice? And then how do you standardize it by making sure that you've got things written down and documented? Okay. So that is 5S as a tool. There are so many other tools that I can elaborate on. The other tool is what I say is the 5 whys. So it's a problem solving tool. Right. And it's quite simple. It just means ask why 5 times. So say, for instance, your customer has you have a customer who is dissatisfied with your service. Right. Why? Because delivery is always late. Why is delivery always late? Because the driver comes in late. Why does the driver come in late? Because he lives so far. Why have we taken a driver that lives so far? Because of cost, and we wanted, Why did we do that? It's because we're thinking short term as opposed to long term. So you really want to get to the root of the problem as opposed to the symptoms. So that's another tool. And the other tool that I think Tom talked about was the 7 types of waste. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to that. I'm holding myself with power, so don't worry, I won't sleep off.
You're doing amazing. You're doing amazing. I'm just conscious that I don't want to be rambling too much, so please feel free.
You know, your voice sounds like music, so maybe that's contributing to me nodding. So it's not rambling.
Yes.
All right. So prevention of waste.
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay. So there's a Japanese word that it's motenai. And motenai is having a deep sense of regret over waste, you know, where resources are not being used up. And you know what's interesting, Tom, is I see the linkage between these Japanese philosophies and our own African philosophies, right? Before there were ideas of recycling or repurposing, our grandmothers used to do that. You know, when you go to the village, nothing goes to waste. You know, if we using the chicken, the stock is used, the bones is used for, you know, like we make sure that we utilize our resources. So it's that same sort of concept of waste that Kaizen looks at, because with Kaizen, waste is a cost, right? So in production terms, they call it muda. It's also called waste. So there's 7 types of muda, which your previous guest touched on. Is the acronym is TIMWOOD, so muda of transportation, right? An example of that is we visited again a cereal producing company, and our observation at the very first visit, there were these young men. They had brought in the sugar, and so they do brown sugar, so they brought in the raw sugar in these big sacks, like 50 kg sacks, and these men were lifting it and, you know, putting it on their backs and taking it to the warehouse. And this was going on for quite a period of time. And apart from the sympathy you have for their backs and the hard labor, that process was a waste, because you could have easily used, for instance,
wheelbarrow?
What do they call it? Yeah, you know, the wheelbarrow, the pushy, the carrier thing that you can load on and make that. So the time, even just that one intervention, you have reduced the waste of transportation. The other one is inventory, which is a real problem for a lot of enterprises, where we overstock. Now, we overstock because sometimes our suppliers are not reliable, right? So you want to keep as much stock as possible. The danger with that is maybe then if it is a perishable good, it perishes. But then it's also, you've locked up your money, is right? You've locked up your capital. So there is an intervention that we look at. How do we reduce that waste in inventory? Then there's also movement. There's I said it's TIMWOOD, right? Waste of overproduction, where we overproduce, and we overproduce from our experience because we don't really keep a measure or sufficient data of what is needed, right? So we estimate, for instance, again, this company that was producing brown sugar, we would often look back and say, okay, tell us what your monthly sales have been. And they'll say, okay, over the past 3 months, we've been selling maybe 300 bottles of sugar. So why are you producing 500 every month? That extra 200 is overproduction, because it means there's always going to be, you know, a left overflow, right? And that's waste. So that is another area that this, you know, another type of muda or waste that we look at. So the concept of waste is key in terms of in reducing costs, but also looking at how you become a bit more efficient.
Right. Impressive. I never knew that I would enjoy Kaizen as much as I have. Everybody was listening with rapt attention.
Oh, well.
That was impressive.
Well, I'm passionate about it. I would like to add that, this, what's her name? Wangari Maathai, the Kenyan social activist and the first African woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize, was a keen advocate of Motenai, when she visited Japan. And, it's a concept, as I said, that is not foreign or unique just to Japanese, but it's also deeply African that we can look at in implementing in our business.
Yeah. So, well, you said you have a success story from the entrepreneurs that have been exposed to the program. So the program runs for 7 months, you said?
Well, so the project we did is a 5-year project, but when we work with an entrepreneurs, it's 6 months.
Okay. We who?
We, as in myself and the Japanese experts, together with the business advisors at the Ghana Enterprises Agency, who are the I would say they are the owners of Kaizen, in that business space. So they are a very useful resource that's available to entrepreneurs. And I think a lot of people don't know. They say, Ghana Enterprise Agency. It used to be called the National Bureau of Small Scale Enterprise, NBSSI. That was the acronym. But these business advisors, so we also trained the business advisors in how to implement Kaizen. And what we did is, so within that 6 months, the first 3 months, we focused on 5S, basic implementation of 5S.
So each entrepreneur is supposed to implement the principles, and then how do you track?
That's a good question. So we track through various means, right? Initially, we track maybe with timing. Well, let's look at the time factor, right? Let's also look at what these, so like for instance, if you're overproducing, what was the cost of that, right? So you have to keep those metrics in place. And that is sometimes a challenge for our entrepreneurs in our continent, is that we just do, but we're not very good at keeping data. And, I remember one Japanese expert saying, how do you make decisions if you don't have data? What are you relying on?
Guesswork.
Yeah. Right. So when we implement, I would say generally the 5S is very visual. And that's what gets the buy-in, I think, of the entrepreneur, because it's something that they can instantly see has made a difference, maybe to their workspace or to their production floor. And then the next 6 months, the next 3 months, within that 6 months, we target specific areas. So we look at your production, we look at either your quality, and we look at your inventory or your delivery. So we choose maybe 2 areas that is a problem for you, right? So if your problem is production, to say that, listen, I have 50 workers. When I do the work myself, which is one story that an entrepreneur was, an owner was conveying to us. He said, I don't understand why the output of my staff is so low, because if I were to operate this machine, they were in the business of making rolling gates and fabrication. Right? So he said that if I were to operate this machine by myself, I'm able to produce 30 gates. With 10 workers, they're not even making 60.
Wow.
Why is that the case? So then we observe, and then we track, and we look at how we enhance that production process through various tools. So tracking is key, right? and doing a comparison of what your current situation is to the end situation is always the key determining factor as to whether or not you have been successful in implementing your Kaizen intervention.
Okay, so if I were successful, then what next? I received the big fat check.
Remember, I did say that it's a continuous
process.
It's a continuous process,
right?
It's a continuous process, and I think the challenge often has been consistency and the discipline to sustain it.
Yeah.
Right. Sustaining the Kaizen practice, from my observation, has been a challenge for a lot of entrepreneurs. Right. Again, it's because they see it as an act as opposed to putting systems in place. So I mentioned one system of having like a Kaizen team. Now, a Kaizen team comprises of people from all levels of your business. So you would have maybe the driver to the production person to, the CEO being involved. And their whole role is to always have it as part of their system that, look, every week we have to look at what we can improve, and what needs to be, done to improve it. A tool that we used to engage those Kaizen themes is what we call like a fishbone diagram.
Yeah.
So, it's shaped, the diagram is shaped as a fish, but the arms of it or the bones of it looks at man, machine, method. I've forgotten the last material, for instance, right? So you take each segment and we look at, okay, in terms of man, in terms of your resource, use your 5 whys. What's the problem? Why aren't we able to produce? Is it because, we're not giving overtime or whatever issue it is? So it's a tool that you use to brainstorm, right? And when you go through those 4 components, by the time you look at the man, you look at the machine, what's the problem with the machine? You do a brainstorming process. You look at the method. You look at the material. That would give you a whole array of options to problem solve. Now, the fascinating thing is when we did that exercise at, again, one of the garment factories, so we had, we had, I think, a group of the employees there, about 20 of them, and they were very engaged and everyone was coming up with the problem and owning it. And then it came to solutions, right? So you do the same thing. Once you've diagnosed the problem, you look at, all right, let's brainstorm the solutions. And we found that sometimes when the business owner is there, it can hamper some of the ideas in terms of solutions, whether maybe because there is cost involved, or, some of the suggestions are a bit outlandish, right? So we had to kind of manage the process and maybe have a different process for management to do their brainstorming.
Okay.
And then give that room for employees to also do their brainstorming and then report to say this were the areas. Because quite often, as I said, the bosses are always saying this is my way.
Yeah.
And this is no, we can't do that because no, that's too costly, or no, this would require extra time or whatever the issue may be. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. This has been a lovely moment. We are 7 minutes to the top of the hour.
Oh,
Is
wow.
Lillian in the house?
I didn't realize I've been rambling on for almost an hour.
No, it wasn't a rambling. It was a beautiful expose. I needed a crane to tear my eyelids and make them stay awake.
Oh,
but
I'm not doing a good job keeping you awake.
No, I'm awake. I'm alive. I can do that to you. Okay, so what else should we know about Kaizen as you?
So I've talked about two of the tools, the 5S, the 7 ways, the 5 whys, asking why at least 5 times to get to the root
whys.
of the problem. There's also what I would.
Just a moment, please.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Lillian. Give me a few moments, all right?
I hope you can hear me. My sound is loud and clear.
Yes, it is, but give me a few moments, okay? I'll be with you in a moment.
Sure, no problem.
All right.
So I think what I want to end by is, again, that philosophy about being customer-centric, right? Because often my engagement with entrepreneurs is that you get bogged up with the process, right? When you ask, what it is that your customers like about your product, is from their perspective, but it's not from the client's perspective. It's not from the customer's perspective.
But it should be from the
client. It should be from the customer's perspective. So one philosophy is what we call, now let me make sure that I'm pronouncing this right, is called Genchi Gebitsu, which means go and see
Gebitsu.
Gebutsu.
Gebutsu.
Gebutsu. Yeah.
Gebutsu.
So Genchi means right here.
Denchi.
Yes,
Gebutsu.
Genchi, which means go and see for
right
yourself.
Now. Okay.
Right? You want to see how are your customers using the product.
Right.
Right. So often what we do first is observation, or we've asked you. The challenge in implementing that is, say for instance, you're a cereal maker, right? You can't go to people's homes and see, but you can ask for feedback or find out how they prepare the cereal. Or it's more effective for B2B. So if you had a school that had purchased a whole box of your cereal, you want to see their preparation. How are they using it? Are they finding it difficult opening your product, or is it the consistency okay with the mixture? So that is an opportunity for you to improve and formulate better, right? So having that customer-centric focus is key.
Right.
The other philosophy is what we say pokayoka, which means prevent mistakes or prevent human error. Right? So it's like someone selling akara. Those who sell akara, they have a system of maybe using, some of them use their hands, right? And you have someone who uses a spoon to just make sure that things are consistent. So it's just that customer-centric focus that's important. But I'd like to end by saying, we've probably touched on so many tools. The key takeaway is just doing one small improvement, even if it is 15 minutes every day. Right. You are only as best. I mean, your competition is not other businesses, but rather the version of yourself previously and how you improve on that. So if there's any takeaway that I would want to give to an entrepreneur, is that discipline and that mindset of improving incrementally, not major changes, right? Improving incrementally something every day and engaging those you work with to come up with areas of improvement for you.
Awesome. Let me see if this will represent what you're expressing to us.
Sure. Oh, it's quite good.
Tyson. That was good. That was very good. Well done.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I wished I had brought some pictures to show of the transformation, but I wasn't quite sure how we would be able to do that.
The process.
The process. So
don't worry, next time.
Well, I hope there will be no next time because you break this record.
Oh no, not for our Guinness World Record. Yeah, this one. This is the last one. This is the last one. That's no next one.
Oh my God's grace.
Yeah, unless we are doing a different version of Guinness World Record.
Absolutely. You're holding up well.
Thank you. Oh,
You're looking for.
Yeah, there was something that I saved
Okay.
on the marginal adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the power of marginal adjustment. But anyways, so final thoughts for individuals that have listened to you about Kaizen and of course your career journey. What do you leave them with?
You know the phrase, "the journey of 1,000 miles starts by
one step."
one step.
Yeah.
That's it. Right. One step.
Right.
And keep improving. The other thing I'd like to say is that I will encourage entrepreneurs and young people to find a community of those who practice Kaizen. And again, I would like to give them the resource of contacting the Ghana Enterprises Agency. They have business advisors in almost every district around in Ghana, and they have been trained in Kaizen. And so they'll be able to give you some resource. And it's if you're lucky, it may even be free, right? But I'm sure a lot of recipients of the various MasterCard program and the GEA would be familiar with Kaizen because they instill it as part of their training. So please reach out to the business advisors, join the community, but in your own personal space, you can implement that in your homes to yourself and just say, what 1% can I improve today and sustain it?
Right. Well, I think I have practiced Kaizen because,
I think you have.
Because I improved my awakeness by 1%. So I'm awake by the time you ended.
Well, I'm happy to hear that.
Thank you.
We need you more awake for the next long haul, and you'll get there, no doubt.
And by the way, the lady has the official holder. I should be the official holder, but she has 55 something, right? Yeah, so impressive to us.
Yes. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank
well,
you.
Thank you.
It's
so
an
much.
honor to have you visit us and to be here and to share the thoughts that you shared. Thank you so very much.
And thank you for allowing me to be part of your journey. I'm wishing you all the very best.
The pleasure is on my
You'll
side.
be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe one of these days we'll invite you back to come, share more thoughts on some of your other tools.
Yes.
Maybe deeper into Kaizen.
I would be happy to oblige. So
Wonderful.
Please. I'm an available resource. So please feel free to tap into it.
Wonderful.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
a lot. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too. Stay awake.
I will.
Thank
I
you.
will.
Am I able to?
Yes.
Right.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's a Kaizen. Get the perfume thing.
Oh dear. I just had to. Is it okay?
It's
Okay.
all right. It's all right. It's all right.
My clumsiness.
No worries at all. Don't worry. It's my guys. They didn't keep it where it should be.
Human error. Okay.
No worries. No worries.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Okay. Please avoid the ropes. Lillian.
Hello? Yeah.
Hi. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Let's go. Would you want to introduce yourself?
Waking up well.
I'm awake, I'm alive, and we've passed 58 hours, so we keep going.
Yeah.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Okay, so my name is Lillian Pokia, and I work in the real estate space. I'm a facilities officer currently working with Valley Real Estate. And mostly you see me share stories I call it sharing stories that really impact. And I'm a founder of Empowering Young Minds. It's all about, empowering the next generation of free young people. So a lot of the times when I come across opportunities, I do well to share with my community, just to also help in whatever way that I can. And on the side, I would say I'm a business person as well. You see me selling a lot most of the time, just also. It's good to make some extra cash on the side. My daughter, I come from a huge family as well. So that's a little bit I can share about myself. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, so our topic for today is youth and leadership.
Yeah.
All right. How would you like to start? Youth. What about youth is so inspiring for you that makes you want to talk to everybody about it?
Yeah,
Can somebody
I think
come for
earlier
the
I did
phone?
mention that. I mean, I'm the founder of Empowering Young People. So young people, that is youth. I'm a young person, right? So, and then as young people, we are growing, and then we are the next. Should I say the next set of leaders that we are coming up in some few years to come. Even currently, we are in some leadership positions as well. So the youth also, because even if you look at Ghana, and then you look at our population, young people make up a majority part of the population as well. So for me, I think it's really, really crucial that as young people, when we even hold spaces for young people, we are intentional about building young people up. I know that as if you're a young person, you need to take that on yourself, but there should be systems and structures in place to also see that young people are being, when you're being trained and then being brought up in a way that one day and even today they can take over, and then they can take over well. So I think it's really, really important for us to, it's a topic that we should talk about more often. We should discuss more often. Yeah.
Okay. How did you get into leadership?
I hope I'm still very
Yeah, audible.
and
I
you
can
can
hear
hear
you.
me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I was asking, but my microphone was muted then. How did you get into leadership?
I got it, I would say, from a very young age. From a very young age, even in schools, I've been in, okay, maybe in primary and the likes. It was always about being a prefect. I remember we used to even fight over who would be, what do we call this? Even blackboard cleaner, because it felt like you were being assigned to do something, and we were always excited about that. So from a very, very young age, I've been in prefectorial roles from primary to junior high, senior high school. I was the first assistant girls prefect in my senior high. I got to uni, take on the role of class rep. I also got involved in some non-profit organizations while I was in uni. So from being a team leader, I became vice president of that local committee, that chapter. So that was the incoming global talent portfolio of ISEC in KNUST. And after that, so for me, leadership is something that I believe it naturally just comes to me, that I can take it up if I have to take it. If I want to take it up, I can take it up. And even after uni, entering the workforce, I mean, I started as a national service person, but somehow the role that I was put in, I was now coordinating with people who are very, very much older than me. People have experienced more than I do. I've had the opportunity to sort of also sit in certain rooms to really be a part of, say, the decision makers in the organization. And I'm a young person, So for me, I would say leadership is something that naturally it comes to me, but then now I've also realized that there is so much to leadership that I don't know that I need to learn, because in the process of being in charge of people, I've realized that there is so much yet to. There's so much I need to know, even when it comes to how to manage people, how to deal with people in a corporate sector when you're trying to get your teams to just bringing everyone together so that at the end of the day we're able to achieve, say, the vision and mission of the company. And then on the side, on the side, even running my own Pine Young Minds organization, you need to be able to lead yourself first before you're able to lead others to be able to achieve whatever mission or vision you have in mind. So for me, if you ask me how I got into leadership, I've sort of just been put in certain position that has required me to be a leader. That is the best way. That's how best I can put it. Yeah.
Okay, so what are some of the earliest impressions that you are?
I don't know if you're speaking, but if you are, your microphone is muted.
Don't worry, I wasn't dreaming. I was talking to you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I'm awake. Don't worry. I wasn't talking in my dream. So, going back into those early stages of leadership, what were some of the impressions that confirmed that, this is something you always want to be part of? You want to be in position of leadership all the time?
I don't think I sort of wanted to be in. I don't think there was a moment where there was this impression where I'm like, oh, I always want to be a leader. I've never had that impression.
Okay.
What I can say now is the things that I want to do or the things that I need to do requires me to be a leader. So I need to develop myself to even be a leader. That's how best I can answer this question. Yeah.
Okay. So your leadership has been not by your own choice, but people noticing your capacity or your skills?
Not necessarily. Okay, so people have seen certain things in me that they've put me in certain positions, but now the things that I need to do, just like I mentioned, the things that I have to do requires me to actually be a leader. So I hope that answers the question. I need to be a leader because of the things that I have to do. If it makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so your work requires you to be a leader, and then you became a leader. Not necessarily that you wanted to be a leader. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I wanted to be a leader. I simply have to be a leader, yeah.
Okay, so how did you actualize becoming a leader even when you didn't want to be a leader?
How did I actualize being a leader?
Living up to your necessity. So necessity dawned on you. You have work that demands that you become a leader. So how did you become a good leader? Or are you only a figurehead?
So, if I get you right, okay, the last question I get, am I a good leader or I'm simply, say, a figurehead? I would definitely say when it comes to leadership, I am on that learning is a learning curve for me. It's definitely a learning curve for me. I believe there's so much I need to learn in order to even be a good leader. But what I've also realized is, even for some of the roles that I was put in, I had certain traits and then I'll say characteristics. That is why I was entrusted to, I was entrusted to be in certain positions. I think sometimes when you're put in certain positions, you could be a figurehead, all right, but for you, in order for you to be successful, for you to succeed and then succeed well, then you need to be a good leader. One of the things that I would say is a learning curve for me is when it comes to projects that I am personally spearheading. I think what I've realized about myself is when it comes to when there's a structure in place already, and I'm a leader over certain things, because there's a structure in place already. I'm able to navigate, and then if it's leading my people, it's a project I'm leading, I'm able to do that and do that very well. So as an individual, right? What I'm now also learning, that for projects that I am spearheading as a good leader, I need to be able to put structures and certain systems in place in order for me to succeed in projects that I'm spearheading. Just like how, let's say a corporate structure, or if it's a volunteering project that I'm on and I'm volunteering, I'm able to be a good leader in those positions. I need to be able to also create certain structures and systems in place for projects that I am spearheading. So I hope that answers the question. If not, you can, let me know something else I need to answer. Yeah.
Give me case studies. Which instances and which structures and systems could help our audience understand how you've been able to work your way around living up to your role, your position as a leader?
Okay, so instances, say, let me maybe back as the one I used to. So I used to handle credit control. It was one of the responsibilities that was handed over to me, right? So credit control, I have a team of facilities officers that every now and then I need to check in with them to see what is going on, what the challenges are, and then to find out, because in the real estate space, a lot of the times we have what we call service charge. Homeowners needs to make payment. They need to make payment of their management fees and all of that. These service charges are what we use to more or less keep the property, especially the common area, in good condition, because there are services that we provide and all of that. And the challenge was, a lot of the time, some of the homeowners, you need to do a lot of follow-ups in order to get them to pay the monies and all of that. So, and then looking at the role of my colleagues, it can get very, very busy because you're doing a lot of coordination. You have to coordinate a lot of things. You're meeting with vendors, contractors, and all of that. So in a day, there's so much that you have to do. But the time that you need to actually sit down to do these follow-ups with the homeowners, they can be very challenging. So when I came in, it was to assist them when I needed to understand what their challenges are, what is the issue on the ground. So when I understood what was actually happening, and then together we started to sort of also brainstorm how best to go about it. And then for them, what they also needed was for someone to just be checking in every now and then to see how how best we are going to tackle the issue, and then also actually assist them to do the work. So there are certain things, it's not just me coming to follow up from you what is happening. I'm doing a part of what you need to do. If it's an email I need to draft, I'm going to draft it, send it to you for you to share with whoever you need to share with. If I need to make a call on your behalf, I just sit down with you and let you know this is what I'm going to do. This and that is what we need to do. So I'm going to do this part. I keep them in the know of what is going on. So I am being supported because I am there to also support them. And then there were some other, colleagues that had challenges even when it came to reporting and all of that. There was actually the guys that for a really long time management has been asking him to produce some reports. They've tried every means that they can to make sure the guy produces the report, but he was not doing it. So I came in and then I just assisted him to come up with a report. I from the very beginning, I also had to create sample of, how management wanted their reports to look like. So I sent him a sample. He already had what we called an occupancy report. What we needed is a credit control report. So we just needed the details, just simply showed him how to go about it. So, and in this particular scenario, what I did was to sort of talk to them and understand what is actually going on when it comes to them, what's actually going on, and then also support in whatever way that I can. So I think that really, really helped. And that for that particular year, we're able to, get a lot of the homeowners to pay their service charge, because we've now like put structures in place for certain properties. We had days where we would check in with the facilities officers. We had a procedure. I would say we had a procedure as to how we go about when it comes to, collecting our service charges and all of that. If you're doing a follow-up via call, an email, the second email, the third email that we're going to send to you, everything is different. So we just put together a structure to make sure that, my people knew what we were doing, and then they followed it. And at the end of it, they were able to do some really, really good work when it came to, that bit. Yeah.
Not bad. Do you have other case studies?
Another case study. Oh, I hope my light is open. The light I was using just went off. Let me see another case study. Okay. Currently, yes. So I have there's a maintenance guy that I work direct with. He's a handyman, he can do all sort of things. So I think a lot of the times, one thing that I've realized is when it comes to communication, there's a lot of things that can be solved when, even when there is people, because there can be so many disagreements, and sometimes you just need to sit someone down to have a very honest conversation. So I realized when it comes to, he has his own way, I would say, of going about works. Personally, for me, when I need to do something or when I'm assigned something, I like to attend to it immediately and then just get things done, right? And then I think for him, I saw, or after some time, I realized that sometimes when he's being asked to do something, he takes time to do it, right? So a lot of the times I'm just wondering, why has he not gone to do what he needs to do? Right. It's just something that I realized over time. So one time we had a bit of disagreement, and then he didn't communicate as to why he's not able to do whatever he has been assigned to do. So I had a conversation with him that what is going on, right? Then he now explained this and that he needs to attend to something, right? And then also we had a very sensitive conversation where we discussed about he explained that sometimes when certain tasks are assigned to him, he just needs some time before he attends to it. He would eventually get it done. So that is how he likes to go about certain things. I mean, unless, of course, it's an emergency situation that needs to be attended to. If not, he just has his own way of going about it. I think that conversation also sort of like it taught me that we're all very different how we approach work or how we like to get things done are very, very different. So just that conversation, having a very honest conversation, and we just sort of like trying to figure things out, because at the end of the day, what we want is a good work to be done. So if he needs 20 minutes more before he starts the work, so far as it's not an emergency, then we can get it done. So we just sort of like went over what my expectations from him are, and then he also made known what some of his concerns are, and then I understood him. He also understands where I'm coming from, and I think I've seen a lot of, and now I understand him better, I would say. So I would say there's been like a lot of improvement in our working relationship. It's a very, very cordial and respectful working relationship that we have, yeah.
Okay. The question is, so let's stay with the guy. Am I on?
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can see you're talking, but I can't hear you.
So the gentleman who you give task and he chooses his time to do it. So he explained to you that he likes to take his time to do the task. Was that the understanding?
Yeah.
And then
let's say personally, just like I was saying, I like to attend to things immediately. So if it's an email I need to draft, sometimes I just attend to it immediately just to clear it off my desk. So maybe if he needs some, like in 5 minutes time or 10 minutes time, he's just gonna go get it done. But just like I mentioned, if it's an emergency, then he's attending to it immediately, because at the end of the day, he's still going to get it done. I think my expectation was that, okay, I tell you, okay, we need to fix ABC, and then you start gathering your tools to go get it done. Yeah.
But you had the conversation with him, and after he told you how he likes to work, then you understood him. Did you? I'm just curious, because assuming that there are deliverables that requires his participation and he was waiting to get favorable timeline for himself, how does it affect everyone else's output? Or he will still meet the deadline regardless of whether he did it at 9:49 when it's supposed to be submitted at 9:50?
Yeah, with this line of work, he's able to meet deadlines. I wouldn't say they're exactly deadlines, it's a lot of fixing every now and then. So it could be I've noticed something that needs to be attended to. So just like I mentioned, if it's something that needs to be attended to immediately in emergency cases, he does attend to it. So some of the things that maybe he takes his time is not, I wouldn't term it as urgent, because at the end of the day, he's still able to get things done. So it's definitely not an issue. I think that's why it's something that's also okay with me, because I know that at the end of the day, he will get it done. Yeah.
All right.
And he doesn't quit. Yeah, the work. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Back to youth and leadership. So now, by your own estimation of yourself, you say you are not sure if you're a good leader.
I wouldn't say that. What I would say is I'm definitely learning how to be a good leader and even be a leader, because for me it's a learning curve, it's a huge learning curve. So everyday experience is teaching me even how to be a leader, and to be a good one. You get it? So I'll say it's a learning curve for me, and it's interesting to say. Yeah.
Who is a good leader then?
Who is a good leader?
What makes a good leader?
I'm not sure if I know what makes a good leader yet. Yeah. Yeah.
That demands an eyebrow.
Mm.
It demands an eyebrow. You're not sure.
I don't have let me put it this way. I don't have an answer of who a good leader is. Let me put it that way. Yeah.
Okay. I see. Just 1 second. Let me respond to our next speaker. Isn't it amazing that it seems leadership is not a subject you like or want to discuss, but that's what you choose?
It's definitely something that I want to discuss. That's why I put it in there. So
yeah, but
yeah,
the questions, you're tap dancing around the question. It seems you're not sure who a good leader is, and you're not sure if you are leading properly, and you are not a leader because you chose. You are a leader because you have to be as a result of where you are. So I'm thinking to myself, where is this conversation going to become substantial for the listener? Because if I was listening, I want to hear your thinking around youth and leadership. But right now, it doesn't seem like you have, or you're coming forth with what happens when a young person is a leader, or what that person is supposed to be doing. Am I getting it wrong, or I'm not asking the right question? Do you have other set of questions for me to ask?
I mean, from your current submission, I wouldn't agree with you.
Okay.
I wouldn't agree with you entirely.
Explain it to
I
me.
don't know if it's the questions or if it's my responses, because youth and leadership, what I was, even just my thoughts around it, I think some of the things that were just like running through my mind, even as I was preparing to come on the interview, is, let's talk about young people in leadership position. Let's talk about, how young people should also be given the opportunity to be in certain leadership position, because that is how they learn. That is why it's youth and leadership, like young people in leadership position, because when you give them the platform, that is, even in them making mistakes, they learn so much when they make mistakes. It's a learning experience for them, because there have been certain situations where, I mean, in our national service programs for university graduates, sometimes people will say when they go to jobs, they are being sent to go do ABC, things that are not even tied to, should I say, they're not tied to the corporate setting, right? They are not being given the opportunity to be in positions like that. And sometimes it can be as simple as handing over that person a responsibility where you make sure that person is the one responsible for it. It can be certain things very, very simple, and then you simply trust them to perform, and in that process they even get to learn about themselves. They get to learn what leadership entails. Sometimes you need to also put them in certain rooms where they are simply at the back, and then they are watching how things work. In that process they are learning so much from it, because I am a young person, and when you say, okay, I'm a leader simply because I've sort of been forced into it, or positions that I'm in simply requires me to be a leader. It's not something I would also agree with you completely, because I did also mention that before I was put in certain positions, it was because I exhibited certain character traits that was, I would say, leadership character traits. So I was hoping that, through these conversations, that we'll put young people in charge, and then also for young people to also just go out and do certain things for themselves. Today, I was just listening to this Afropolitan podcast, and Vusi was on the interview, and then one of the things that he said, he was asked this question, that how does, what does it take for someone to be successful in order for the person to build? And one of the things that he was saying is that, success is really, really up to you. At the end of the day, there are so many barriers, there are so many challenges, especially here in Africa. We all know how things work in Ghana. As a young graduate, you're out of work, maybe after say national service, you're out of job, you're looking for something to do.
Lillian.
Sometimes a lot of us, we may use that as an excuse to say that we're not coming from.
Hello, Lillian. Hang on.
Sorry?
Hang on. Let me play back your response to you, but maybe I'm the one that didn't hear you, because you say you don't agree with my assessment of your previous response. So let's see whether I didn't hear you right or you didn't remember what you said. So just...
All right, no problem.
Demands that you become a leader. Your homes and...
Sorry, I can't hear.
Hold on. When it's up, I'll let you know. Instances into you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Are you hearing? I'm awake. Don't worry. I wasn't talking in my dream. So, going back into those early stages of leadership, what were some of the impressions that confirmed that, this is something you always want to be part of? You want to be in position of leadership all the time?
I don't think I sort of wanted to be in. I don't think there was a moment where there was this impression where I'm like, oh, I always want to be a leader. I've never had that impression. What I can say now is the things that I want to do, or the things that I need to do, requires me to be a leader. So I need to develop myself to even be a leader. That's how best I can answer this question. Yeah.
Okay. So your leadership has been not by your own choice, but people noticing your capacity or your skills?
Not necessarily. Okay, so people have seen certain things in me that they've put me in certain positions, but now the things that I need to do, just like I mentioned, the things that I have to do requires me to actually be a leader. So I hope that answers the question. I need to be a leader because of the things that I have to do. If it makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so your work requires you to be a leader, and then you became a leader. Not necessarily that you wanted to be a leader. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I wanted to be a leader. I simply have to be a leader, yeah.
Okay, so how did you actualize becoming a leader even when you didn't want to be a leader?
How did I actualize being a leader?
Living up to your necessity. So necessity dawned on you. You have work that demands that you become a leader. So how did you become a good leader? Or are you only a figurehead?
So, if I get you right, okay, the last question I get, am I a good leader or I'm simply, say, a figurehead? I'll definitely say when it comes to leadership, I am on that learning, is a learning curve for me. It's definitely a learning curve for me. I believe there's so much I need to learn in order to even be a good leader. But what I've also realized is, even for some of the roles that I was put in, I had certain traits and then I'll say characteristics. That is why I was entrusted to, I was entrusted to be in certain positions. I think sometimes when you're put in certain positions, you could be a figurehead, all right. But for you, in order for you to be successful, for you to succeed and then succeed all, then you need to be a good leader. One of the things that I'll say is a learning curve for me is when it comes to projects that I am personally spearheading. I think what I've realized about myself is when it comes to when there's a structure in place already, and I'm a leader over certain things because there's a structure in place already. I'm able to navigate, and then if it's leading my people, it's a project I'm leading, I'm able to do that and do that very well. So as an individual, right? What I'm now also learning that for projects that I am spearheading as a good leader.
So, did I miss your submission or?
What I would say in addition to that is, yes, I mentioned I am in certain leadership position because there's a need for me to be in it and I require to be in leadership position. But also maybe what you didn't catch is I mentioned from a very young age, some of these leadership positions that I was in, or nobody forced me into those positions. I went in for them.
But nobody forced people.
There are some of these
positions. Lillian.
Sorry?
Lillian.
Yeah.
Relax, okay? Relax.
I'm just trying to make a point across. I don't know if the word force is what didn't make it sound right.
Yeah.
Even in senior high school, you need to. Are you saying something?
Yeah. I'm saying I get where you're coming from. The fact of the matter, as you want to express it, is that you happen to be a leader because of the responsibilities that were given to you. Is that a fair assessment to create an understanding between us?
It's not entirely fair.
Okay,
let me
structure
add something to it.
Yeah, structure it for me, because if I don't understand it,
I have been in.
I feel like if I don't understand it, others will not also understand it, and I will want for you to go home happy tonight. So I don't want you to be misunderstood or feel misunderstood.
Okay. That's completely fine, and I get you, and thank you for that.
All right.
What I would just add to it is that even in I would say the positions that I was put in, before you would hand over something to anyone to assume responsibility of them, you see certain traits in them before you hand over certain because I didn't start from wherever I was before I was handed those responsibilities. Whenever, whatever role or whatever I've been assigned to, I do it and do it well. I'll say I'm a very effective person, right? Very, very efficient, I would say. So it was based on some of these things that certain roles were handed over to me. Now, even with some of the scenarios that I created where I sort of walked you through what I had to do, no one sort of sits you down to to teach you, this is how you go about it. I came up with them, and genuinely, I do enjoy doing that for me personally, because sometimes I just meet people, talk to them, try to sort of also just give them little bits of advice on my own, right? I genuinely do enjoy. So it's something that when it comes naturally to me. And then there have been certain roles that I have personally in for them, because I wanted them. Maybe that is part of the story that I've probably not shed more light on them, right? I've gone in for them because I wanted to do them. I wanted to contribute in a way. I'm part of, even at my previous workplace, there's a lot of, when it came to, say, volunteering work for certain roles, I volunteered on some of these projects, and then by even when it comes to the team, how I contribute to it, in based on even my performance in other places, they will hand you, say, a larger portfolio for you to handle. And those things are not simply handed over to me. It's because they've sort of seen me do well in this. So the assumption is, if we are to give her this to also handle something that she's do exceptionally well, right? Because this is, she has some really, really wonderful character traits, and we see a leader in her as well. I hope you understand me. If not, you can ask more questions, and that's completely fine.
Lillian. Let's move on to another point. So right now, what's your aspiration for the position that you are currently occupying? I understand from the examples that you gave, the case studies that you gave, you lead a unit. Is it a unit or a team?
As a team, I have about 16 permanently, but every now and then I have people coming now and then because of the kind of work we do. Yeah.
What work do you do?
Permanently, I'll say 16. Sorry?
Okay. What work do you do?
I'm a facilities officer. I'm in the property management department, working in the real estate space. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. All right. So, your goal or your desire is to see more young people in leadership positions.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. So, why should a young person be a leader? A leader of other young people? Is it a leader of other young people, or let's say, let's just put it because this is Global Student Entrepreneurship Week. It's important for me that I have young people like you also as part of the speakers, which is why I was eager to hear what you have to say to the global audience. So, are we talking about a young person becoming a president because there's been lots of old presidents?
Not necessarily. For me, even when I think about, say, young people in leadership positions, one is even being a leader of your own life. You need to, as young people, we need to take charge of our own lives. I think a lot of the times, or what I've seen in a lot of situations, is that some young people may be held back because of challenges that they have, and I have seen other young people who push regardless. And some of these, even older angels, sometimes when I listen to their stories, every odd was against them, but they were able to rise up above every odd that was against them. So as a young, take charge of our own lives. There's so much that we need to learn. We need to build the right relationships. We need to build ourselves up. We need to become so valuable that we are indispensable, that people should know what we are capable of. So we need to show work. We need to really, really show work. So even when it comes to leadership, it's about us leading our own lives, taking charge of our lives, and then being in control. And also, I hope that even management, our bosses would also see that we are also very, very capable, and that when they trust us, because in that process, as young people, we are learning, we are becoming better. We may make mistakes. Those mistakes, they are huge lessons, because if we don't fail, how would we learn, right? So yes, it's about young people simply taking charge of their own lives and then pushing for themselves. I think I mentioned earlier that I just was listening to a podcast where Vusi was like, success is really, really up to you. Because when he started his venture fund, it was very, very new in the market. What people knew about was small business funding, right? There were barriers everywhere. There were challenges everywhere, and every excuse, he said that every excuse is right. Those excuses, they are actually valid, and he can easily give up, but he didn't give up. He rose up and did what he had to do, and today he's where he is. So at the end of the day, it's really, really all up to us. And then being a Christian, I do believe that there are a lot of things that we need to partner with God for some of the things that He wants to do in and through our lives. So there's a huge role that we need to play. So we should take charge of our own lives. And then also people, I'll say, the older generation should also give us the platforms to, simply just hand over things for us to learn in the process. And as a young person, don't also wait for things to be handed over to you, because a lot of the times things will simply not be handed over to you. You need to show work, and people will need to know that you're capable. And so you also need to put yourself out there and then lead yourself and then go lead. Yeah.
All right. That's good. This is a better attempt, don't you think?
Thank you for that.
All right. As we get closer to the top of the hour, what I will say, just so that I give you value for participating in this. Number one is, you're right. Young people can be leaders. But the fact is, and by the way, you're right again, leadership starts from you leading yourself, demonstrating that you are somebody who can be trusted with responsibility. But then leadership requires understanding. So you need to first understand what it means to be a leader. You need to know what it means to be a leader, because responsibility is about expectation, and expectation is about capacity. If I give you this platform, it's because I think you are capable of being here. You have what it takes to be here. There are many people on the wait list who couldn't get in. So every platform is a privilege. And a platform of this nature is an expression of trust. So I don't doubt that you are as skillful as, your words has portrayed you to be. One of the things that you said that I suppose every young person should listen to is, you said everything that has been given to you, you have been able to deliver. But the area I will recommend to you that you work on is make a deliberate effort and put yourself on a program to understand what leadership really means. Okay? Put yourself on the training, because if you don't understand that first you're a leader, it will be difficult for anyone to listen beyond that. First, you are not a figurehead if you are talking about leadership. So you chose the topic because you want to discuss the topic. And my expectation and the expectation of others watching is that you know exactly what you're talking about. And in that 1 hour slot, you have all it takes to do justice to the topic with case studies and lived examples. So don't ever give people the impression that you don't know what you're about. If you don't know, you can find out. If you're unsure, you can confirm. But what you cannot do is to create the impression that you are not who you are. If you lead 2 people, you are a leader. If someone has given you a responsibility and have expectation of you for accountability, you are a leader. Life is in stages. You are at this level now. Tomorrow, you'll be given higher responsibility depending on the output of your work today. So, when you want to discuss your achievements, don't look at where you want to go or what you think you don't have. Look at what you've been able to achieve from those trusts and expectations that were delivered through you. Okay? That way, you create even the confidence to achieve the result you are looking forward to in the next assignment. Because when you open your mouth to talk, you tell everybody, you tell everybody who you are. So you are either a leader or you're not. Okay? There are no 2 middle grounds. You are either a leader or you're not. And the world is looking for leaders. Your generation is looking for leaders. Every generation is looking for a leader. So maybe this is the spark that you're waiting for or looking for to be able to rediscover yourself. So if you listen to what I said now, it's going to be of tremendous benefit to you, because I think you are smart. Your communication is excellent to me. You are confident. So represent. All right. We have 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah.
No worries. We have 4 minutes left. Let's tie it up on a positive and a more exciting note. Do you have anyone you want to shout out to, anything else to add to the conversation so that we can transition to Darren in the US?
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and thank you for your kind words too. These are words that, I'll definitely work on that. I hear you. So thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this, and also just praying for you as well. All the best with this. Yeah, those would be my final words. Yeah.
Thank you, Lillian.
Most welcome.
All right. Just give me a few seconds so that I can hand over to Darren.
Okay.
Hi, Darren. Thanks, Lillian.
Welcome.
There we go. Got the right camera now.
Yes, you're back.
Hey, how are you, sir?
I'm very well, boss. I've been looking forward to speaking with you. You bring that energy.
We try.
This one, your smile, it lights up the room, and let's talk about UX.
Oh, man, good old UX.
Yeah.
Man, yeah. And for those of you that don't know me, Darren Hood, I'm a UX professional residing in the United States, specifically in Southfield, Michigan, which is just outside of Detroit. I've been a practitioner for 30 years in this discipline, since before it was actually called UX. In 1995, I started doing this work and just fell in love with it. And like many people who got involved early in the discipline, I fell into it. Today, people make a decision to get into UX. I fell into it.
Right.
And
That's
just fell
amazing.
into it. And it's good to fall in love with something, to work in an area that you love. As people say, you do that, you never work a day in your life. You just love it. I do it when I'm not at work. So, yeah, love it. So for those of y'all that don't know me, that's me in a nutshell. So thanks for having me, Tom-Chris. Thank
you for the opportunity to engage with you again. Last year, you inspired us and you shared some thought-provoking words. So yeah, what's been new? It seems you've really worked over the past 1 year since we spoke.
Yeah, what's new for me? New job since the last time we spoke.
Yeah.
Fortunate to be working at a company that does push for the actual understanding of what UX is. I was having a conversation with somebody today that people work at companies and they have a UX job, but it doesn't mean that you actually do UX work. I'm fortunate to be at a company where I can actually do UX work, and as we like to call it, pure UX. I'm not the only person who says that. Other people in my company, they embrace the same thing. So that's new. My wife and I bought a house.
Congrats.
Looking at my office in the back, a little bit in the background, my little mini museum.
Impressive.
There behind me with a Palm 3 box. You don't see it.
That's awesome.
Way back in the day. And I'm coming close to wrapping up my PhD. I finished my research and I'm starting to compile and analyze my data.
Right.
As we speak. So hopefully by next year, I'll be Dr. Hood.
That's amazing. Wow. Congrats in advance. And of course, we have a conversation in the pipeline. Hopefully, when you've delivered some of these immediate milestones, then we can activate that one.
Yeah. Yes, awesome. Sir. Absolutely.
Okay. You have unquestionable expertise in the subject. You are one of the godfathers of the subject matter. So where would you like to start from?
Oh, man. It's on you. I have something that I would start with, but I'm going to defer to you. Where do you want to start?
Maybe give a general understanding to the viewers why you take the position you've taken. It seems the audience are responding to you. So what's missing in that conversation that you are uniquely qualified to provide the insights for?
It's sad to say that it's unique, but I mentioned a few moments ago, pure UX. Again, I started doing the work in 1995, and in 2011, there was a shift. There was UX became, by that time, we're calling it UX, and a lot of people were getting into the discipline. They wanted to get into the discipline. People are being told that this is an up-and-coming field. It's a place to be, and the salary report started to get out, and people said, wow, I can make that much money doing this work. I want a part of that. Not realizing that is a problem. So part of what makes me unique is that I'm one of the people who was doing it almost from the beginning, from the very beginning. And so I have a vantage point that a lot of people do not. And pure UX, as we like to call it, real UX work is not understood by the vast majority of people that are coming into UX. But what I need is that when people engage with me, they get to learn the real thing.
Right.
Now, the sad thing about it is a lot of companies don't know what UX is either. So they're hiring people who don't know what the companies don't know what UX is. They're hiring people who don't really know what UX work is. And that's a really bad combination. So you have to be courageous to do UX work the right way. I actually interacted with somebody, I think they were from Ghana, about a week ago. And the person he wanted to argue with me. Number one, I don't argue. We need to breathe. Having some mode of transportation is a good place to be. We need currency to do the vast majority of I mean, there's certain things that are absolutes. A person who's been doing UX work, if they've really been doing that for 2 years, cannot argue with somebody who's been doing UX work for 30. And the mere fact, and I told the person, I said, there was two of us, I said, you're interacting with two people of color who function as leaders in this discipline. Please make the most out of this opportunity. And of course they didn't. So when people do interact with me, I've got a lot of great jewels to offer you. Question is, will you take it or will you go for what we call the counter of pure UX in the cult of UX? Because the vast majority of people coming into UX today are basically operating like they're in a cult. And they don't want to pay attention to the real UX stuff. And so if you interact with me, feel free. People do. Please don't ask me to give a lot of my time. I just simply don't have it. Those people do. Can you review my portfolio? Nope, don't have time. And then they get mad at me. You just prove you don't belong in the field because you have no patience and you have no consideration for somebody else's time. But if you are, I mean, I host a monthly global meetup. Some people from Africa join. They come in, sit, talk, listen, whatever it is. But when you have, when I met the people who preceded me in the field, I just sat there and I took advantage of that and I listened. I shut up and I listened. That's not happening to people today. So the unique thing with me is if you want to learn real UX, if you want to do it the right way, if you want to learn UX in a way that's going to be sustainable, then connect and let's interact. If you want to play the game and reduce UX to UI, you're getting caught up in the cult of UX. There is no such thing as UX UI, by the way. Even though a lot of people believe that. There's no such thing. That was made up by people who didn't know what UX was. And if you don't learn that up front, you will get caught in that whirlwind of misinformation. and you'll start to say that, and you'll put visuals above the actual science that's associated with what we do. Because if you're a UX professional, you're a scientist. Now, if you're a UI professional, you're not a scientist. And if you're a UI UX professional, you're not a scientist either. So that means you're on the wrong side of the line of the sand.
So that's the
unique thing I've got.
Yeah, let's dovetail into that a little bit more. So the last time, we brushed over this topic, but I wanted to understand, how did the misrepresentation or misunderstanding get started? I know you are an academic, so you have deeper understanding of the origin. So where did it get started from that people deviated from, as you said, the pure UX?
Yeah, it started in 2011, 2012.
Okay.
When we called it the gold rush. So when people heard about gold in California, they went out there to get it. They didn't have an understanding, and a lot of people found fool's gold. I love the metaphor. When everybody started hearing about UX, they wanted to get their part of it, and they started running out trying to get it. And we struggled, even people who were in the field struggled to explain what UX was. Now, those of us that were practicing it didn't know how to explain it, and we didn't. I didn't either for years. The people who were running out there and in the gold rush didn't know how to explain it either. And so people started assuming or thinking that UX was a visual design field only. And that what we do was about graphic design, visual design, making things look good. They thought that's what, and people to this day, I'll meet a bunch of people and they'll say, oh, you're in UX? Oh, you're here to make things look good. No, I'm here to make sure things work good, work well. Not about the look. The look is the smallest part of it, and we have a ton of work to do before we get to the look of it.
Right.
So people were trying to explain what UX was, and they were failing, and that's where that UX/UI started. People just started saying it because it was catchy. They started saying it because they thought that it was helping them to explain what UX was, and it started to catch on. And a lot of people like me who were around earlier, we didn't bother saying anything about it. I had UX UI in my title for the first and only time in 2013. I was happy to have a job. I didn't think about it as being an issue. But within about a year or two, I realized how much of a problem it was, that when people hear it, then they get infected with that same misinformation of the people who said it. So it's this ongoing problem. People meant well when they did it. They meant well. But meaning well and doing well, as we know, are two different things. Mm. So that's where it started. But it does cause people to, it doesn't foster an understanding of what UX is. It actually creates confusion. Mm. And it will result in the devaluation of the people that are doing the work.
So
it leaves nothing but destruction in its path.
Let's unpack that. So now, what's the real problem here? Is it that the merging of UX and UI resulted in product design misnomer, or that it gave unnecessary assignment to individuals who are not supposed to take additional responsibilities? Because I can imagine somebody listening from the background and going like, okay, so what's actually the real issue here? Is it because I get to do more, or that I get to deviate from my core responsibilities? What is the issue that gets on your nerve when people...
The real issue is misunderstanding.
Okay.
We should always want people... UX is a discipline that revolves around nomenclatures and taxonomies. How do we label things, and how do we group things?
Right.
That's at the foundation of what we do. Ironically, we fail when we misapply labels to ourselves and group ourselves in the wrong place. It makes no sense. It's quite ironic that happens. So if people think that we are here to do visual work and don't realize we're here to examine cognitive load, we're here to optimize wayfinding, we're here to make sure that people understand the semiotics. A lot of people just say, what? What did he just say? Yes, semiotics. That's a part of UX. And the one that ask any UX UI person what that is without them Googling it real quick. They don't know what it is. But I'll tell you, semiotics has to do with how it's connected with things like iconography. When people see a visual representation of an image, what do they associate that with?
Right.
And it's heavily in when it comes to iconography, which is why a very small numbers of icons are universally understood without text to back them up. But semiotics is part of the science associated with that. So we don't want people, when we call ourselves the wrong thing, we cause people to misunderstand who we are. So the problem is misunderstanding. And by the way, product design may have existed back then, but it surely wasn't related to UX. And the title of product designer didn't really start showing up until about 2017, 2018, 2019. You didn't even see it until then. And no two product designers really do the same thing, because companies don't know what to call their UX people. So they call some of them product designers. And a lot of product designers are nothing more than glorified UI designers. That's really all they are. They're order takers. They do what the client asks them to do. They don't dig into it to find out, should we actually be doing this, which is what the UX person would do. And I've even seen people try to group product design in under UX. No. Product design, truthfully, was born out of UX and does not properly represent UX most times that you see it. So you can even distance product design from UX a lot of times, because what's being done is so different.
And so
markedly different. Yeah.
And so if UX is about taxonomy and nomenclature, then it seems to be a lightweight job, don't you think?
No, that's only a part of it. There are 250. Minimally, I have an illustration that's well known around the world. Those of you who are interested, if you go to Google or images.google.com and search for Darren Hood, landscape of UX, you will find an illustration. That illustration has, somebody counted it. They said there's 250 things. UX is associated. That's why UX/UI doesn't work, because you're saying 250/1. UX and UI is under that umbrella. So it consists of 250 methods, methodologies, techniques, and deliverables associated with the discipline.
Okay, so besides title and representation, why is UX UI bad for companies?
When people say UX UI, it's misrepresenting. A lot of times, if I'm looking for a job and I see UX UI in the title or anywhere in the job description, I'm not even going to apply there.
Why?
Because it's an immediate sign that company has low, what we call UX maturity levels. That's going to freak a lot of people out to hear me say that, but it's true. Now, when you really, really need a job, you're going to go ahead and apply. I'm not saying do what I do. I'm telling you what I would do, because I know what that says. And I have talked to numerous companies about working for them over the years when they use that UX UI, and I talk to them and I find out they start to confirm they have a very bad UX maturity level, which means they will not respect somebody who has a background like me. The last thing I want to do is go into a toxic work environment. Yes, you need to get paid, but nobody wants you do want to sleep at night, and you need to not experience certain things during the day in order to sleep at night. And to have a boss who doesn't know what you know, to have leaders that don't know what you know and don't champion what you're doing, that's most of the time, it's safe to say, going to be par for the course. And folks are not going to appreciate you. Now, if you're just getting started, it's not going to happen. They're not afraid of you. They're not going to push back at you. It's not until you start to know and understand certain things that, yeah, people they're going to write you off. So a company is broadcasting to the world that they have a low UX maturity level when they use that combo.
So, okay, let me push you a little bit on what you said before.
Yeah.
Principally, companies bring experts because they have unquestionable understanding and expertise of whatever role they are coming to play. So ideally, they are supposed to know, right? They are supposed to be the ones that know. So
yeah.
So let's say a founder or a manager or whatever, the HR director, whoever it is, hires a UX director. Ideally, it's not in HR director's job description to know. So the UX director is supposed to know and have that unquestionable expertise. So in the first place, it's his job to provide the answers. That's number one. Number two is, based off of what you said now, so which company is doing UX in the way that you've expressed it?
A very small.
Names. Do you have names?
Names? Oh God, no, I can't do that. I can't give you names.
Because you know, I scan in my head and it seems to me like your standard for UX is too high. Is it religion?
No. Actually, my standard for UX is based on everything that I've learned over the years, everything that I was taught. I have 2 UX related master's degrees. I was actually self-taught initially.
Okay.
But I trusted the things that I read. I have a very large library. I studied a lot of books, and the things that I'm saying, people may not like it, but they're actually in the books. So these things are not concepts that were birthed out of my imagination, sitting in a dark closet, coming up with just goofy ideas. These are things that I've learned over the years and handed down from experts. The standards I'm talking about is actually what we're all supposed to be doing. It only seems high when people have been grounded in the cult of UX, and something that we call anchoring bias.
Right.
They heard that stuff first. This is one of our biggest problems. Actually, it's one of the main causes, because I met somebody the other day. We're trying to redo part of our kitchen, and I met somebody at an unnamed store, And it turned out that the person is a graphic designer with an interest in UX. Happened to come up during the conversation. And I let her know my background, and she was excited to talk to me, and she was excited to hear about my podcast and all this kind of stuff. And oh man, UX UI, first thing out of her mouth. And I just got sad. I didn't say anything, but I know that that's the norm. And so people think that's the first thing they hear, so they think it's accurate. And people don't, how many years does a person work in any field and find out what anchoring bias is? Then you've got to have the EQ, the emotional intelligence, the self-awareness to realize that something you've been believing for 5 or 10 years was inaccurate the entire time that you grounded yourself in it. So a lot of people, they fight against the things that I'm talking about, but go back, listen to Richard Saul Wurman talk about information architecture, listen to Louis Rosenfeld and Peter Morville and Jorge Arango talk about information architecture, listen to Christina Watkey talk about information architecture, listen to Jesse James Garrett talk about the importance of the 5 planes to design work. Everything that I talk about is grounded in the principles that those people taught. Today, people don't pay attention to those resources. And there was no misinformation in UX prior to 2011. Now it's everywhere. That's what people are grounded in. So anchoring bias is creating this, again, a whirlwind that people are, they just struggle with it. When you tell them the right thing, they balk at it.
So when you listen to today's designers, do they tell you it's an evolution of craft that has informed the shift in principles and the taxonomical difference between what your nomenclature said and what theirs said? What did they say?
Some of them do. Some of them do say that. And then I just explain to them, no, that's incorrect. Number 2, prove to me what you just said, and then sit back. And they can't. Their address starts and ends with, things have evolved. Nothing's evolved. The only thing that is, UX is actually exactly the same in 2025 that it was in 2005. The only thing that has changed is the form factors and the things we apply it to, which brings about the concept of pervasiveness. I was working at a company when the iPhone came out. So when the iPhone came out, we were doing websites, we were doing interactive TV, and we were designing user experiences for email campaigns. When the iPhone came out, we had to pivot, Tom-Chris, on the spot. And I learned at that point in time, because we had already pivoted and we didn't realize it when we did like interactive TV. But when the iPhone came out, the demand and the shift was so great. And we came to realize everything that we do on the website is applicable to this little screen that we have. How do we execute on that? So we learned, did UX change or did the form factor change? The form factor changed. When tablets came along, did UX change or did the form factor change? The form factor changed. When you have a dashboard screen in your vehicle that you can interact with, did UX change or did the form factor change? So UX has not changed, which is why people who are new need to understand the foundational elements and the fundamentals, because UX hasn't changed. There is no real evolution. Even with AI, it hasn't changed, and AI is just a tool. It's not demanding anything, and it's not here. It can't. You're not more of an expert because you're using AI. Matter of fact, the less of an expert you are, the more likely you are to tap into and believe the hallucinations with an error rate of up to 86% that AI could give you at almost any given time. That's documented. The expertise helps you to not fall into a trap.
Yeah.
So yeah, UX hasn't changed.
Well, yeah.
They want it to change because then they can do more. They don't have to learn all that stuff. But they're selling themselves a bill of goods.
On that, we agree. On the basis of the fact that expertise gives you better utility of the AI framework, that we agree. Doubtless. Yeah. My only concern when I listen to you talk about UX is not UI, is, if you are right, then it means a whole industry is doing it wrong. Some of the best designers in the world are doing it wrong. So why haven't they listened to you?
You want to hear a fun fact? I think it was in 2016 or 2017. Vitamin T, a big recruiter who had a really big space, really big footprint in creative spaces, finding creative people jobs. They did some research. They said, based on their research, I believe it was either 97 or 98% of experiences, websites, mobile apps, mobile websites, whatever, 97 to 98% of those experiences had UX flaws. So it's not just me. This was when expertise was somewhat respected. And keep in mind, you can always design an interface. Do you need UX to design an interface? No, you don't. Will it be good? Probably not.
Yeah.
The browser's job is to interpret code and render it, right? The browser's job is not to critique what it's rendering.
Right.
So anytime somebody designs anything, it's going to show up in the browser. It's going to show up in the mobile app. It's going to show up. But you need somebody with domain knowledge to let you know whether or not that's going to win.
Right.
And there will be some wins. And because people I've been there before too. You get fooled because it shows up, because it works and people can use it. I worked for a company once. I can name this company. Too many companies I can't name, but I did work. Some people will be familiar with a company called Fathead. And they would create these big posters, big illustrations you could put on your wall. And they were a division of what's now known as Rocket Mortgage. People were trying to create these fatheads, and you could customize it. So you could take a picture, like a picture of your son, your daughter, whatever, you want to put it up on the wall, blow it up really, really big. You could do that. So people were logging in and they were trying to create these custom fatheads. And they were abandoning it because there was a problem with the experience. There was a problem with the user experience. The interface was beautiful. The buttons were there. The instructional text and explanation was there. The interface was there. But they were abandoning it. And the company realized we've got this large percentage of people that are coming to this page and they're starting the process and they're leaving. Why? Enter the UXer. I came in, spent some time with these folks. I looked at their solution. I looked at what was going on. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to say I'm on Do Not Disturb. My phone's still ringing.
No worries. No worries.
I looked at what was going on. I performed what we call a heuristic analysis. I didn't even have to do research on this one. I knew when I examined, okay, what are the use cases? What do people do? See, this also is UX and not UI. UX looks at the use cases. There are, off the top of my head, 20 different ways that people will engage with the screen where there's the abandonment. It takes science to figure it out. Somebody had already graphic designed their way into that hole that I got called in to fix. But it took the science, application of the science, to figure out what was going on. And I actually, in doing a heuristic analysis, which meant that I applied common conventions, best practices, things that we knew, proven principles, things that we knew that people, because the human brain works the same, pretty much all, it's going to do what it's going to do. And that's where I spend my time studying human brains. How do people think? How do they react? What are they looking for? So I spend a whole bunch of time trying to understand what makes people tick.
Right.
And I saw what was going on in this particular situation. I saw what was going on, and I prescribed a set of solutions. And I went back, told the team what was going on, gave them my recommendations, and they went from somewhere at about a 75% abandonment rate. It was reduced to like 10. We saw that much because of the application of the science. You could show me practically any beautifully done. I have seen beautifully designed interfaces. I worked on one once where somebody decided to ignore my wireframes, do their own thing, and the site was a huge failure because they used these little cute cursors and nobody knew where the cursor was because they changed the way that the cursor looked. So they won awards for the beauty, and it was multi-million dollars attached to this initiative. But it didn't work until we revised it for the next phase. And that's when they said that we did the best site of its kind for that company in the history of that huge Fortune 100 company.
Mm.
But we had to get off the horse of visual design, of beautiful aesthetics, because that's not enough. It's the icing on the cake. But if you put lipstick, if you have beautiful designs and no science, you just put lipstick on a pig.
So comes the question, can you get the best of both worlds?
Can you, hopefully you would. After we get everything to work the way that it should, we hope that it has beautiful, inviting aesthetic to support it. The problem is that, so this is definitely not a, we don't care if it's pretty. I'm not saying that by any means. We want it to look. I've never designed an ugly, been involved in an ugly design, ever. But I have seen designs that are beautiful that don't work. And they violate trust.
Right.
Matter of fact, Don Norman, one of the people who's like the founding fathers of this discipline, he talked once in his book, The Design of Everyday Things, he talked about the concept of emotional design impact. When somebody sees something that's beautiful, they actually get drawn in. The problem is, if UX is not executed properly, they're going to get drawn in if it's beautiful. But if they get in there and it doesn't work, if it does not allow them to do what they want to do, then they feel betrayed. And that has detrimental brand impact. And you may not have an opportunity to win them back. If it works well, if it's beautiful and it works well, then you've got a customer that's going to, now you've got somebody that's going to be in your corner. That would be the best case scenario.
The voice in my head would like to say, when the science is right and the beauty complements, then you have UX UI.
No, you have UI. Remember, UX is a moniker. Right. UX includes information architecture. It includes usability and heuristics. It includes research. It includes interface and interaction design. They're all under the umbrella. There's no reason to pull one out. We would never say UX/IA. We would never say UX/research, UX/information architecture. Why would we say UX/UI? There's no reason to say that. It's redundant. It's like we would never say, okay, I'm about to go and pick up the kids, stop at a traffic light. We would never say that.
Right.
We would never say, I'm about to eat dinner / cornbread. It's included. There's no reason to say that.
Right.
And a lot of the people, I didn't mention this earlier, a lot of the people behind what is actually amounts to a misrepresentation of the discipline, they do it because they're usually visually design heavy in their skill set. And it actually offers a way for them to get into UX without actually upping their game, upping their skill set.
I get your argument. I understand your argument now. So, yeah. Well, when you think about it, that's the nature of our industry, isn't it? Because that's duplicity and multiplication and duplication and what have you is how employment opportunities are created, because ideally product designer, UX designer, UI designer, product manager, all of these are supposed to, in the principal origin of the job title, they are supposed to be one unified concept. Am I getting it wrong?
I've never been a UI designer.
Okay.
And I'm thinking about myself as well as other people I've worked with over the years. I've never been and when UX was my main thing, I was not a visual designer. So UI I would throw it out. Would it be under the umbrella of what I did? In some places, yes. In some places, absolutely not. There were people who specialized in it, and they were really, really good.
Yeah, because the product is too big.
On that.
Yeah.
If it was a product manager, did I ever do product management? Yeah. It was never even remotely considered that UX people would be called that. That's something that's happened in the last 2 to 3 years. But it's happening at places. Again, here's this behemoth, like over our shoulder, UX maturity. When UX maturity, depending upon the level of UX maturity, you will or won't see these extra titles and this conflation of things, because higher levels of UX maturity strive to keep everything and everybody in their place and in their lanes. A low level of UX maturity, which most organizations are, that's where you'll see the conflation. That's where you'll see people like wearing multiple hats when really just wear one, okay? And just and just do it. It goes along with the lack of maturity when it comes. If the organization doesn't understand UX, you're going to see more and more and more of that weird stuff.
The same
and that's the part that deceives people because they're not considering that aspect of it.
Right. The same can be said of the finance career. In some regard, you have financial controller, finance manager, and it keeps going like that. But in principle, a finance controller can do finance management, can do maybe So I get your argument now. I get it, and I understand why some people wouldn't want to hear it.
Yeah, you just mentioned another critical fact too, why it's important to get this right. Look at finance. As a discipline, finance is centuries old. And everybody understands what the finance people do.
Right.
If everybody comes into a meeting, if 10 different disciplines come into a meeting, everybody understands what the developer does, the engineer. They understand what the quality assurance people do. They understand what the visual design, if the person is dedicated to visual design, they understand what they do. People have been watching this stuff. They've been looking at it for decades when it comes to visual design. When UX comes into the room, problems begin. Because the discipline is only roughly 30 years old.
Right.
And most people, it did not hit the mainstream until about the time that the advent of the internet came along.
Right.
Because that's where UX took center stage.
Right.
Before that, it was interaction design, human-computer interaction.
Right.
But these are the titles that preceded UX that existed before the first 25 megabyte hard drive. God, I used to be excited when I had that thing. These things existed, but people were not familiar with dealing with them. So when UX comes into the room, people don't understand who we are. I literally have had people tell me that. Why are you here? We don't need you. We've always done it this way. and so when people even don't say that to us, it's still a thing. So that's why people are constantly trying to do our work. I had an instance once where I was designing a survey. And I had already designed the survey. I said I wasn't going to do it. And then I turned around, I found some time and I knocked it out in like minutes. And I understand survey science, everything behind it. I understand all that. I took care of the survey. I showed it to my main client. She was happy with it. We went from there. Somebody who didn't know I had done it yet, because people always want to like dip their toe. I appreciate collaboration and help, but the truth of the matter is the work had already been done. This person didn't know that. And it's exciting for people. So they want to design something. They want to get involved. He said, here's some questions for your inspiration. When you're operating at an expert level, I don't need inspiration. I don't need somebody spitballing. Collaboration, yes. The work was already done. Now you're asking, I just finished the race and you want me to go back I'm about to cross the finish line and you want me to back up and go back to get at the beginning of the race? I don't think anybody wants to do that.
Yeah.
We use that metaphor. If you're running a race and you're about to stretch and go through the line at the end of the race, and then somebody wants you to go back to the beginning, nobody wants to do that, but they don't understand that that's what they're asking you to do.
Yeah.
And it is just amazing how people always want to take our work from us. They always want to chime in, and they don't realize that they're spitballing, and they don't realize that they know enough to be dangerous, and they don't realize it. It is what it is.
When are you writing your book?
I have I've co-authored one already. I'm in the book. For those of you interested out there, I co-wrote a book called 97 Things Every UX Practitioner Should Know. It's published by O'Reilly. My picture is on the front of it, along with several other people. I'm in the top right-hand corner of that book. And I wrote the segment in that book about the difference between experience maps and journey maps, because some people use the terminology. Another thing that here we are, UX people, we don't know what to call something. There's a difference between an experience map and a journey map. And I explain that. And all the chapters are very small, so you can read that very quickly. I have 6, 7 books on the horizon beyond that.
Impressive.
6 or 7.
Okay.
I got to finish my PhD first, because it takes too much time.
Right. Okay, so let's talk about AI.
Yes.
What do you see?
It holds a lot of potential.
Right.
It is not a replacement for expertise.
Okay.
I think we mentioned that earlier. If you want to excel in AI, get better at your craft without the AI. Because when the AI makes mistakes, and it will, when AI hallucinates, and it will, when AI offers you a solution that makes absolutely no sense, if you don't have the expertise, you aren't going to see it. AI is a tool. It requires ethics to engage in it properly, to use it properly. Not like, was it Deloitte that used AI to do some work for an organization, and they were found out, I guess it was, that they had used AI, and they had to refund the company $440,000.
You know, actually, I used it in one of my articles. Let me see.
Amazing, isn't it?
It is.
So that was done by people who failed to understand the ethical implications of engaging with AI. Always remember that artificial intelligence is an oxymoron. Intelligence can't be artificial and be trustworthy. It can't. So also, if you're going to use AI for any of your work, make sure you limit it to the finite aspects of your work, not the infinite aspects. Don't expect it to empathize. It cannot. Don't expect it to switch its pattern of thinking on a dime like a human. It can't. It cannot. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
$440,000 because AI was hallucinating. Man, I wondered the people who did that still have their jobs. I don't think they do. But you got to approach AI when you're an expert. You work tooth and nail to make sure that you're the absolute best that you can be. And I know that our culture actually, I get punished for being the best I can be. People punish me. They torment me to the nth degree. I was just castigated and subjected to a digital lynching recently by somebody who was angry about my expertise. I knew a person who complained because I was getting a PhD and would constantly express their frustration because I was getting a PhD, as if it matters to him. He doesn't pay my student loans. What's it got to do with you? It's just ridiculous. You've got to, so our society punishes people, especially if you're a person of color. Folks over in Africa, being in America, is not this wonderful pie in the sky that some people make it out to be. Sometimes I feel like it's the 1860s. I get dragged through the mud multiple times a week, every week, and a lot of times it's due to the color of my skin. So just to say, so we get punished for being experts. Don't allow that to discourage you, because it takes being an expert to use AI the right way. The best AI experts are people who are experts in their field.
Absolutely, yeah.
So they know how to direct you. There are some wonderful people. I should actually put together a post. You want to learn about AI? Here's who you should follow. This is who you should follow. I'm gonna do that. I gotta remember it, but I gotta do that to make sure that people know. because these people will tell you how to engage with AI in a very, very ethical and responsible way. Dr. Nick Fine, Oveta Sampson, Jan Vishnopolsky, just 3 people off the top of my head. These people talk about using AI the right way. Don't drink the AI Kool-Aid. Don't think that AI is going to cover up your flaws. It's not. Like those people at Deloitte, it's going to make your flaws stand out, and it's going to cost you, potentially your organization. It could cost somebody their life. Don't do it. And when you're doing UX work, we always impact either everything we do is either life and death, or it impacts quality of life. That makes UX important, folks. And everybody can't say that. Every discipline cannot say that. We impact life and death or quality of life. And if you are depending on AI to make up for what you do not know as an expert, you're fooling yourself.
So speak to the one who knows how to extract the utility value of AI from, having developed some foundational skills in their craft. How do they get the best?
Well, you start to understand the difference between finite and infinite operation. So if I can use AI, if I did some research interviews, and I need to get a quick and dirty summary, I can use AI, and there's a lot of tools out there to do it. I can use AI to give me a quick summary. Now, I was there, so I facilitated the interview, so I know what was said, I know how it was said, I know what was critical, and I have my own set of notes. So now I can have AI generate a summary of all 5 interviews. Each interview lasted from 45 to 60 minutes. That takes a lot to go through individually. And it takes more than the 45 to 60 minutes for each one to analyze it. It can analyze all of them and give me a summary. The longest I've seen it take is 4 to 5 minutes. Now I can go through that summary, evaluate the quality of it, modify it where I feel modification is necessary, and then I can use that as a representation to my stakeholders who are waiting for the summary to understand what happened with the research. That's a great way to utilize AI, but you'll note the example I gave, it's finite.
Right.
Everything is within
the boundaries of the training.
Everything is in the videos. It doesn't require AI to exercise thinking outside of the data. So it's finite. It's finite. I'm not asking AI to do anything that requires human intervention or that a human can do. Understand the limitations of AI. And if you limit it to those things, then you'll be able to use it responsibly and properly, and you won't get in trouble like the folks at Deloitte.
Okay, so career growth. What are the principles that have helped you over the years to still maintain relevance? Because I can imagine there are so many people that you started your career with. They are no longer active today, or even if they are active, they are not as competitive as you are.
Oh, that's a hard one to say, the last part. Everybody that I started off with in UX, to my knowledge, only one of them is no longer, I'm going right in my mind, I'm going through all the places where I worked, and I'm talking about the legitimate, because I've worked with some people that aren't legit. And they never got, frankly, they shouldn't have got the job in the first place. I'm not counting them. But the people who actually were real UX professionals, only one of them left UX that I know of. And because they got an opportunity to advance into another field. So they made a move, their decision to leave UX and to start doing something a little bit differently. But the first part of your question, it all goes back to fundamentals. And for people who aren't familiar with it, I did do something that's going to be tied to one of the books that I plan on writing. It's called the UX Cycle of Excellence. And it's a 7-step process to manage your entire career. And the first step is you define UX properly. After you define UX properly, what some people still have yet to do, and they've been doing UX for 5 years and they still haven't defined it properly. The next thing you do is you get grounded in the fundamentals. And so and then the next 5 steps, you just keep cycling through them. You might go back and go through, reinforce the first step 2, and look at that again. But that's basically what you do. The fundamentals have always been critical. It's like the foundation to a house. And if you build a house, and there's no, metaphorically speaking, if you build a house and you don't have a foundation, the chances of that house being destroyed is higher, depending upon what it's subjected to. So I ground myself in heuristics and usability. I ground myself, the 4 pillars, as I call them. I ground myself in information architecture. There is no user experience that is not going to be required to be sound in those areas. In heuristics, usability, and information architecture, every single solitary user experience. So the practitioner that is not well versed in those areas is going to have some chinks in their armor, as we would say. There's gonna be some rough spots. And you can't fake it till you make it. You actually have to know it. Then you have research. Pillar number 3 is UX research, of which there are a minimum of 125 different methods, methodologies, and techniques associated with UX research. We tend to only use about 20 to 25 of the max, but it always helps to have a particular tool in your toolbox, whether you use it or not. So after that, then you've got, I mentioned before, UI, which is really technically, there is no UI. It's GUI. It's graphical user interface. I don't know who shortened it to UI. They thought that was cute, but it's actually GUI. So there's GUI, and then there's interaction design principles. And every time you have a GUI, in order to make the GUI work, you need to make sure that you're implementing proper interaction design principles. So you have the interaction design ID along with GUI, and that's pillar number 4, which ironically is also in Jesse James Gare's illustration. That's the 5th plane. That's the last thing that we do. And from a maximum perspective, UI work amounts to no more than 20% of any design job that you do, no more than 20, and it could be less. I ground myself in those principles. I know what works in a UI because of interaction design principles. I know what affordances are. A lot of people doing UX work today, they can't tell you what an affordance is. They don't know because they didn't study it. And I'm not calling them out. I'm not faulting them. What you don't know, you can always learn. And I spend a lot of time educating people all over the world today, folks. Anybody, if you are lacking anything that I'm talking about, just go get it. It's there. Go get it. I have to learn it. And you have to learn it too. But affordances are great. What can a person do in the interface that you design? Is it being done? Have you facilitated the way for them to do it easily? Have you made it efficient? And that's what our responsibility is. And we're grounded in the fundamentals. And I never stop. Also, we never arrive. I've been doing it for 30 years, over 30 years now. I never arrive. I still owe it to myself to keep sharpening the saw. I keep having to study to see what I can do to be better. And that never changes. If you think you arrived, like some people say, you can learn about UX in 6 months. No, you can't. No, you can't. I saw somebody sell something once. They said that you come to our boot camp for the weekend, and in 3 days, you'll know everything you need to know about UX. No, you won't. And that person ran off with those people's money. And I really feel for them. But buyer beware. Let the buyer beware. Anybody that's over-promising, they're going to underdeliver.
Right.
Hope all that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does. And of course, this can be applied to any career at all.
Yes. Yes.
So I know you don't have a lot of time to do coaching, mentoring and things, but
I do.
Okay.
I do. We're good.
All right.
We got what, 9 minutes? 9 minutes left?
Yep.
Go for it.
So when people reach out to you, the problem is that many young people don't know how to reach out to folks who they admire for coaching. So what are the right way for individuals that you've accepted their request? How do they reach out to you that made you say, okay, this one understand what I'm about and what my time is worth?
Yeah, I think people usually people, whatever, let me talk about something not to do first. Do not present an AI-generated introduction message.
Mm.
Other people like me, we recognize them, we hate them, and we will like get rid of you immediately. Some people, if we see something that is like this cookie cutter flattery, I hate flattery. And you can tell, especially when somebody contacts you and they say the same exact thing that 5 other people did. Yeah, you know that was AI generated, and that's disrespectful to me. And I just like blow right past it. And sometimes I block the individual. I don't, just so you know. Don't get scared. Just when you fall off the horse, you just get back up. You keep going. But people will reach out. Hey, I heard you on the show, the interview. You were interviewed by Tom-Chris. Be genuine. I'm one of those people that's interested. How would you direct me? And I have ways to direct people. And the way that I mentor people is completely different, because when I mentor people, it's about them doing the work.
Mm.
I will give them work to do. I do not have the ability, and I get too many requests to spend time with people on a one-on-one basis. I can't do it. I do a lot. And so I don't have time to do it. I never review portfolios, not on my time. I've been with other people and we review portfolios. I don't review portfolios on my time because it's a waste. I know people will be shocked by that because people got folks believing that that's a critical thing to do. No, it's a critical thing to do when the people that are hiring don't know how to judge UX content. Then they bring a portfolio into it because they have reduced UX to visuals, which is where portfolios came into play. So there's a little history behind that. So just reach out, be genuine. Hey, I would like to learn more. How can we get this started? You don't have to be long-winded about it. You don't have to say a lot. Say what's on your heart. Be real. I'm going to be real. So please be real with me.
Mm.
That's what I ask that people do. And that way you're respecting my time. Don't make demands. I meet people who make demands. I completely ignore that when people make demands, because I don't have time. I have a full-time job.
Give examples.
Student.
Do you have examples top of mind?
Of how to do it the right way?
Those that have made demands.
Oh, God. Last week, somebody said, and they start off with flattery. This just happened. Hey, I listened to your podcast. I've been listening for a long time. I've been admiring you from afar, and I've been silent for a long time. I just wanted to reach out, let you know I appreciate what you're doing. So it's all flattery so far. I'm going, okay, what's coming? I know something's coming. What is it? And then the person said, would it be possible? Could we meet? This might not sound demanding to somebody. I think it's funny. Now, can I get like 12 hours of your time over the next, something on that line, over the next 12 months? Like maybe, can I meet with you twice a month over the next 6 months or whatever? It was something like that. And I'm going, and as soon as somebody says that to me, my brain starts calculating the time. And I start thinking about all the other stuff that I got on my plate, stuff that the person asking me is not even considering. Please look at my UX, look at my LinkedIn profile. Does that look like somebody that has a lot of time to use? So you got to tread carefully without walking on rice paper. So I know you're busy. What can we do? Ask me.
Yeah.
Look, hey, and people will ask, hey, I say, this is when I'm most available. Let me know what it's best if you let me know what works for you, and I'll try to work around your schedule. I tell them, because you're not going to ask me when I'm free. I just laugh, because technically I'm never free. Technically,
you're not supposed to be.
So and so let me know what works for you, and let me see what I can do. And they come up with something, give me some options, and I say, okay, how about that? And they say, yeah, and then we connect. And then we talk I usually give people like a half hour, 45 minutes. That's what we commit to. And I end up talking to them for an hour, hour and a half. Every time. Every time we end up spending more time. And then I'm available if you come to tomorrow it may not work for some, but tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern time is what we call the Kaizen UX Rendezvous. Not only if a person comes, people from Africa always attend. Mm-hmm. Not only will you be exposed to me, but other people who've been doing UX for a very long time, who are willing to give of their time and let you know what you can do to become better at your craft and how to manage all the weird stuff. Because there's a lot of weird stuff that a lot of people don't talk about. I'm only one of the few people willing to talk about the weird stuff that goes on in UX, and it happens everywhere. So it's not like it's only happening in America. It's happening. Weird stuff, ironically, is happening everywhere. If you come to that event, we're there for about roughly 2.5 hours. And we talk to people, so you can come and talk to me there. Come and talk to the other people there who come on a regular basis. And people are willing to, there's a lot of people out here willing to give. You don't have to go to one of these services and pay for a mentor. You don't have to do that. Matter of fact, you should have a mentor at work. That mentor stuff is predatory. And a lot of people that you talk to are not really mentors. They're just glorified portfolio reviewers. And then they want to get your money. We do what we do. I do what I do for free. I don't charge people for the time I give them. But you do have to respect my time.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to stop what I have to do. Everything I'm doing is not going to stop because you have a need. That's not how this works. It's a two-way street. And the only thing I'm asking for is respect for my time. That's all I'm asking for. Because I can't, no, I'm not going to let you disrupt my life because you feel you have a need. It doesn't work that way.
Right.
No.
Wow.
And let the requests start coming in.
Yeah. Honestly, anyone who listens to this and just counts it as one of those, no, they should reach out to you, even if it's to, experience your presence and the way you engage with people. I think that would be very vital. If I was someone that has the opportunity to be there, I will be there myself. Yeah.
And
wow.
Some people don't, because they don't like people who tell it like it is. Some people are averse to truth. They'll say that they want constructive, but they don't even know what constructive is. Because if I see something that you have a need, I'm going to tell you, because I respect you. I want you to do well.
Right.
I want you to overcome challenges. There will be challenges.
Right.
I want you to understand what you need to understand so you can overcome those challenges. A lot of people, they don't. They just want you to, they want you to be another notch in their belt. I mentored 50 people today. That's what they want. I'm not counting any. I don't know. I couldn't care less.
Wow.
About any of that.
Darren, thank you very much. Thank you so very much for giving me your time, for believing again this year. I'm doing everything I can to ensure that we can seal this award.
Yes, I hope so. I'm wishing you folks all the best.
Thank you.
Am I supposed to be sticking around till the next interviewee comes in?
Actually, right now I have a break, so I've earned myself an hour break.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
You enjoy. Best wishes. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to support you while you're doing this.
Yes, sir. Cheers.
Right. Take care.
Take care. Ooh. Oh. Hey, Charlie. My leg is like I can't even move. Who called on the phone?
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't marketed. Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready4Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready4Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.ready4work.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready4Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready4Work. Get ready for work today. Ready4Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from all nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready4Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready4Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready4Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready4Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready4Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work career coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really, really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition, which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which was quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom one night, told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. I've been around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job markets. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
Hi, my name is Kezia Omoye Owusankuma, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Nigeria, with over 223 million people and a median age of 18.5, faces workforce readiness challenges. Reports show a 53.4% youth unemployment due to a skills mismatch, despite educational gains. A survey found 69% of 18 to 35-year-olds would relocate for better opportunities. Ready for Work, a digital career accelerator by SFAN, addresses these issues with entrepreneurship and digital skills training.
Hi, my name is Idris Abdulkarim. I'm a software engineer. I applied for the Ready for Work program in November 2022. Before I applied to the program, I was in an analytical role and I was looking for something more technical. So I did my research and saw a program that promised to make me job ready in 6 weeks. I applied to the program. It was a competitive process as I had to take a technical assessment to prove that I could thrive in the program. I took the assessment and I got into the program. And in the program, I had access to a world-class tutor that gave me resources and materials to help me master data science. His teaching was quite unique and it constantly made me ruminate on why I was doing something as against just getting an answer. Until date, I still apply that technique to everything I do. Aside from data science class, there was also a class on email writing and communication, which is quite useful in the workforce. So my recommendation for any entry-level graduate or mid-level professional looking to pivots is that you can give the Ready for Work program a go. Thank you.
I would describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I've received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Invigorate. That's how I would sum up my Ready for Work Career Accelerator program. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction for companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator program to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
Ready for Work World 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I
actually didn't know initially that I could like. And then I will recommend this course, this program, for anyone out there who seeks to pursue career in the digital marketing field.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready4Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready4Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.ready4work.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready4Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready4Work. Get ready for work today. Ready4Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready4Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready4Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready4Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready4Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready4Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready4Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady, navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really, really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition, which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which was quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom over and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. And being around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
Hi, my name is GSEW25, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator.
Nigeria, with over 223 million people and a median age of 18.5, faces workforce readiness challenges. Reports show a 53.4% youth unemployment due to a skills mismatch, despite educational gains. A survey found 69% of 18 to 35-year-olds would relocate for better opportunities. Ready for Work, a digital career accelerator by SFAN, addresses these issues with entrepreneurship and digital skills training.
Hi, my name is Idris Abdulkarim. I'm a software engineer. I applied for the Ready for Work program in November 2022. Before I applied to the program, I was in an analytical role and I was looking for something more technical. So I did my research and saw a program that promised to make me job ready in 6 weeks. I applied to the program. It was a competitive process as I had to take a technical assessment to prove that I could thrive in the program. I took the assessment and I got into the program. And in the program, I had access to a world-class tutor that gave me resources and materials to help me master data science. His teaching was quite unique and it constantly made me ruminate on why I was doing something as against just getting an answer. Until date, I still apply that technique to everything I do. Aside from data science class, there was also a class on email writing and communication, which is quite useful in the workforce. So my recommendation for any entry-level graduate or mid-level professional looking to pivot is that you can give the Ready for Work program a go. Thank you.
I would describe my Ready for Work experience as impactful. As a recent graduate who's still trying to navigate the job space, I've received the confidence boost I need from the Ready for Work Career Accelerator. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to individuals who are still trying to find their feet in the job space.
Invigorate. Through the coaching sessions, curriculum, and deliverables, I gained confidence in my ability to provide strategic direction for companies' products and services from a user experience point of view. I highly recommend Ready for Work Career Accelerator to young professionals looking for results-oriented career guidance. Thank you.
Ready for Work Mode 4 has been a great experience, very insightful. I've learned a lot of things I actually didn't know initially that I could learn. And then I will recommend this course, this program, for anyone out there who seeks to pursue a career in the digital marketing field.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady, navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really, really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition, which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which is quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. And being around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job markets. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
Hi, my name is GSEW25, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales, enhance audience engagement, and build a community around a brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a
Delight, please check that this table is well positioned. Oh, Lord. Prince. Pass this under here fast. It's 9 minutes. No light. Okay. We have to do 30 minutes because the gentleman is already here.
How's it going,
I'm alive. Hi, Lerato. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you now.
Wonderful.
How are you guys?
Better than ever.
Yes. Hey, I've been struggling to log using my laptop.
Oh.
That's why it took me time to log 15 minutes prior the interview.
All right.
So right now, I'm using my phone because they've sent this link via WhatsApp.
Okay, so what we could do is you can just take your time and set up your stuff. So I can continue with the guy on site. Then in the next 30 minutes, I transition to you. Is that okay?
Yeah, that will be okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
Please alert the timekeepers. Which group is supposed to be on?
Recording stopped.
Group C. Next, mention Shasha. All right. We have 5 minutes. Let's start early so that we can add our standing time. We can go? Okay. All right. How's it going?
I'm good, thank you. How's it going with you?
I'm alive, I'm awake, and I'm happy. Yeah. Okay. Would you mind to introduce yourself to our audience?
All right. So my name is Stephen. Stephen Adomako. On a normal day, I work to support early stage technology companies to scale and accelerate their market readiness. But if I'm not doing that, I'm probably playing football, watching football, cooking something. So that's a little about me.
Stephen, you gave me near heart attack yesterday.
Yeah, actually, it happens. I've missed my flights before because of that confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it said 12 a.m. on the 30th. So here I am on the 30th, thinking the next 12 a.m. will still be the 30th, but technically the 31st. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. We have your topic on the website. Please remind me, what's your topic again?
So I think we're talking about the a new era of machine, intelligent machines, and how we can leverage that for the next generation of entrepreneurs on the continent.
Okay. All right. So I like to always begin from a comfortable place that will allow people to understand who you are and your unique perspectives that you bring to the topic. So let's start from, high school is where things get serious in terms of career direction. How was that experience for you? If I was one of your buddies, what would I think of you?
Yeah, very interesting times, high school. I think if I go back to high school, I never imagined I'll be doing any of the things I'm doing right now.
Right.
In fact, what a lot of people don't know is most parts of my life, I wanted to be a footballer, right? And that's what I was working towards actively.
Wow.
Right. So I was quite good at football, playing football, semi-pro, and then, making it to, the university. And I think at a certain age, by 19, 20, if you're not playing pro, you need to work. you need to have a second plan. So that's how I gave up on football, and I decided to explore other things that I may be good at. Right. So I started to explore a lot around, leadership development, started to explore a lot around, economics, around business development and things like that. And I guess that's how I ended up here.
All right. So how did college work out for you?
Yeah, I think it was pretty smooth for me.
Okay.
I think the real essence.
Still football in college, or
I mean, I did play some football, but for fun.
Right.
Right, in college, I think a lot of the sports I did in college was really for fun. By then, I had given up on that dream. Right, so I was just looking out for maybe the next big thing that can tickle my fancy. Right, so I studied agricultural economics.
What is that? I'm not sure if I've heard that before.
Yeah, so it's simply the economics of agriculture.
Okay.
Right, so
which school?
University of Ghana.
They offer that course in Ghana?
Oh yes.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah. So it's a specialization in Bachelor of Science in Agriculture.
I see.
Right. So there are a number of specializations. So there's economics, there's agribusiness, there's soil science, crop science, there's agricultural extension, maybe one, or I think there's animal husbandry. So there's a few of them. So,
okay.
I guess when you get to your third to final year, you decide on which one you want to specialize in.
Right.
Right. So that's what I read in college. But a lot of my time in college I spent doing extracurricular activities. Right. So I joined a few social clubs in my university. I was part of an organization called ISEC.
Yeah.
Right. So I was ISEC president in Legon. And I think that was probably one of the experiences that shaped me into the person that I am right now. So just being able to go through that kind of leadership journey in university, leading people, meeting new people, getting exposed to the world and things like that. So it just piqued my interest in impact work and young people and transforming our continent and things like that. So I think that's where the journey really started.
Was that your first job experience?
I would say yes.
Okay.
Right. So that's where I probably earned my first money.
Right.
So
then graduation?
So yeah, after college, I continued working with the same organization. So I went on to work in the national office. And then 2 years down the line, I was elected member committee president of the same organization. So, ISEC has different branches across different universities in Ghana. So I was a member committee president, did that for 1 year, and then transitioned out of that organization. Went to work in impact research. Right.
Okay.
So I was doing impact research for an organization called Digital Opportunity Trust.
Right.
Right. And at that time, we were doing a lot.
In Canada or over here?
No, over here. So I was
Okay.
working remote from here.
Okay.
But just doing a lot of research around, digitization around, SMEs and things like that. Did that for a while. Went on to work with another research company called 60 Decibel. So did a lot of impact, research, and a lot of my research was around, SMEs, startups, and that ecosystem. So I guess that's when I was exposed to, working with startups and learning about startups and things of that nature. So from there, I guess I've worked in the enterprise support ecosystem for the most part of my career.
Which is how long?
Which is about 8 to about a decade.
Impressive. Okay, so innovation in the era of intelligent machines, building Africa's next generation of entrepreneurs. So when thinking about innovation in the era of intelligent machines, we're thinking about AI, robotics. Okay. Let's see how to enter this. It's quite a packed topic.
Yep.
Is there any differentiation that you see today in terms of entrepreneurship that connotes newness? What's new about entrepreneurship today?
I think in essence, entrepreneurship has not changed. I don't think entrepreneurship, the concept or the foundations of entrepreneurship will necessarily change, because true entrepreneurship is about solving problems. Right, and we live in a world with endless problems. Right, if you look around you, there's 1,000 to 1,000,000 problems that could be solved. Right, so in that regard, I don't think entrepreneurship has changed a lot. Right, it's just maybe how we approach problem solving. Right, I think by far we're at a point in history where there's so much opportunity, so much technology that we can leverage for entrepreneurship. So I guess that's what's maybe different now. Right, the resources that exist today and the opportunities that exist today for entrepreneurs and for entrepreneurship in general.
So what's your thinking around the topic? Well, the first part of it.
I find that really interesting. I think growing up, I always enjoyed, a lot of these, futuristic movies and with robots and things like that. I think we all saw the Terminator and, these kind of movies. So anything about machines, I think fascinates me. But obviously, when we talk about intelligent machines, we're not just thinking about robots. Right. We're just really thinking about anything that can, help us predict better and faster, help us to automate, and just help to take away the typical routine task that we humans would normally perform. Right, and so how are we leveraging that kind of emerging technology to solve problems, especially in this part of our world? So I think it's a very, very interesting concept. I think AI, machine learning, VR, AR is really leading the fourth industrial revolution. And so how can we as Africa, leapfrog those industrial revolutions into the innovation era using these kind of technology? So I definitely find it interesting, and I think there isn't a better time to talk about it.
So how can we?
I think there are a number of challenges. There are a number of gaps, right? I think the very first thing is I think it's really around education, right? We really need to disrupt our education system to prepare our young ones for the future of work and the future of technology and the future of the world, right? Maybe something we're not doing enough of, right? Maybe something for us to think about. So just the skills gap is the first is the first thing to look at. I think what could really make us a leader is when it comes to things around AI literacy, not necessarily digital literacy. AI literacy needs to be as common as, writing and reading, right? Like when people leave our schools, right, they need to know about AI and other emerging technologies as much as they know about, just reading and writing in general. I think that's the first step. So there needs to be a certain level of intentionality that needs to go into that. But beyond that, I think other stakeholders also play a role, like the government, when it comes to infrastructure and policy, right? If we're talking about building technologies on AI, you need internet, right? And so internet needs to be accessible, and not just accessible, it needs to be affordable, right? I think across many parts of the country or even the continent right now, internet is still not accessible, but in most places it's still not affordable, right? And so how can we democratize, resources like that? We can also talk about policy as well, right? I think there are only a few countries on the continent that are being intentional about, maybe AI strategies or policy. I think top of my head, maybe Kenya, Rwanda. I think Ghana, we're still thinking around it. But if we really want to lead in the era of innovation, then we need to start thinking along those lines. So infrastructure, policy, and bridging the skills gap.
Okay, so if I was in the audience listening to this topic, I would still be thinking to myself, all right, so what is innovation then in your own context? What would you say?
Innovation, I think innovation is really finding a creative way of solving a problem.
Okay.
Right. So just in simple terms, that's what I would say.
Yeah. So now we're looking at the obviously we're in the age of intelligent machines. So what are the problems that if I'm entering high school today or if I'm entering university, because our audience are mostly 16 to 35, if I'm entering university, 16, I'm already in university. So I'm thinking around how to be useful today. What would you advise as a way to approach problem solving in the age of intelligent machines? Because I'm trying to imagine when you were writing this topic that you had some perspectives of how things are changing today and what problem solving looks like, today in comparison to previous generation. Okay, so
yeah, I think if you're a young one, probably in high school, and especially if you happen to be in this part of the world, where a lot of people still don't have digital literacy, right? I think that's a good place to start.
Okay.
Right. It's great to talk about AI and all of these amazing things, but if you don't know how to use a computer, then you are not even in the conversation, right? So I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done around digital literacy.
Okay.
You want to take more ownership of learning about how you can use the internet, what you can learn on the internet. A lot of these things you can learn by yourself on the internet. For starters, you can only do that if you know how to use the internet. So digital literacy is a really good place to start.
Okay.
I think secondly, the most important sectors in technology when it comes to where we are today is really around AI and data.
Okay.
Right. And so how can I get?
Why?
Because data is a new currency, right?
Okay.
If you're going to build anything, it needs to be backed by data, right? And AI itself is backed by data because you need to train the data to be able to think in a certain way, right? So the people that understand the data know how to find the data, are the guys that can build the AI models, right? So just understanding the foundational concepts of how data work and how you can translate that data into artificial intelligence.
So for our case study, young woman or man in high school or early freshman. So when you are talking data, what are you telling her or him?
I think in that sense, maybe data may not necessarily be applicable in that context.
Okay.
But what may be important for somebody like that is AI literacy, right? So how can I use AI to learn better?
But after the literacy, what else? Is to solve problem.
No. I mean, that's where it starts, right? So you need to understand how you can use AI to solve your own problems. Right. So how can I use AI to learn better?
Okay.
Right, for instance.
So the problem, you assume the problem will be for learning.
No, that's just one of the problems.
Okay.
Right. So that's how they can use AI if we're looking at that specific demographic. Right. That's how you can use.
But what if I want to be part of the solution? I have interest in transforming my toy airplane to something that moves, something that moves physically.
Yeah, I mean, then you have to get into the technicalities of it.
Okay.
Right. And at the moment, I don't think there's enough structure to mentor and to train young people when it comes to things like that. But we do have organizations that provide those kind of support. Right. I think just a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I was at a national robotics competition, right? And so more and more young people need to start taking advantage of opportunities.
Like you say intelligent machines, so boundless limits.
No, for sure, right? Okay. So I mean, ultimately, the responsibility is on you to find opportunities to grow your skill sets in those areas, right?
Okay.
There aren't that many of them around, but you need to be on the lookout, right? But another way is you can actually teach yourself. For me, I always say self-paced learning and self-tutoring sometimes just by using the internet can make the difference. I've seen guys that have built amazing products without necessarily being trained by anyone. You can learn how to code, you can learn how to do amazing things by just using YouTube. A lot of people don't know what's possible with just the internet. Right,
and so that's digital literacy that we started with.
Exactly.
Okay, so when it comes to solving problems that are fit for our economy, do you have any checklists or precepts?
I think I will be careful to limit problems, right? Because every problem is important.
But there are uniform problem solving methodology that you might have seen as a result of your work, or you might have experimented with yourself.
So is the question the areas of problems that we should be solving, or how we should approach problem solving?
Approach to problem solving, thinking I have a problem, how should I think about it?
No. Yeah, I think that then I understand your question.
Yeah.
Right. I think in simple terms, so when you identify a problem, I think the most important thing, especially if you're trying to build a viable business opportunity around the problem, you want to understand the market dynamics around the problem. So who is affected by this problem? What are their pain points, right? What are the current hacks that exist right now, right? How do they go around the problem, right? You can also think around how big the problem is, like how many people are facing this problem, so you get to understand the market opportunity. You need to validate the problem as well. Solving a problem for 2 people, it's not a viable business opportunity. And so sometimes people say the fact that your family and friends have a problem doesn't mean the problem is big enough, right? So you need to go out there, do your market research, understand what the problem is, validate the problem, and then you can start to ideate around the solution, right? And the fact that you've come up with a solution also doesn't necessarily mean it's solving the problem. You also need to validate the solution as well. What are the customers saying, or what are the folks that are facing the problem saying, right? So what kind of feedback? So feedback loops are also quite important when it comes to problem solving as well, especially if you're solving problems for people. So what are people saying? Is it making their lives easier? And then whatever feedback you're gathering, you loop that feedback and then hopefully use that feedback to iterate. And then when you get to a point where you think your solution is is solving the problem to a certain degree of satisfaction for the customers, then you can begin to commercialize it. So that's usually the approach that I would, if I had to guide somebody to problem solving, that's how we would think about it. So let's validate the problem by understanding the market dynamics around the problem. Let's validate the solution by, continuous testing and, gathering of feedback, and then let's commercialize that solution.
Okay. So the other one is the other tail of your topic is building African entrepreneurs, I think.
Yeah.
Building Africa's next generation of entrepreneurs. Okay. So I'm guessing you are looking at where you started from. You talked about policies. So this is an ecosystem conversation. So what's missing in our ecosystem?
I think there are a number of things missing.
Let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I think so. The number one thing, especially if you're looking at a place like Ghana, a lot of our new generation of entrepreneurs lack exposure, right? So for instance, when you look at the African startup scene, right, we typically have the big five. When we talk about the big five ecosystems on the continent, you're looking at Nigeria, you're looking at Kenya, you're looking at maybe South Africa, you're looking at Egypt, and maybe one other, maybe Morocco or somewhere else, right? Usually a place, Ghana is not really in the conversation, and that's for a number of reasons, right? The market is small, right? And so typically...
You mean Ghana?
Yes, okay. Right, especially if you're building something like a tech startup. Right, so you find a lot of the tech startups eventually moving out of Ghana or having strategies to expand out of Ghana, right? And one of the things that I've realized working with early stage founders in Ghana is that a lot of them lack the kind of exposure that many other founders in other regions do. Like for instance, if you were a founder building out of Silicon Valley, right? Like that's literally where Google, Twitter, Facebook, you have the kind of exposure that it takes to build a company like that. If you're a tech founder building out of Ghana, who are you looking up to? So that kind of exposure is already missing, right? And that's why a lot of the work that I do is to provide these kind of founders with the kind of, because if you don't know, then if you've never been exposed to a certain level of capacity, how do you know that you can get there? So exposure is one thing. Another thing that's I would say is a challenge is funding, right? A lot of folks have brilliant ideas. I've met many young people with amazing ideas, amazing solutions, but they are lacking resources. And usually if you dig deep, it's money, right? So we live in a part of the world where interest rates are it's extremely high, and so it's not an option for a lot of startup founders. We don't have that much VC money as well, especially in a place like Ghana. A lot of the money is concentrated in the markets that I talked about, and so if you don't have VC money, if you don't have access to loans, then you are left to angel investors. We don't have that many angel networks in the country to invest as well. And so you find a lot of people bootstrapping. If you are bootstrapping, there's a high chance you probably don't make it, right? Or you certainly do not grow or scale. So I think that's also definitely one of the challenges when it comes to building a startup from this part of the world as well.
The thing is, I do understand what you're saying in terms of the probability of achieving scale from bootstrapping, but at the end of the day, there are best practices. There are best practice examples of startups that are bootstrapped from Ghana, even if they eventually scaled into other regions. I know a number of them. It's possible. I mean,
no, definitely, it's not impossible. I
Yeah.
think, there are some good examples,
yeah.
right? But with funding, we would probably have a lot more successful
Obviously.
startups coming out
Obviously.
of, yeah.
Venture capital makes it easier,
Mhm.
but it's just that it comes with also what we don't often say is venture capital is not free money.
Mhm.
So it comes with lots of commitment and responsibility. So anyone who wants to raise has to also be educated on the things they need to either release for the venture.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So let's dovetail into another section of this topic because you have a nice topic. We just don't have enough.
Enough time.
Yeah. But I guess folks that are listening to you will pick vital points from what you're saying. Okay. We've spoken to individuals that are getting into school, how to start thinking about problem solving. We've spoken to entrepreneurs. Which other ecosystem participant do you think needs to understand this topic to reposition themselves properly?
No, I think that the next stakeholder is really government.
Okay.
Right.
Well, but government doesn't listen to us in this room, so.
But they should. That's the thing, right? Because the reality is, if we want to achieve progress,
not that they can't or they may not hear this. I will rather construe information to government as policy recommendation. For these kinds of conversation where we have short bandwidth to prescribe useful insight to the audience, I would rather say other stakeholders that are easy to access and reach. You have engaged with government, I should think, in your work, and I have. So we know the processes and how lengthy it takes for them to apply some of the recommendations that we give them. Yeah. So let's look at another stakeholder in the ecosystem of entrepreneurship that would require that mindset of innovation thinking in our intelligent technology era.
Yeah. I mean, I personally think that government holds the cards to probably the biggest impact for scale. But then again, there are issues with working with the government. So maybe we can put them aside.
Let's hear it. You like?
Right.
It seems you like to. Maybe there's a government friend of yours that.
No, not really. I just think. I mean, if you want to achieve some kind of development at scale,
right,
you will need the government. If you want it to be fast enough, and we've always been late as Africa, as Ghana. That's the thing. And so, if we want to leapfrog, we need the government, right? You need the policy environment. You need the investment. Like, for instance, we talked about infrastructure. If the government cannot make internet accessible and free, I mean, so things like that. But I think I get what you're saying.
No, let's stay here for a while. Here's the thing, let's put this context in a vacuum country, right? Because obviously we know that the government of Ghana is doing a lot in terms of policy responsiveness and things. Obviously not ideal scenario, but let's isolate our jurisdiction and put it in a different country. So think about it this way. Think that we are, as we are, the first to use some of this technology in terms of their latest version. Obviously, AI didn't materialize today, but generative AI in this format, at least for public utility, was first experienced by our generation. Okay. So imagine that we operate from in a hostile government that does not listen to the our demands or our prescriptions. Are we supposed to fold our hands and reclude ourselves to about the pains and pangs of abandonment?
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that you have a clear information or logic to the point that government plays a key role in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. But if we just keep waiting for government to do some of the things or all of the things that are missing, maybe many of them will not be done. But if we, the smartest generation the world has ever seen, decide to innovate in spite of their ways, because you're talking about innovation in this age of intelligent technology. So how can we use this intelligent technology to find where money is and bring it to us? Innovate around policies and force systems to work. So here is another point. If Albert Einstein is here in this era, living now, do you think resources will not come to find him or her?
I mean, I think, again, an Einstein is a peculiar situation, but
Okay.
100%.
100%.
Right? And I feel like there are Einsteins in this day and age as well.
Exactly. So,
right.
You know, sometimes I think to myself, and I'm like, you know, sometimes people say, you mentioned the San Francisco and things. You know the thing, you know what would be wild then? For us to turn our desert into the Dubai of today. Because the people who did this thing, most of what it took was the will to do and the collectivization of the minds to get people to play roles that they can play actively. So if we get a collective of young minds who would believe in one vision, amalgamate around one system, who can stop us?
No, I agree. We're unstoppable if we can actually truly build a collective, right, around the true power of the African continent right now, which is its demographic, which is young people. I think we're truly unstoppable.
We will cause the resources to come locate us because money will always go to where ideas are.
And I think we are getting there. And I think a lot of and I think a lot of governments, and not just governments, I think a lot of people are beginning to sit up, right? Because there is a lot of, you know, innovation coming out of this part of the world, you know, and like especially in the last maybe decade, right? We can see that like for instance, if you take maybe innovation like M-Pesa, right? Or what we call mobile money here, right? For instance, I've interacted with so many people from the West, people that live in the States, live in the UK, other parts, and they are truly amazed by that kind of financial technology that is so seamless and allows money to be moved so easily. It really doesn't exist in many parts of the world.
I've always believed people are people everywhere. Innovation can come from anywhere. Solution can come from anyone. And all it takes is for us to establish a sense of abundance and create that, you know, create that awareness and live in that awareness and work from that awareness. There's nothing we cannot do if we put our mind to it and have the patience to wait. But of course, yeah, sometimes it's a painful journey, and waiting requires maturity. So the problem is, who has that sensibility to align and play their role and, you know, do all they can to drive it forward and protect that, unit. So I feel like I believe in our generation. I believe we are the smartest generation the world has ever seen. I believe answers can come from anywhere. I believe the environment, though vital in our human experience, still we can grow beyond the environment, or we can condition the environment. We can condition the environment to produce, to our expectations and goals. We can.
No, 100%, right? And again, if we come back to the topic of leapfrogging, we need to we will need to condition.
Yeah.
Right. And one of the concepts that I think maybe needs to be the foundation of what we are trying to do is we need to contextualize our problem solving as well.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I don't think the world needs another ChatGPT or another,
Maybe they do, but they're better.
Yeah. But maybe what we need is we need to begin to build solutions that are truly African and are solving African problems. Right.
In your opinion, what would that look like?
Like, for instance, a good example is maybe an innovation like maybe zipline. Right.
Okay, zipline. Zipline. Oh, what is zipline again?
Yeah, so
just for reference.
Yeah, so Zipline is a health tech company.
Okay.
That's using exactly right. That might not be such a necessary innovation.
But what about if you hook Zipline onto ChatGPT? Do you think it will not be a different order level?
No, but it is.
African ChatGPT.
But it is AI powered.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
Maybe not ChatGPT, but there is some.
Maybe there's a better example. Because I think we do need our own system. We do need our own system trained on our own data, or
that I agree with. That 100%.
Yeah, reflects us.
Right. So when I say we don't need another ChatGPT, we need our own version.
Yeah.
That understands us and is trained on data by Africans for Africans.
Yeah. Stephen, I gotta transit to Loreto in South Africa.
All right.
But
it's been amazing. All right, and thank you. And all the best.
Thank you. My man, you went to where Terminator? Now you look like a different person. I almost didn't recognize you.
No, I just said I put my sunglasses and that's all.
That's good. Okay, let's get into it.
I'm trying to switch on my headset so that I can talk through them.
No worries. Manufacturing, fashion, and textile. Favorite topic.
Yeah. Sorry? Yeah.
Okay. Please introduce yourself to our audience and let's go.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Larato Jostulo. I'm a 33-year-old fashion and textile designer based in Johannesburg, South Africa. I have a national diploma in Studio of Art and Design, majoring in fashion and textile design.
Awesome.
I have a business called Rig. We've been in business 15. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Tell me more about your business. What kinds of styles do you produce? Men, women? What's your fashion niche?
Okay. Okay, we are mainly for men's wear, casual wear.
Right.
So yeah, so our product are unisex, you can say, but mainly we cater for men. Our clothing line is inspired by our cultural and heritage, which is the Basotho culture. So our prints are inspired by our culture and heritage.
Awesome. Okay, what are your thoughts around manufacturing?
My thoughts around manufacturing, especially in the African landscape or African context, is that I feel like our government is not really supporting us when it comes to the manufacturing, because I feel like manufacturing it's one of the trade that can play a huge role when it comes to unemployment rate, when it comes to the economy of the country as well. So I feel like manufacturing, especially in the African context, it's overlooked. So yeah, that's my take on the manufacturing.
Okay. Okay, so just so that folks that are listening to us can anchor your submission properly, we are talking about fashion manufacturing or manufacturing in general?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to fashion. What do you see? What have you seen over the years, happening in the fashion industry?
What I've seen happening in the years is that Africa, I feel like Africa now it's picking up its pace when it comes to fashion. I've seen like amazing design coming from Africa. Like I can see like most of African designers are now expressing themselves, and what I like is that most of them, they are using their culture and heritage instead of copying what's happening in Europe and all over the world. So now we are taking pride of who we are or where we come from. So we now, I feel like African fashion is telling their own story, and I feel like right now Africa, it's especially when it comes to textile. I feel like we have so many textiles that we produce here in Africa, which is we also, as designer, we overlook or we don't really promote in Africa. So I feel like we are growing as a continent when it comes to fashion, and I'm very proud of that as well.
All right. So as a young designer into the fashion and textile industry, looking forward, what makes you inspired about the industry? I know you've said a few of them, but I suppose that is looking backwards. But looking forward, what gets you inspired?
Repeat the question, because
looking forward as a young designer, what makes you happy about the industry and the future of the industry?
Number one, it's recognition of who we are and telling our own story. So I'm proud of them, because I see a lot of designers now doing that, tapping into that as well. And again, I feel like this industry doesn't have a lot of young young creatives or young designer into it. So I feel like for this industry to grow, we need more of young people into it, so that they can shape the future. Because without them, the industry it's pointless. The industry can die anytime if you don't also invest in young creatives mind or young people. So yeah, at this point, yeah, that's my take I can give.
Okay. All right. I think you have another subtitle on your topic, textile. So textile manufacturing in Africa. What do you experience? Because obviously, without textile, the fashion industry will not be as lucrative as it is. Do you think it's growing? I know that over here in Ghana, we have secured, or the country rather has secured, Kente as a national heritage. How is the industry over there in terms of textile?
In South Africa, the textile it's also huge. I feel like especially our textile it's more based on heritage concepts. So we have like 11 official languages. So mostly 11 official languages. That's also referred to 11 ethnic groups. So in most cases, each ethnic group in South Africa, they have like sort of their own textile pride that represent their own culture. So textile has been a huge part of Africa, not only South Africa, but a huge part of Africa. That was one of our primarily trade back in the 19th centuries. You can go to North Africa, there are a lot of textile there, West Africa, East Africa, even Southern Africa as well. So I feel like textile, it's who we are as Africans. That's where we were expressing ourselves more, because what I could see as Africans, our textile it's funky, it's colorful, and it represents a culture. So yeah, that's.
Let me ask, how do you come up with your unique ideas?
With my ideas, they are driven by my heritage. So I believe there's nothing new under the sun. So you can't really draw from nothing. You have to be inspired by something for you to come up with a new idea or a new concept. So with myself, I draw or get inspired from my heritage and culture. So that's how I come up and develop new concept. And what I do is with all my concept, I'm trying to be as modern and as trendy as possible, so that it can fit the today's world, and also it can fit the trend that is required in the fashion world. So I'm inspired by my culture and heritage. That's where my ideas comes from.
Okay, so give me like a case study of, a recent drop or production where how you conceptualized, how the design was made, and the reception or reaction from your markets.
With my last collection that I've done, because at the moment I'm also busy with the new collection that I'm about to release. but I will try to talk on my previous collection because it also it's already out and it has reaction from consumers around my country. So with my previous collection, I was inspired by African symbolisms. What I've used with my African, I've used the rhombus symbol, which is we know which is known as dice. Oh yeah, dice symbol. So it's a very symbolic symbol in Africa because it's a symbol that represents a manhood in the African concept, and it's a symbol that represents balance in the African concept. So I used that symbol to develop my collection, which is what was my knitwear, it was my knitwear collection, and the reaction with that it was quite fascinating because it was something modern but not new, and the reaction from the
where can I see
consumers were like they need more colors because with my previous collection I've only released one colorway, so
Loretto,
they want more colors so that they can actually bond with the collection.
Where can I see it?
The work.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are on social media. Social media platform. Our clothing brand is called Raycrick,
RAYCWK.
Yes, WEK.
RWEK.
Yes, Raycrick.
RAYCWEK.
Yes, RAYCR. WEK.
Okay. Let me advertise you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom.
No worries. Is that you?
That's my modeler that we use when we use the work. So that's the model.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so people should go and follow you.
Yes, sir.
Nice one.
Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, that was on our social. That was on our Facebook. We are also available on Instagram and also on TikTok. So we are mostly active on TikTok because TikTok it's a platform that moves very, very, very fast than than most of the social media that we have access to. So we're more focused, or more of our collection or content is shared on TikTok because of the response that we get from TikTok.
Understood.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
what else are you working on that people might need to know?
What I'm working on right now?
Yep.
Right now, we are working on releasing our first cardigan collection, which is it's also inspired by African culture and heritage. But now we are trying to put the brand out there by integrating our brand initials into the comment. So what we have done now, we are because of our brand is called Rick Rick. Our label, our logo is RC. So we're gonna use that RC to develop or come up with a new textile monochrome that we're gonna use on our cardigan collection. That I think is gonna come out later in December or something. Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Okay, so you still have like 6 minutes. Are there any other thing you want to highlight? Where can people locate you? Yeah, you already said you're on TikTok, you're Facebook and Instagram.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we are on all social media platforms. It's Raycrick, RAYCREEK. And again, I wanted to touch as well as the government should also look into supporting manufacturing, because I believe manufacturing can play a huge role into the economy of our continent. And also look at how China is doing it. Because of China, the government of China support the manufacturing sector. The manufacturing sector in China is taking over the world because of the government. It's supporting its manufacturing. So I feel like our government in Africa should also invest and support the manufacture in our continent, so that we can grow and play a huge role in the economy of our continent. So yeah, thank you.
All right. Loretta, thank you very much. Barrett?
Hey, I'm here. I'm just trying to do this. Oh, I did the background correctly. Wonderful. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Ah, Mr. Tom-Chris, I'm forgetting. Do you go by Tom-Chris or Tom?
Tom-Chris does well for me.
Tom-Chris? Perfect.
Tom-Chris does work.
Straight to connect. I'm not going to allow.
All right, Loretta,
Okay.
You can say goodbyes and keep putting us in your warm wishes as we work hard to break this Guinness World Record and keep converging young people, older ones, for insightful conversations.
Thank you for having me, and good luck on your journey as well, Tom-Chris. This was a very wonderful platform for me, and also for what I do as a creative in the African continent. So yeah, thank you for this opportunity.
Barrett, it's been a while.
Well, yeah, probably since your last attempt. But I think we've chatted a few times on WhatsApp since then, haven't we?
Yeah, we did.
I'm happy to see you again. Hilarious. I see you've written a book. Is this true?
Yes, I did. A long time ago, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Thank you. You've been quiet for a while now. What are you working on?
Well, what I'm working on.
Yeah.
So, so last time we talked, I think we were talking probably about AI.
Mm-hmm. This Wi-Fi is annoying.
What more useful tool can there be than a app that helps you get your tasks done, collects them on you, and everybody has like a task list somewhere, right? But nobody's really like, well, what I've found is people aren't religious, like aren't following their tasks app very well. So our idea is to use AI to make it easier to capture your ideas, stay organized on them, and accomplish them.
Awesome. Okay. Would you mind to introduce yourself to our global audience so that we can go into the conversation proper?
Sure. Hello, everybody. I'm Barrett Nash. Some people call me Barrett. Some people call me Nash. It's a bit confusing for myself. I am a triplet from Vancouver Island, Canada, but I've spent most of the last 20 years working in sub-Saharan Africa on different types of startups and in education technology. For example, I was working with the One Laptop per Child project in Rwanda and was doing a on-demand motorcycle taxi-based ride-hailing that was the largest ride-hailing in Kinshasa, the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Kigali, Rwanda. Ran out of money, happens, startup game. Congo's expensive. I'm sure you all kind of knew that already if you know the region. What I'm doing now is I'm working as a team of 4, where we're a software development agency, which we use to, survive, pay the bills, while we also make our own apps as a startup. And we've done maybe 20 different versions of apps, and they haven't, it's kind of like always like going to the next version, which is like baseball or something, like hoping to hit it big. So our last app is called Do Our Business. It was like a suite of AI services for small businesses, and it's super cool. But the feedback from going through 5,000 users, it was confusing, and that there was like multiple magic tricks in the app that people liked, but like was buried from them. So the current app we're working on, this Task Manager app I was just telling you about, is all about taking what we saw as the most promising in that, and you can see, say hello to my cat. Take the most like promising we saw in that and kind of make it as a standalone app. Oh, cat is going crazy. Oh, and I'm currently in Tbilisi, Georgia, in Eastern Europe. So sorry for my poor lighting. It's like 5 a.m. or something.
No worries. Okay. So, what an interesting topic you have here.
Yeah, like I kind of prepared, I prepared some notes for this, so that would be helpful for me to kind of like walk through what I'm kind of capable of saying. But I'm also happy just to bounce off whatever you want to ask me.
Yeah.
I was thinking you might be tired.
You know what? I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm strong.
Yeah, I believe it. That's why you're doing it, right?
Yeah. I'm alive. Okay.
Are you feeling okay, by the way?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling okay. In my heart, I feel very, very strong, but my body is telling me we've seen better days than today. But it's all good. I'll sleep.
What is the total number you're targeting again?
100 plus.
100 plus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're like 62% of the way. But you're going to cross 2/3 of the way here pretty soon.
Yeah.
I feel like I remember like climbing this like a little mountain by my house in Canada one time, and I remember I got to the 1/4 point, and I was like, "This is the most miserable experience of my entire life." Then I got to the halfway point, and I was like, "I wish I could turn around, but it's literally faster to go up than down, right?" But then by the time I got to the end, it was easier because I could like know it was coming. So I feel like you're past the hardest part, right?
Yes, I believe that. I believe that because, to be frank, earlier today, or I should say, yesterday. Earlier yesterday.
Happy Halloween, by the way.
Yeah. So earlier yesterday, there are so many things that happened that made me want to, pack up shop. But, I never quit. I never like to start something and not finish it. I never like to disappoint people, especially those who trust me. I never like to, give my word and not keep it. So, yeah. In the whole of our office.
Like obviously something like this was always going to be ridiculously challenging, right? Yes. And like logistically, I went to, before this call, you have like a link for the LinkedIn of all the people doing the talks.
Mm-hmm.
And like I found it hard just adding the people from the first day. So the number of people you're talking to and being there on time and making sure that people are having water, that the AC is on and stuff. And I think you're doing this too. I think you have a team, right? But I think you're literally also doing half the other work, aren't you?
Yeah, I can't take all the credit because right now I cannot live here, unless it's my break period. I can't leave this place. So yeah, so if anything is happening over there, for example, in the afternoon, the whole building, all the socket in the whole building started going on and off, on and off, on and off. I don't know why.
But good you had that UPS, right?
Yeah, it's over there.
Yeah, really, UPSs are the greatest technology, right?
I know. Yeah, they are the coolest. So, but thanks to the UPS.
Keep going. The lights were going crazy?
Yeah, they started going crazy, seriously crazy. So, but thanks to the UPS, we didn't go completely off. So we had to call the guy, the electrician, to come check out everything. He spent 2 hours trying to fix it. Then I was just, streaming
while this is going on, you're like, "Hello, sir, trying to fix this. Don't interrupt my world record. And by the way, if the power goes out and come back in 10 minutes, the UPS is going to run out and I lose my record." Poor guy, right? How did he handle it?
Yeah, every time he was about to raise his voice, I say, "If you raise your voice, then you and I today."
Oh my God.
But he succeeded. Yeah. He fixed it, and then power came back. Yeah, it's quite an experience. Anyway, so back to your topic. Hypothesis of what makes a startup great in Q4 2025. Let's go.
So I thought it was a nice opportunity to kind of actually think of kind of what the lay of the land is in startup technology land, because I think that's who a lot of kind of the people associated with this are interested in. And I also think it's kind of a hot button topic right now, right? And I feel we're in a period of change. A lot of the rules of what makes a company successful are shifting. And what I'm finding that's kind of fascinating is really everything's about artificial intelligence. And myself, I'm very passionate about artificial intelligence and really trying to I'm a software developer. My team, we develop software on Flutterflow, and we use AI as, of course, all of our processes as an input, but also we're making apps with AI. And it's kind of put us in this zone of looking around. And what I'll say is all startup is hypothesis validation, right? Which is often one after the other.
Mm-hmm.
And while I can't say I've achieved my $1 billion exit yet. I feel like it's like one of the things you have to be as an entrepreneur is have to feel like that's always just around the corner. And I kind of feel like we're planning for success in this moment. And I was thinking it would be like a nice thing just to kind of almost like talk through my hypothesis and just kind of put it out there.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So like say yesterday, NVIDIA was the first company to achieve a $5 trillion US valuation. And like, you know, the stock market's reaching an all-time high. And even, you know, it's carrying the economy of the United States and the world, right? But I feel like it's kind of a fascinating thing because I think everybody's seen with their own eyes that AI as it is really amazing, but it's not something that kind of like warrants these crazy amounts of investment and the crazy valuations of these companies. And the idea of what these companies are trying to do is basically, there is going to be a killer app for this, many, right? It's like a foundational technological shift, like discovering electricity or something, right? Where everything's going to change, but it's so new, we haven't kind of learned yet as like a civilization, like where do we kind of plug it in, right? Like we haven't wired it up yet. We don't know that light switches should turn the lights on and that, you know, there needs to be a fuse box and everything. And what these big companies are doing is trying to just throw money at the problem, hoping that they're going to be first in line of finding the essential ways that artificial intelligence transforms, you know, productivity probably first and foremost, right? Everything kind of goes back to productivity because if you can make things more productive, then it's more economically valuable, and that's the goal of, you know, business. So what my hunch, though, is that actually these big companies aren't best placed to actually make these breakthroughs. And I feel like, you know, starting just with our own eyes, we can see that, like, say, how kind of stupid is it that there's like, you know, all these like $1 trillion companies doing these, you know, AI interfaces, like say ChatGPT, Mistral, Gemini, Claude, and it's just a chat bot, right? Like, are you telling me that for like all this money and like, you know, 35,000 employees and like, you know, $100 billion in AI chips, that like the best kind of thing you could present to me is like literally just like a big black box with like text with like, you know, talk to it, right? And like, it's, you know, like the technology just isn't kind of there yet. And I feel like what these companies that are in our conversations every day, you know, NVIDIA, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Oracle, DeepSeek, what they're all really great at is the back-end technology, like actually building the foundations that create the artificial intelligence. And I don't think that is necessarily the same skill set as what it takes to build the actual like front-facing consumer products that users love, that brings artificial intelligence into their daily life, right? And the part of that is just because like we don't see it, right? Like it hasn't kind of happened yet. Like say Sora 2 just launched. I'm sure you're seeing all this stuff. I'm big on Sora 2. You know, you should follow me. It's like me dancing in Bollywood with like the Queen of England. How hilarious is that?
Who's invading our talk? Who's invading our talk?
Oh, it's Oreo. But was your question about the cat, or did you say something about talk?
Nah, he invaded our talk.
Oh, do you want me to get rid of him? He's in the way?
No, it's okay.
Like, he's just walking around.
It's okay.
I'll put him on the ground. Anyways, so like, you know, these companies are great at making this technology. Think of it like, I think going back to the metaphor that it's kind of like the discovery of electricity, right?
Right.
So what they figured out is like, they know how to make electricity, they know how to make artificial intelligence, but the value is on what do you do with the electricity? What do you do with the artificial intelligence? And they're trying to throw money at the problem so that they can be the first mover and like, you know, like basically like, you know, invent the electric light bulb. They want to make the power station and they want to make the light bulb together. And while that's like obviously a great thing to say on paper for your investors, right? Because that's where the value is going to be generated.
Right.
The companies just aren't structured that way, right? And why aren't they? Well, like, you look at these companies with tens of thousands of employees, and they're all doing middle management things and tests and, HR craziness. And, they have government scrutiny, and they have a board of directors that's, blue chipped and needs to be cautious about their name. And, I think you probably know better than most that if you want to make an app, like say you want to take Twitter and clone it, you can get like that same functionality in a couple hours of like hacking on software, right? It's not like it's that hard to make software. You take what the products of these artificial intelligence companies are, APIs, which allows you to bring their products into your own product. It means that, you can make your own product in like a number of hours. And how is a big company like Google or Microsoft, who, can't even arrange to schedule a meeting in the next 3 months, supposed to go do like 100 different apps that test the market? So my idea is that, to kind of summarize, AI is obviously the future, but I think these valuations are like overly high, because I think it's probably unlikely. Well, the evaluations assume that the breakthroughs are going to be done by these companies, when I think if they were going to be done, as in the user consumer applications that like change our lives in radical ways, more so than they have now, they would have already done it. And then I think it's never been easier to make an app, never been easier to make a startup than it is right now. Therefore, I think that it's a great time to be like making an AI startup and trying to like be creating these killer apps, because it's kind of like internet 1.0 again, like original websites. Like you really can just, go make an app that if it does something new, something magic, it could like go like, wildfire overnight. Then it's like a question of, well, what does the company look like to make that app? And what is the pathway to execute a plan that realistically seeks to achieve that?
That's impressive. That's smart thinking.
So then I guess it'd be like, and by the way, is this okay, like direction wise? I'm happy to like also like take a back seat.
Well, I'm just curious to understand. You say it's internet 1.0 again, but only this time with some nuances.
Yeah, like the saying, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes.
Right.
So like, obviously everything's kind of going to be different, but like for sure there's going to be things that rhyme, and some of it might only make sense retrospectively, but like, it's kind of like I think you like, like bell curves, right?
Yeah.
Whereas this idea that like, say like 90% of likelihoods are going to happen like here. So like, there's always outlier events, COVID happens or something crazy, right? An asteroid strikes Earth unexpectedly, but most likelihood things are kind of in front of us. So
give me a checklist.
Like, yeah, go ahead.
Give me a checklist of the most likelihood events.
Around what? Around AI, around startups, around the world?
Well, you said the most likelihood events are in front of us.
So around AI. So I feel like one most likelihood is that one of these trillion-dollar endlessly financed companies, Meta, for example, does crack creating some new product with some new business model that manages to warrant the sky-high valuations of these artificial intelligence companies. I think that would probably be like a maybe worst case scenario, is the valuations are so high, it means that the money they're going to have to make on them to justify that valuation is going to be crazy. And that likely, we're going to have to be spending a bunch of money to AI companies, right? OpenAI just went from nonprofit to for-profit.
Yeah.
I think that there's a good likelihood of that. That's probably the most likelihood, because that's where all the money is, right? I think that there's something like $1 trillion of investment into AI last year, something crazy like this, just in the United States. Next, most likely, is I think that the AI technology shift is real, But we're going to realize, we already are realizing that we don't need these big tech companies as gatekeepers.
Define AI technology shift.
So like an AI technology shift would be like, say, something that increases user productivity by like 400% in the next 5 years. Like any piece of software that can just radically transform productivity is going to be worth a huge amount of money, and it's going to be like really hard for businesses not to use. So this would be like things like, so say for example, I can give you an example of what this could look like.
Yeah.
So I was talking with some friends at my house today, and they were talking about like the car trading industry. So like what people do, I guess, like I'm sure they do this in Accra as well, is you can like buy cars from like America or Europe or whatever, sell them, you know, locally, right?
Yeah.
Now the way this has been done kind of currently, at least as far as I'm aware, you know, because breakthroughs are always happening, is that, you know, it's like these like skilled car traders are like online searching all the time, trying to like get the best deal, so that they can sell and then like get the best deal, lowest price, and then they want to sell at the highest price, right?
Yeah.
And you might have like 100 people. You need to have a lot of people doing this to do a lot of cars. Now, say you do this with AI, where you take all the details of the car, you feed it through AI, and you feed like every car that's available for sale, it's going to do a really great job of seeing the big picture, finding the best deals in there, setting how to price, doing like, you know, like imagine like every car you're bidding on has like a, you know, PhD from Harvard and McKinsey style like output on that one car, and you have got 1,000 of these cars. It'll make it harder for the current industry to be as it is. So what it's going to look like is there's going to be like one guy and his accountant and his lawyer and his, you know, marketing chief and designer, but like, you know, 5-person company, say, plus this AI tool that's scanning cars, selling cars, and it might be more productive than having like 10,000 traders, 100,000 traders. So what you're going to see is the industry gets way more efficient, people lose jobs, but more money might be made. And, you know, like that's what the AI shift will probably look like. So then what people are going to do is they're going to either be unemployed or they're going to have to make new ways to make money.
They would commoditize intellectual property and data.
Commoditize intellectual property and data. What do you mean by commoditize?
Well, it's what you're doing right now, because you are creating these apps and agents and hoping that, you know, your bet turns out to become equivalent of market direction and they make a lot of money.
I think that, yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the game to play. Like money is a good thing to be looking towards and motivated by. But I think also, and like, you know, you've got to like, you know, you've got to survive somehow. Like I'm an artist as well. Like I've never made enough money in my art to like buy myself a cheeseburger, right? But also like, you know, like myself, like I think that this technology is wonderful, and what a great playground to be playing on to see what it can make. And, you know, like I feel like, you know, if you're going to make something, the goals of it should be that it brings people value, and that, you know, like the more the better, right? So like, and for something that would do this, like create value and be available to a large number of people, then it should be valued at a lot of money, right? If it's not valued at a lot of money, it's kind of like you're doing something wrong. So I feel like, you know, if you're going to be focused on creating a great piece of technology and it doesn't get some type of extreme valuation with it, then it's kind of like, well, is your technology so great to begin with, right? Because like, why would you have a low valuation if the technology was so great? That's my problem right now, right? You know, I haven't managed to make software right now. I've had some successes before, but with the current like direction I'm going, people don't stick around, you know, they leave. If I can get them to stick around, awesome, you know, things can go successful. But then if they stick around, maybe lots of people stick around, right? Because, you know, there's no walls in technology. It's not like you make a restaurant, you sell to people in the neighborhood, right? You know, you make a great cheeseburger, everybody in the neighborhood has got to try the cheeseburger. But with technology, you make a great cheeseburger. Everybody in the world can, go get one the next day. No wait time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So let's raise this conversation. Let's raise this conversation to the next level, meaning, what else do you see?
Well, I'm really interested in what's going on with DeepSeek.
Okay.
So I feel like going backwards, like to your earlier question of like what is kind of like the most likelihood scenarios.
Yeah.
So the first is like that these mega companies, make all the money. The next though is I think what like DeepSeek does, which is goes like, guys, like, DeepSeek is faster for me than GPT. Right? I like the tone of voice. I like how it works. Like, many ways, GPT-5 is a step down from free DeepSeek. And DeepSeek, you can install on like your own computer. Like, it's a bit too big for your, like a normal computer, but you can get like $1,000 server, throw DeepSeek on it, and it doesn't rely on anything other than what you have, right? That's like all it costs. And you've got DeepSeek, which is pretty good. So why do I need, like I see OpenAI is wanting to go public and they're talking about $1 trillion valuation. But like, why would I need $1 trillion company when I could just like throw DeepSeek on a server and be good to go? And I think that might be what we see, which is like a decentralization of artificial intelligence. And the impacts are more like almost like each of us is our own kind of ecosystem of what we're using. It's almost like kind of personalized. And, there's not a huge amount of money made for corporations off AI because it's almost like say, going back to the power plant example, these guys, like Google, Meta, Microsoft, they want to be like the power plant. They want to supply AI to everyone. And they think they've got that part down. That's why they're investing so much into servers and data farms. But they also want to create the killer apps. What I think is a very good likelihood is actually the killer apps get created, but they don't need these mega companies. They're just kind of annoying anyways, like if you can go around them. And most people will be happy with that. Like say last year when I was using ChatGPT 4.0, I thought it was like the greatest thing ever. And today I appreciate ChatGPT 5 is better. It's also slower, harder to talk to, harder to get something good out of. Like maybe I was happier in the, ChatGPT 4.0 stage. So I'd say that's like another thing to see. Then I think like a big thing to be realizing is that like there's all these different ways AI is going to be used, right? And like I feel like the story we're told about where AI comes from is not necessarily fully true. I think personally, like this is like vaguely conspiracy theory. So, but I think that like, some of it's like public. So I believe that what we see as generative AI is maybe older from a military application that we know publicly, and that like all of this stuff is military. And I think that, that's not too controversial to say because that's in the news every day as well, that like China and the United States are in like a war for AI supremacy. But what does that actually look like? Well, now it explains why there's this huge amount of money being kind of burned by these companies, because there must be some pressure on them to like create the best AI. And China's like, doing some really innovative things for catching up. But I feel like, what goes on in there is going to be kind of unexpected. That's where the outliers can kind of come, because who knows what the kind of like, you can think of it one way. One way is that there's like nothing secret. And like literally like, like the AI released by OpenAI is like the most cutting edge on planet Earth right now. Or you could think that like the, United States government has better AI that's secret, right? And what's kind of more scary? One where there's like a secret one, or the other where there's no secret one, and literally like, like people at, the Pentagon or like, Bank of America or like, typing like ChatGPT 5, like, what do we do about Taiwan or something, right? But I think what governments choose to do with AI is going to first, of course, be in the military and surveillance. Surveillance is another one, right? Like I was reading about how like it used to be like, you like say the like government, like if they had a list of people, they'd like literally follow them, right? How unscalable is that? But now, like, like I think governments can have like AI agents, like just follow people around on everything, like reporting back, where like every person is going to have like a web of AI agents, like following them. Like, that must already be kind of going on, right? Like, it's going to be a permanent surveillance space. Everywhere. Like, have you used Sora 2 yet? Are you familiar with Sora 2?
Yep. Familiar, but not.
So
not that I have used it a lot, but I am familiar.
So I was playing around with it, and it really blew me away. So Sora 2 is video generation software from OpenAI.
I know them.
And it's a new version of it that just came out, and it makes like really photorealistic worlds, like animation. Like, I used to do 3D animation, and like in my entire life, I wouldn't be able to do like a single scene, but I can put myself into it. So I take a picture, like just a video, like, I like look up, look left, look down. Takes like 3 seconds. Then I had to say 2 numbers, like 72, 36. Then it's like they have like a virtual version of me that looks so much like me. When I see a video of it, I myself cannot tell if it's me or not. And you got to figure, if it's like that easy to make like a deep fake of someone else, like, what are we going to start seeing? And I don't know, you ever watch that TV series? Did you ever watch do you watch Netflix at all? Black Mirror? You ever see Black Mirror?
No, not yet.
So Black Mirror is like a series where it's like looking at the near future. And they did this episode on artificial intelligence maybe a year ago that I thought was kind of stupid at the time, where it was like basically every single person got like a personalized TV show based off of like their own, like likes and stuff, right? So like every single person would like, it would be like, like the Tom-Chris Netflix personalized experience. And I thought, like, how could that ever happen, that you could have so much content created so quickly? But we're like kind of already at the stage where it's just so easy to create like content. So is it going to be like so much fun now to like say watch a new movie when like literally could like prompt like, show me a great action movie or something? I don't know. I think that things will get like more meaningless. So anyways, I'm getting like totally distracted. Was going through kind of likelihood of potential things of how AI kind of affects society. The first one I said was that it's going to be a big company that basically takes the whole pie, makes the products, makes the AI. The second is that maybe it's going to be that companies find breakthroughs on what to use AI for and don't actually need the big companies. Then the third one was that the thing to be watching is like outlier events coming from like governments, rogue or regular. And then the fourth one I was saying to kind of be thinking of like looking at is going to be that like content in general is going to become more meaningless. Like, why go listen to someone's song when you can just generate it? Why look at a famous work of art when you can just generate a new one? And like things are going to be in general like kind of like less interesting. It's going to take a lot more to excite us.
Okay.
You want me to keep going?
I wanted to show you something, but I am not yet finding it. So go ahead.
Do you want to see a Sora video? Can I share my screen, or it doesn't work?
Okay, let's see.
Let me share. Let me find the video first. Just 2 seconds. I have it right here.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. I say that as well. It's one of my bad habits. I was actually listening to, my girlfriend was like watching my interview with you from last year, and I was noticing that I was saying the word like all the time. I was saying shared is not turned on. Can you make me share? It's like something you can't do.
Yeah, 1 second.
Wow, I have this power. What do I choose to do with it? Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, can you see this?
Yep. Is that you? Or the Queen of England?
Is that good? It's almost done.
That's nice.
Like, stupid, right? But doesn't it kind of look like me and the Queen Elizabeth II dancing, singing like a Bollywood song?
I know.
And all it took was like a prompt. Like, what I did was like a prompt, like, show me, and it knows me, and Queen Elizabeth II, and it has like IP restrictions for live people. There's like no IP restrictions for like dead people. So like you do like, like Bob Marley or whatever. But it's like, show a video of me and Queen Elizabeth II dancing like a Bollywood dance style with fireworks, right? And it makes that. And I don't know if it's useful, but see, this is like the challenge of like the original part of the conversation. These companies have done a great job of making the foundational technology, but how it actually like changes our lives in a meaningful way kind of isn't defined yet. Obviously, this is a real technology breakthrough, right? Like, I couldn't have believed something of that quality a year ago, certainly not 5 years ago, right? And now it's normal. But what do we actually do with it? Like, how is that useful, right? And there'll be answers for that, but is it going to take a month to find it? Is it going to take 100 years to find it?
Prince.
Your screen's having any issues.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, and then also like I guess like something that I'm kind of interested in. Well, like there's also like the world is going to kind of get shifted upside down a lot, right? And I'm sure you must be thinking like, well, what does this mean for a country like Ghana?
Yeah.
What does this mean for like yourself and your friends, right?
Yep.
And obviously, like, I was reading that like Nigeria has like the highest percentage usage based by population of like any country on planet Earth. And like myself, like I'm a big believer that like using AI does like make you smarter. It's like a very good partner. So like, if places are adopting AI faster, I believe that's going to be an important early signifier towards greater success. But again, like, will that happen? And what would that look like, right? Like, how do you make money with AI? It's so cool, but like, what? Is somebody going to pay money to watch my stupid video? Probably not.
Okay. I guess we transition to the next phase of the conversation.
If you're talking, I can't hear you.
We transition to the next phase.
Sure.
Okay. So if a startup comes to you to, sort of recommend or give them some assumption of what they would look like in Q4, what would that sound like?
Well, I think you'd have to like first start by thinking of what their goal is, right? Because, different goals require different structures. But like, let's say like the goal is to create a great piece of software that gets like mass adoption successfully, in a profit-making way. It's not just paying people to use an app. So like the first thing I feel like is that the team needs to be technical. And anybody who's not technical on the team is probably optional and kind of like bloat. You don't need an accountant at the very beginning. You don't need like, like a marketing department. Well, marketing is useful, but like, basically like, it's step by step. And one step kind of unlocks the next step. But it's so easy to, say grow faster before you have a killer app product. And I think the real thing you need first is like a product people love.
Yeah.
And a startup's easy. If you have something that people love, like, all the methodologies there, just, read the book and follow the plan. But what you need something that makes money, because if it doesn't make money, it loses money. And if it loses money, eventually you're going to go broke, and if you can hide it behind VC money and stuff as much as you want, but ultimately, you got to make something that makes money, right? You might as well figure that out at the beginning. rather than like, waste years of your life like hiding from it. So got to make money, and there's got to be enough people that are going to use it to use it. That's where your goal is again, right? Like, you sell 1,000 users, a $10 subscription, you're making $10,000 a month. That's like a nice amount of money for like much of the world, right? It doesn't need to be 1 billion people, but also like, if you can make something that 1,000 people likes and can give you $10 a month, then why did you stop at 1,000 people? Why didn't you go to 10,000 people or 1 million people, right? Well, maybe you're targeting, Fenty users in Takarati. There's a set limit, right? So there could be limitations, but like, small team, all technical, focusing on making a product that people want. Now, what does that team actually look like? Well, like we're talking about AI a lot, but I think like actually like in general, it's an exciting time in terms of like the stack of what it takes to create technology. There's a lot of conversation on vibe coding, and I'm not like a big believer in vibe coding. I feel like vibe coding is more like, the next generation of wireframes than it is making products, because it's still highly technical to make products. You just can't get around it. You need to put something in the Apple App Store. It needs to go through all the permissions. So myself and my team, we use a software platform called Flutterflow. And Flutterflow is like a visual software development platform that is based on Google's Flutter language. And it is designed to be really flexible so that you could publish on Android and iOS at the same time. With like web as well, the web's a bit secondary. And it's based on like kind of the Google stack. So like, it's like the top of the Google stack. So like you just run on it. You can be running Google Firebase, Google Analytics, Google Cloud, blah, 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 like, all these things. And in Flutterflow, they themselves, like, while you can go anywhere from visual coding to native coding, it also brings together a lot of other pieces. Like, it brings in the like cloud functions for deploying server logic. It brings in your design systems, your animations. It brings everything together one place, so that like, like it's easy when you're doing a small company to have like get overwhelmed by systems and platforms, and like Flutterflow covers like a huge base of the technology you need to be able to make a great product. Ourselves, so we're again like a team of 4, and the way we're structured is like myself, like I try to keep things as organized as I can. Like, I'm not naturally organized, but I really appreciate it. And I kind of like do a lot of the ideas of products. That's true. But in like a collaborative way with the rest of my team. But they're the ones who actually, like, I would say are like, more about actually building products. So my one colleague, Wasim, he's a talented designer and front-end developer. So like basically like we have like an idea. So then you have like a designer translate it. And then that designer should probably like actually put it into the app, right? Like that can all be one role. Then we have another person who takes the pieces from the designer in the platform and does like all like the back end logic to it, like action trees, database, API integrations. Then we have a tester, because developers love to say something's done and it's not done. So like somebody's full-time job just to like, say, did it work or did it not work? If it didn't work, go through the cycle again. And with like that team of 4, well, I believe you can build just about anything. So like that's like kind of what you need to build something. Now, I guess there's like 2 questions associated with this as well, which is with such a small team, funding, the funding landscape kind of changes, what it takes to fund. And the other is like, how does this team go about finding a winning product?
What do you think?
So I think that the way, well, maybe I'll do the funding one first because funding is usually top of mind. So I had the opportunity to raise something like $2 million of VC funding throughout my life, which is not a huge amount, but it is like enough to kind of like do things seriously. And I raised from like, like quite like both nice investors. And like the kind of gold logic was that, it was just kind of stupid to fund a startup out of pocket, because you need to have enough budget to be able to have a realistic chance of winning your segment. And if you're underfunded, then you're not going to do anything ambitious. And even if you find a breakthrough, you're going to lose it because somebody better funded is going to take it away from you. So therefore, you better get enough funding to carry you through. And the kind of gold standard was you should have like 12 to 18 months of runway, money in the bank, so you can, survive that long, so you can use that amount of time to find a breakthrough product people love. I don't think, I think that's still out there, but frankly, it's just such a, as I'm sure any person seeking funding can kind of like share with you, is it's kind of like a miserable, time-intensive process. And like basically how it works is if like you're successful, every investor on planet Earth is chasing you to give you money. But you know, by the time they're almost like willing to give you money, you kind of don't need their money anymore. But it's still like the hustle of trying to find it, and like, you know, creating compelling pitches and doing competitions and like, you know, like, oh, like, you know, like hustling to these investors. And when you think about it, it's so time intensive. And it takes your company kind of sideways, I feel, because it's now not about making a company in the shape of what brings value to users. It's what creates the narrative of what allows you to get funding. And like investors are usually off. Like investors themselves believe is that, you know, in their portfolio of 100 companies, 99 are going to fail, right? Like that's like the kind of like, you know, gold standard of VC. So like, you know, these guys, you're taking their advice when all they can do is figure out 1 in 100, right? And like, you know, they say they're in the trenches, they're not there. So I feel like it's just a miserable process. You know, it's nice when the money's easy. I feel like I've structured my own company so that if things start going well, we can quickly bring on VC money. But in terms of like, if you don't have the traction numbers yet, you've got nothing. You know, you're not going to get anything, and that's fair, right? But when you have the traction numbers, chances are you kind of like don't need their checks, right? You might as well keep the equity for yourself.
Yep.
So what's the alternative to VC? Well, what Infinite Up is doing, my company Infinite Up, is we're also running I told you earlier, we're building on a Flutterflow stack. And then we're also a Flutterflow agency. So we're, you know, in the Flutterflow community. And what we do is we build apps for clients all around the world, you know, like almost every time zone. And we can build something like, I don't know, 12 apps a year. Depends on what people want, like maybe manage something like 10 clients at a time. And doing this, well, I did this from like desperation originally, which was, you know, we had VC funding, it was drying up. And the question was like, do we, you know, close the company or do we keep going? And this was like a temporary solution that turned into a good thing. So why is this a good thing? Running as an agency to self-fund yourself as a startup. Well, number one, now you don't need to be dependent on investors. You can just like literally like use your own money to continue to create apps until it's at the point where you think that it's like ready to take the world by storm, and like go see if it does that, right? Like you don't need to be on someone else's timeline, someone else's definition of success until you want them to be on your terms. But there's like other synergies with it as well. So this is specifically when you run an agency on the same skill set you're using to try to for your own startup. So Infinite Up, we're trying to make Flutterflow apps that bring users terrific value, you know, using AI largely, because everything should be using AI now. For our clients, we build on a Flutterflow stack. So every single client we work on, we get better at Flutterflow because we're going through the process. We're always discovering more things. Most startups, when they have a product, it's like they're a baby. It's this one thing. And that can kind of like lead to a lot of like lost ability to iterate and polish the product because you're getting skills atrophied. You know, you haven't had to think about the database, any database in 6 months. You're, you know, so in love with the product that you forget that you can make an app that might be better in it in a couple of days, couple of hours if necessary. So what we're doing is we're just razor fast at making it, well, very, very skilled at making apps actually. Like we're not the fastest, but we really like, you know, do a great job, and like it's a nice process. But then we bring these skills back into our own products. So it's like kind of this virtuous cycle of we're using our clients to self-fund, like they're literally paying us to get better at our software stack, so that then the apps we make ourselves as a startup, you know, trying to win big for ourselves, are getting made by us as we're better and better at the stack. And I think that, you know, like many people feel like they need to get funding before they do their company. I would say like, you know, choose what you're trying to start to do, think of what you need to do to get there, and sell that as a service along the way to fund you on the journey to kind of do that thing that is like the big thing you're trying to do. And then I guess the other, or go ahead. You want to say something?
No, continue.
So then I guess the other question related to that was how do you find a winning product, right? So like, I feel like this is kind of where it kind of goes back to like, like V1 of the, like internet like 1998, it's about like, well, like you must have like, are you familiar with like a lean startup methodology?
Yep.
Do you ever like encounter lean startup?
Yeah.
Like I feel like lean startup maybe it's like getting a bit long in the tooth, but it's like still like just the logic to me just still seems very intuitively correct, right? Because it's about when, like it's like it's so easy to make a plan about like when you have 1,000 users, what does it look like when you have 10,000 users? But it's like the smallest number of users that's the biggest challenge. Like user one. I've got a bad problem where like many products I've made, I'm not a user of it. Like, how can I make a product successful if I don't like it enough to use it myself, right? So Lean Startup's idea is that before you track revenue, because you don't have revenue, you should really track learning. And that what your company is it's the amount of time you can spend on it before you run out of money and have to close it down. And that before you have money, you have learning. So you need to use that learnings to make money as fast as possible so that you discover how to make revenue from your learnings before you shut down. And what their methodology is, it's all about what they call like the cycle of build, measure, learn. So basically, you just follow this like same framework again and again and again and again, should iterate until you get to a point, a product that people love. It's a product market fit, and suddenly you're successful, and then you're, going into like classic business school case study of just, follow what the instructions say. Now, what does build, measure, learn look like? So this is where it's like pays to really, be like a technical team. First, you just got to build something. The idea used to be you build something called an MVP, a minimum viable product, which is like, like kind of like almost like an ugly, half broken thing. You like throw at people, but like, how do we use this? And, I think people probably experience things like this. And I think actually it doesn't pay to have like a sloppy minimum viable product anymore. I think users actually expect like a beautiful, fancy, like, like high class product that feels like it's made by, $1 billion company. Because if you have something like ugly, people notice it. So you need to build something that's great, terrific, but it should be like just minimum to test your idea of what your product is. So you build something, like say it's an app for, well, like say what I'm doing, a task manager app, AI assisted task manager app. So then let's release it to people. I'm going to try to add everybody from this group on LinkedIn. Maybe when I think the app's getting pretty good, I'll send it to everybody, get their feedback. But before I even do that, I want my team to like the product. Before that, I'd like to like the product myself, right? I believe the product is terrific and I'm hooked to it. That's a good sign. If my colleagues get hooked to it and are using it, that's an even better sign. And if we start sharing it with people in our lives and they get hooked to it, I share it to people in this group and suddenly people are hooked to it. Wow, we're going somewhere fast, right? If it doesn't work, if I was to like share it to you guys and you hate it, then like, I could like fund, I could like, hustle, but like ultimately it's a lot nicer to like share a product that people love. Yep. So that's what you're looking for in measurement. But often it just doesn't happen that way. Usually the measurements let you down, right? People don't stick around. Retention rate is low. People leave. People don't spend much time on the site. They'll only do things that cost you money. So success drives you to running out of money, right? It's really hard to find a product that both users love, like get hooked to, that ultimately, and there's a big enough base of them to kind of make it interesting. But again, then it's build, measure, learn. So you measured, you thought it was going to be great, but in fact, like nobody even goes, signs up. You then learn, right? So you reflect on that. You go like, wow, we thought like this was the best AI task manager app ever, but 95% of people didn't actually even sign up. after installing the app and going to the welcome screen. So who cares how good our app is, because people aren't even liking the welcome screen. So now we learn, let's update the welcome screen, make it better, easier to go through. So then we build again, we build the welcome screen, make it, one button click with a guest account. We then go on the app and it goes from, 95% don't go through it to, 95% do go through it. And now we're measuring again and we're learning that there's a new problem. Great. So people are loving the going through the welcome screen, but then they leave the app and they never come back. Okay, well, they love it when they're in it, they rank high, but then they don't come back. So then you build, measure, learn until you're looking at it and you're going well, our learnings are we can always be improving. It's one of the pleasures of being an entrepreneur. Maybe you could, have a great app, but every day, for the next 30 years, you just keep making it a little bit better, build, measure, learn, get feedback. But eventually it's going to start becoming a machine where it's not doing negative things. It's people are loving it. And that's what you're kind of looking for. And then to summarize, I appreciate I only have kind of a few minutes left. So high altitude is we're looking at this shift of an expectation of society that AI is going to bring a terrific amount of value that's already baked into the stock price. Maybe the winners of this is going to be the big companies. Maybe there's not going to be a big winner at all. But for sure, what we're going to see is that we need to be making technologies that actually take these AI breakthroughs and translates it into consumer technology, business technology that unleashes productivity. Whoever does that is going to be successful. Who could do that? Well, it's never been easier for a small team to develop great technology, to release great technology, disseminate great technology. It's never been cheaper, so cheap as to the point of you have to ask yourself, do you actually need venture capital, or can you self-fund, for example, by running yourself as an agency? And I guess my suggestion would be that people should be maximally ambitious at this stage because, you could be this where it's kind of old technology, Internet 1.0. I believe that there are going to be ideas out there that do things that are staggeringly obvious, looking retroactively, and whoever figures them out first and doesn't drop the ball is going to be able to be very successful and potentially bring new technologies to the market that, does what the light bulb did for electricity, except with artificial intelligence.
Wow. Amazing. Well, you still have 6 minutes? Yeah, 6 minutes.
If you're speaking, I think you're muted again.
You still have 6 minutes. Well,
so
in summary,
are you following the Blue Jays? Are you watching World Series? I'm a Canadian. We're all about baseball right now.
None of the above.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm officially jumping on the bandwagon. Okay. Well, do you want me to fill the air for the last 5 minutes, or is there anything you'd like to specifically talk about? Anything that could be used to kind of recharge yourself mentally?
Well, the build learn is an interesting experiment. You said something that is essentially true, but nobody wants to admit. People don't stay, and that is, and to build, the process of learning is expensive, but what gives you hope when those glisters are not there? As in the process of learning what works, what gives you hope? What gives you the pure satisfaction that you're onto something that could potentially become
well, yeah, it's kind of almost like an essential trait, I think, to be an entrepreneur, which is you really have to be optimistic, because it's kind of like, I feel like there's a correlation between the level of ambition of what you're trying to do and the likelihood of success, right? So everybody wants to make $1 billion company or $100 billion company. And there are pathways there to achieve that. But, to say do that, it might be one chance in a billion or one chance in 100 billion, right? And to lose, to not win, doesn't mean that you're invalidated. It means that you just have to do another shot because you're doing something so ambitious, that's so competitive, that has such low likelihood of success. Because if this likelihood of success was higher, it would already be done, right? So you just have to keep moving on and keep doing it. And, then it's like laws of probability. If it's 1 in 10,000 chances, well, it could be the next chance. For somebody, it is that. That's kind of how luck works, right? Front loaded. Or it could be the last one. You might be number 10,000. But if you keep playing, if you keep trying, then eventually the odds are going to be on your side, where you're just going to overwhelm the odds through your resilience and determination and continuous to strike the hammer on stone, and you strike it enough and it's going to break. But the other hand is there as well, which is if you don't try, then there'll never be, any chance because you're not taking the chances. So you have to keep trying. But you need to really be able to keep believing. And one of the things that my friends used to joke about me is they would say that I'm delusionally optimistic. And, I think that probably helps, right?
Yeah.
Which is even on some of the most challenging professional days of my life, I've still had breakthroughs where it's okay, but I understand that this is a data point that opens up an even higher potential future opportunity.
That's awesome. That's impressive. Well, you should come to Ghana, and if you do decide
I've been to Ghana, but I've not been since 2008, so I'm due.
Well, you should come. If you do decide to come, let me know. By then, I should have my Guinness World Record certification, so I'll buy you a drink.
Well, I'll get you one too. We can do at least 2 rounds. We'll take it from there after. But I wish you the very best of luck. Thank you for the opportunity. It's a nice experiment you're running. I was looking at the profile of the people you're talking to, and I thought it was a really interesting grouping. I think this is actually probably quite nice content. And, I hope you guys do interesting stuff with the content because, with 200 hours of content tied to a Guinness World Record, it's a compelling story in and out. Anyways, looks like I'm over. Should I hop off now?
Well, it's still 1 minute. Yeah, and you're right. You're right.
Your clocks you have 2 clocks that are, there we go.
I know. Okay, thank you so much.
Tom-Chris, all the best. Thank you for the opportunity. Good luck.
Thank you. Hello. Elk?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very, looks like a wonderful project that you have started, though.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to have you here.
When I found out that you're actually in Africa, that even made it more compelling for me to come.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
We've lived in Africa. My daughter was born in Africa.
So oh, wow.
I feel that wonderful that you do this.
Thank you so much. All right. And we should also thank Jacob for bringing you on. Would you mind to introduce your name to the audience? Introduce yourself to the audience.
Yes. Yes, my name is Elke Damison. I'm the founder and director of the Institute for English Literacy. It's basically now it's a what's accredited ESL program online, and we specifically serve the Afghan in the last 4 years. Since 2000, we basically started our project in Afghanistan in 2021. And yeah, there's much to say. So if you could let me know about the format, should I just answer questions? Should I just go ahead and explain what I do?
Yeah, just one moment. I'm responding to Jacob. He's asking if you've been able to join. So just a moment.
Oh, Jacob. Yeah. Okay. I could have just texted him. Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah. Let me tell him I'm in.
Wonderful. So I like to begin from the early stages of your career, because every one of us has unique journeys and exciting career experiences along the way that could be, it could form some interesting learning curve for our young people. So if we go back to your high school, college days, what were those days like, and what could you say those days experiences shaped who you are today, or is there any correlation at all?
Yeah, there is a lot. I mean, let me go all the way back when I was, I think, in 7th grade. I remember I went to school council in those days. That was like over 50. That was probably about 50 years ago. So life was very different.
Right.
I grew up on a farm. I know what hard work means. I know what it means to be poor. I know what it means to be resilient, to move on to the next. And I always had the urge to go overseas and to help those that are disadvantaged since I was in my 7th grade. My dream was always going to South America to help the farmers in the fields, because I grew up on a farm. I worked in the fields. I know how tough it is. I drove the tractor when I was 7. My cow was my first horse when I was 5. So, I mean, and my pet. I had a really interesting life. It wasn't always easy. But when I was in 7th grade, I thought this would be something I want to do. It turned out that I became a gardener. In Germany, you have to learn basically a profession for 3 years. My first income was how much was it? Let's say $1.25 an hour, and I had to work hard weeding. Then I studied horticulture. I fell in love with Brazil because a lot of the tropical plants that horticulture is producing in Germany come from tropical areas. And then I decided when I was 16, and I did my basically my first job and studies, practical studies, and in school, to go to Brazil. I had a contact. In those days, you had to write a letter. You had to wait for about 3 months to get a response. And basically, when I was 21, the farm that I had contacted when I was 16 was my home for 9 months. I did basically a seed production, and I did plant, what do you call it, like a fence, a hedge on a mango farm for 1 kilometer to basically help the farm that the neighboring sugarcane farm wouldn't burn off their farm, so the hedge would be the support. I had a horse and a dog on the farm, and it was a wonderful time. I traveled through Brazil. I spoke in those days Brazilian fluently. After I came home, I studied horticulture and became they call it an engineer. It's a 5-year university degree. And then I traveled. I was a travel guide with a big company from Germany, bringing Germans to Brazil, and we flew all over the country. And it was really a lot of fun. From that money, I bought my first computer. And then after that, I stayed connected with Brazil. I went to Manaus, I went to Bahia, I did internships and stuff like that. And then I ended up in the States with an H-1B visa. with the H-1B, obviously, so I know what a lot of immigrants go through here now in the States. It was a tough job, but I had a truck in LA. I drove throughout LA. And then it basically, I got married. My husband is American. And my husband was doing HIV in Kenya. He's a public health statistician. And so we went together to Angola. And that's where, that was our first country after Angola. We went to Namibia, where I basically started the teaching English. I had previously in DC, after I got married in DC, taught German at the State Department for 2 years, teaching German to the diplomats. So I got to know what it means to be in politics with my students. Then going to Africa, we were connected with the US Embassy quite a bit. I taught German then at the Goethe Center. And going back, so I had a lot of international experience. And Africa had shaped me. We came to Angola first, right after the 27-year-long war. What I've experienced in Angola is now tremendously helping me in my work with Afghanistan.
Wow.
It was an amazing blessing. Afghanistan now is in some ways similar, in other ways very different.
Right.
But in Angola, I've learned what it means to have really nothing. I had never experienced that before. So should I continue like this and then moving on how I got into the work that I do today?
Yeah, it will be exciting to see. I mean, your career is quite exciting. It will make a good movie.
Yeah. Very, very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I continue? Or do you have any other questions? Should I just finish until I go where I end up in Afghanistan?
Yeah, let's get to, your present career. You can continue.
Yeah, so after Angola, we went to Namibia where our first daughter was born. She has an African name, Nambula, her first name. So it was just a wonderful experience. It was very lonely, but and isolating. I couldn't really officially work, although I did under little jobs. And that experience was very important for the work I do now. After we left Namibia, going back to the States, where my husband is from in California.
Right.
And our other daughter was born like a month after we arrived here. We had nothing. We had no car. We had to borrow a car. We had no furniture. All our stuff came basically like 3 months after our second daughter was born, and I had 2 little kids. And also, I had started my master's degree online and finished it when we came back to the States with 2 babies. Very overwhelming, but I continued to finish my master's in teaching English, TESOL, teaching English for students of other languages, in 2009.
Right.
My kids were then going to preschool. Then I continued pursuing teaching English that my degree was in, and I got a job at Sacramento State University teaching international students, and I did that for 6 years. And in those years, I realized that it was fun because it was an international job with internationals, but I missed people that where I could make a difference. People that come from disadvantaged backgrounds. And I know what that means.
Right.
As a woman, you always have to work twice as hard, no matter where you go. And so when the Arab Spring hit, that's I was trying very hard at the university to bring that component into my work, but since it was very political, I wasn't able to. And then in 2015, when Syria, lots of Syrians came to Germany, I'm so far away from Germany, and Germany opened up its borders, and I felt I want to do something. So
Right.
I quit my job. And then at the university in 2016, and I knocked on doors here in Sacramento where I could work to work with refugees, because I felt like I want to do something here too. Then I started with an organization, and I saw I was a managing position. It was a wonderful position as an ESL manager. I was starting to teach Afghan women.
Right.
And the one thing I realized, I saw where money is going. So I was not convinced that the money was used for the women, because it usually ends up with, in other areas normally. And so I quit my job. I went to different organizations to get an experience what it means to work with refugees. During that time, I worked at a school where the same experience. I saw money is not going where it's supposed to go. Those that I need, usually often, and I've seen that in Africa, they're really in need, are often the women that have the least power. And so in 2020, when COVID hit, life was not easy here in the States, and also not in my life. So in 2020, at the end of the year in November, I decided I'm going to do my own nonprofit, so I can decide where money is going.
Right.
I can decide who I can help, and nobody will stop me. And yeah, that's what I did.
Wow.
And ever since 2020, I did my own research, figuring out how to register a nonprofit. I wanted to make it official. I wanted to make it so it's correct.
Right.
People can look into my books. People can ask me questions, and I know the answer.
Right.
So then I tried to work. I drove to Sacramento, finding a place where I could teach Afghan women with my nonprofit, but it didn't work out. There were other schools. They were more powerful. It was really difficult to compete. Then the Taliban came in Afghanistan, and I met a man. I met Omar Karamkhil and Watia Karamkhil, and with their help, we started our online classes in Afghanistan 6 weeks after the Taliban took over. The Karamkhils have helped me tremendously, because they gave me all the context. So Watia and I, we started the Zoom classes in Afghanistan, in Kabul, in October 2021. I did the teaching, I set up the system, and Watia brought in the students. And ever since, it has been an amazing adventure and experience, and always joy.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, I couldn't... joy is not just being always happy and having it always easy. I feel like to experience real joy means that tears are important. Suffering is part of it, because if you don't suffer, you can't really experience the opposite of joy and the contentment inside of you.
Right.
And so I started with two classes, beginner English and intermediate. I had about 15 students to 25 students in each class. Yeah, 4 years, over 4 years now, exactly 4 years. We've now developed, and I call it it's I'm the only non-Afghan. All my staff is in Afghanistan. I have a staff of 19 women. I have a principal, 18 teachers, and we teach 250 students online in Afghanistan every day, 5 days a week in the morning, and 250 Afghan women and men. That's a new thing for us in Sacramento. So about 500 students every day.
Wow.
And all the work is done in Afghanistan. My vision is to show the world that we do a reversed model, saying not we as coming from the US telling the ones that are in the so-called poor countries, tell them what to do. No, it's actually the opposite. So my staff in Afghanistan is teaching the Afghan immigrants in Sacramento. And they have, in Afghanistan, they have the cultural expertise, they have the technical expertise, and they also have the English expertise. I'm the one now directing the organization, but I'm looking for funding, I'm looking for connections, I'm looking to see how we can grow. And my staff is the one that does the hard work. And but we are always in touch.
Right.
Every day, I talk to at least one or two people. And the last 4 years have been so fulfilling because I've seen what a difference it makes when people suffer and somebody comes alongside you and just listens, and then sometimes have an encouraging word. And ultimately that goes $1 million far, because money, what I've seen, is not always everything. Money is obviously important.
Right.
And we often don't have enough. But ultimately at the end, we always have sufficient to keep on working.
Right.
I was thinking today that 3 years ago, I got a grant of, I think it was like $7,000. And that to me was overwhelming because our operation in those days was, we had about, let's say 400 students a year that we would teach. And it cost us $6,000. I have never really gotten paid, except we had a UN contract for 3 months from UNESCO, and through that I went to Afghanistan last year in April for 3 weeks, and I trained all my current teachers in person at the UNESCO compound, at the UN compound in Kabul. So I was able to experience what it means as a woman just for 3 weeks. Imagine, just 3 weeks. But what it means to be a woman in Afghanistan. How I had to cover myself. I had to be very careful when I went outside the building. I had to be always escorted. I had to, in certain areas, I couldn't go outside and talk in English. I had to be quiet, go into the apartment, and then be able to talk, so that nobody would know I'm a foreigner. I saw how a training of 4 days made such an had an impact on my staff of giving hope and a future and a purpose. So my vision, if funding allows, would be to go to Afghanistan or the neighboring countries, to have my staff trained, but not only trained, but giving them a break. Giving them a break in terms of just leaving the country for a little bit and maybe walking outside and going shopping.
Right.
Having $30 in your pocket and it's all yours. You don't need to worry about your family. And you can have a different color hijab on. You don't need to cover completely. And just feel free for a little bit. And that would be my dream. So I'm hoping and planning to go to Kabul, or best would be Iran, My dream would be going to Iran next year. If the visas allowed, the situation has really changed a lot in the last 6 months. But getting all my staff out, we'll do a 5-day training and giving them some going shopping together with them, laughing together, maybe cooking together,
right?
Or going to a restaurant and not worrying about being observed or not knowing what's going to happen. So that's kind of where I want to go. Currently, we are not a very big organization.
Right.
The funding is also very limited. That's why I started a full-time job. So I'm an ESL adult teacher now, working with Afghans in Sacramento in person so that I have an income. And then the money, the grants that we get is all going to Afghanistan.
I see. So
yeah,
the nursing job finance your life and grant finance your passion.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's really ideal because the stress comes when you have to make a living with your nonprofit.
Yeah.
And I've tried. It was very tough. The financial and grant the landscape for grants, international grants particularly, has really shifted. And so ever since I decided, no, I'm going to work. I have an 8-hour job. And then at night, weekends, I work for IEL, for the Institute for English Literacy. And I don't know, I enjoy it. It's lots of work. I mean, like in the morning at 6:30 when I go to work, I talk with Afghanistan, and it's an ideal situation because over there it is, let's say 5:30 in the afternoon. They don't have classes, and we most of the time, some of my teachers do, but we discuss things. We have staff meetings on weekends usually, and leadership week meetings, and so far it has worked really well.
Wow. So what's your ultimate vision?
Say again?
What's your ultimate vision?
Would be a position. I can't do that, and I did that in the beginning. Program is a trauma-informed. We teach English. We have 2 teachers in each class. We teach English, but we also get to know our students. Our teachers know our students. So when they go through struggles, we come at that. Maybe they need some support. Maybe they need financial support by paying some medical bills or paying for a visa so they can go to Pakistan or Iran or now maybe I would like to do that more. Making more phone calls. That's what I used to do at midnight. Anytime I would always have a conversation with somebody in Afghanistan because I feel so privileged. I can call anybody. I can call somebody in Herat, in Jalalabad, in so many different places in Afghanistan. I envision it. I can go into their houses with my phone call from home, from California. And, not only that I give them hope, but I feel like the way they trust me, for me, it has been such an honor. When I have tough times, my women give me hope. My women give me encouragement and motivation.
Right.
So I've seen it's not just us always helping, us from the rich countries. If you allow it, we are all the same. I see we are all the same. And so now that, and I don't know, I feel like we are equal. We are the same. I have to tell a little story from Africa, if you don't mind.
No worries. Go ahead.
The idea of that we're all equal, and those that have nothing actually can have the power. And it's a story from Angola. So in Angola on weekends, when I was there in 2004, the police was very present on weekends. And my husband and I, we stuck out. We were white. We had straight hair. I spoke the language quite well, but my husband not as much. And we were harassed a lot by the police. So then one day on Sunday, we go for a walk at the Marginal in Luanda. And then the police stops us and says they need to see our visa. And I said, we didn't have our passports with us. So my husband just says, run. So we ran. And so the police after us, right? And so I went into a restaurant, very busy, right? So I felt safe. My husband, he caught a person who was homeless. And for some reason in Angola, in those days, people didn't speak English, but he was fluent.
Wow.
And he was convinced he was a New York Times reporter.
Wow.
So the police going after my husband's very tall, very, very, very white. So he always sticks out, right? But that person from the street was also very tall, not always common in Angola in those days. And so my husband and the homeless person, they were seriously being in a conversation about politics. And he was homeless, the guy. And so the police is coming, and they couldn't do anything. For some reason, really cut them out. He was convinced he was an important reporter. I was on the outskirts, although I spoke the language. But in those, I saw, he was homeless, right?
Right.
But he helped us.
Right.
He helped us so tremendously. And so that story is always somehow present when I see people that are disadvantaged, they don't have the fortune that we have being born in a rich country. He helped us. He was more powerful than we were. And so I take that into my job, that it doesn't matter really if you were born in a rich or poor country. It matters sometimes. Those women, and if they have a need and they need to talk, I'm there for them, right? And my principal is also there for them.
Right.
My teachers are there for each other, and my auntie, and so we have become a family because we all see each other equal. When we make a decision, I don't make a decision alone, only when it's about grants. But the rest is all done by staff and mainly by my principal.
Interesting.
My teachers when we go in staff meetings, they have a say. They dare to not speak up, but they make suggestions, and then we consider that.
Right.
So I feel like the experience of all the different places I've lived and the ups and downs I've had, the isolation in Angola because of the security mainly, has really helped me now in my job to say, I know what it means to be stuck at home. I mean, we were only stuck on weekends. We couldn't really go out on weekends because it was a little bit dangerous. And all of that I can bring in now when I do my work in Afghanistan. And I feel that, we've become a family at the Institute for English Literacy. And we do, I think, real education in terms of making a change in people's lives because they learn the language and have access to many resources that they didn't know before. I made it work that we got the WASC accreditation. So that means our school is officially accredited by an institution and acknowledged that we have quality education.
Wow, congratulations. So
thank you. Yeah, I'm actually, you know what? I'm actually proud of that.
Yeah,
I have to say, very, very proud. But, you know, it's only because my staff in Afghanistan is working hard. They do their best and they're very, very committed. Very committed. When there's no money, they would continue teaching for free. And a lot of them, my principal taught for a whole year for free, no income.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
how? No, I can understand that. And you did mention also that you collaborated with, I think, UNESCO.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious to also understand how are people responding to this project? I mean, non-Afghans like Americans, your friends, your colleagues, how are they responding to your project?
I mean, everybody loves what we do.
Okay.
Everybody feels it's very unique. It is impactful. Yeah, it's just a matter of the funding is always an issue, right? And that's what I'm always looking for. But usually people are impressed. My vision for IEL is really to give people hope and a real education. So with the WASC accreditation, it's unbelievable. I mean, I really have to tell you, the accreditation helped us to build a system, a solid school system online. I mean, we do everything online that has code, you know, everything has a system. We have policies because of the WASC accreditation. I'm so thankful for that.
Awesome.
It was a lot of work, and yeah, I think I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah, it did. It did. So now, what will growth mean for you?
Growth? Yeah.
Because I can imagine you want to expand, you want to do more, what would that look like?
Actually, I don't want to be big.
Okay.
My vision is not being big. My vision is being having quality and being reliable.
Right.
And because I often see that, I have seen if you get very big, often the vision shifts, and then the vision is not your students anymore, but it becomes money or security or image or anything else. And I don't really want that. I want that, you know, if a student from Afghanistan calls me from a village because she has no phone that broke, then obviously I would like to pick up the phone and be available for her. I think, and if I got really, really big, or if I got, you know, beyond what I could oversee myself, I think often visions get lost. And I don't know, I want to keep the closeness to those that I really want to serve and want to be there for.
Which organization
could be
Oh no, I was saying, which organizations inspire you? Like, do you have organizations you look up to and as you build yours?
Actually, it's more the opposite.
Okay.
I know what I don't want to be.
Right.
Yeah. I don't really see any organization that I would say is kind of what I look for. I often, you know, not often, but I think about Mother Teresa, that, you know, what she did, she became big, and then later on she went back to where she started. is something that I think I want to, I want to kind of be like her, I guess. I want to be with those. In Angola, I felt the most happy, joyful when I was with my friends on the street. I never forget it. I still pray for him. He might not be alive anymore, but his name was Quintas. He was a homeless person on the street. He had no legs. And when I was with him and the people that were his friends, they were all homeless, I felt the happiest. I would sit on the curb with him. I felt so blessed I could be with them. They would accept me. And those are the places where I feel the happiest and the most fulfilled. And that's why I think if we can stay and maybe grow just a little bit more so we can serve more women, then I would be very fulfilled. As long as we stay with our vision to give hope and education with quality, and have my Afghan women in Afghanistan teaching, then that would be fulfilling for me until, as long as possible. So I can, we can together build up leaders, not just us as a staff, but also for the students in Afghanistan and here in Sacramento and El Grove. And we actually have some students in Iran, Pakistan, UAE. We had a student. We have students in Germany now and Belgium. A couple here and there. Canada, Virginia, empowering them, and then so that they get the support and the resources so they can build up a life that is successful, setting them up for success. If we can manage that successfully, then that is really all I envision. The one thing I wish we had is continuous and secure grant and funding, but I'm working on it.
Wow.
And, I'm saying it's always, as soon as the funding is almost finished, we have something new to come. Has always worked out.
Awesome. Awesome.
And what I want to keep, I'm hoping for is to keep this joy that I have now and always have had in the last 4 or 5 years until the end, and give that to others, right? Like my principal, I cannot say her name for security reasons. I have my staff is all struggle. We have 3 women, they were not able to get pregnant. One had a baby, has a boy. And when I was in Afghanistan, I surprised her. I was in front of her apartment and could give her a hug. She had been with us for 6 months, and she, after 10 years, now she has a son. And there are other ones that struggle, and with us being committed, we can make differences in our staff's lives as well as in our teachers' lives, students' lives. And we have even guys now. We have 2 guy classes. We've never had that before. And the guys are learning. So you know what? It's not just that the women learn because we build a safe space for the women. Men, actually, they're separate. They're not mixed with any other female students. We have only men classes. And only in Sacramento. We will never do that in Afghanistan for now because of, cultural reasons and other reasons. But we see that we have influences in that too, in their lives. They can now read signs when they drive and do Uber or do Lyft jobs. They can read the signs in America, in the States. And we're very proud of that.
Yeah, you should be. That's amazing.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I'm very thankful that people, the ones that have given us grants, I'm very thankful for anything that they've given us because it has been really fully invested into a good cause, I think. The giving a tool of language. The language is a key to success. So when you come as an immigrant to America, giving them the gift of a language will open up tremendous opportunities, not only for work, but also that the men, the women, the mothers can talk to their Americanized, which is normal, kids, try to understand them, you know, when they come home, because they're taught in American schools. And so we do help them through the language that we teach, that they have access to their children, access to more financial support, maybe a job, or driving. They're able to learn to drive. In Afghanistan, women cannot drive. They're not allowed to. So we can help with that, and we are very thankful for that.
Wow. Do you ever envision running for office?
For office? I don't know. I don't know how good I am in politics. I'm German, and often I'm not very patient with the politics, the way it works. If I had chances, I would speak out. I have spoken out for some injustice in Sacramento, and I'm very, very thankful for that. But yeah, if opportunities come along, and I near my vision for IEL, I would take that on, as long as it serves a good cause.
Right.
And I will always speak out for the Afghan people, because they deserve it. There's you know, I was born in a very wealthy country, not at home where I grew up, but wealthy country. I have one of the best passports in the world. I have a German passport and an American. For me, doors are open, and I want that for my Afghan people too. And
Amazing.
so if I give them the opportunity to learn English, to then move on, if that gives me joy. And whatever opportunities come along, yeah, I would probably grab it. I love risks. I love adventure. I love to travel. And age is not really a barrier for me. Yeah, whatever opportunity would come, I would love that. Yeah. I like adventures, especially. I've lived in Brazil. I was in the Amazon. I had a machete. We did a big, we digged a big hole in the Amazon to see the horizon and see the difference. That there's really only like, let's say 10 centimeters, maybe more, of good soil. And if you cut the trees, and if you burn the forest, you will have sand, you will have a desert. I mean, I've seen so many amazing places in my life. So if I, with my work, could bring me to other places to have a positive impact, I'm always open for that. And I don't shy away for difficulties or anything like that. I'm very resilient in that way.
Incredible.
And if I can have a cup of tea, that is a really good cup of tea in between, that would give me great satisfaction.
Incredible.
I see you're drinking tea as well. Or are you drinking coffee to stay awake?
This one is coffee.
Yeah, I would do caffeinated, isn't it?
Yeah. I have to raise my energy a little bit.
Yeah, I can see that. Do you jump up sometimes, get some blood flowing?
I need to.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. No, I would. I mean, I'm open for a lot of opportunities. My dream would be really in the summer, June, July, when I don't have to work. Going to, I wish I could go to Iran and travel, and then on my way back, I want to visit Turkey. That would be Turkey is my next country that I want to see. I want to go to Istanbul I want to be on, ride a boat there, and yeah, see a new city. But those are kind of my dreams that hopefully come true. We have a couple grants opening up now, so we'll hope that something will come through next year, and then I can do hopefully my training if the political situation allows, and the women, my staff, can leave the country. Otherwise, I will try to go into back to Kabul again. So let's see what the situation allows. I'm finishing up now. I'm doing my second master's in educational leadership, and I'm done in 6 weeks, and that will ease my time. I really don't have any time except working, studying, and IEL. And then also travel. So yeah, I think what I love about my life is really to combine hard work with international work and travel.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I love to do. That's what I actually like about my life.
Amazing.
Yeah. So I mean, that's basically, yeah, my work is, I don't want to go into too many areas for my institution, our institution, IEL. We want to stick with teaching English. If we had more funding, we would love to add computer skills. That's, and I wish I could also teach our students more about AI, how to use it wisely.
Yeah.
I just heard the previous speaker, that I think was his expertise, and I would love to teach more of that, how to use it.
Yep. It's a vital area that everybody needs to understand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And especially now, as it has just started, it's good to get slowly used to the idea and teach our students, the basics. Yeah, I mean, IEL has been really fun. It's, as I said, it's a lot of work. We also do some other work that to support and empower Afghan women, but a lot has to be underground, right? I don't advertise. Our names are all not the real names of our staff, so we have to be very careful, and has to be we have to just be very careful with what we announce and how we announce it.
Why?
It's because we are not allowed to teach Afghan women officially.
Right.
Although people know, but they can't. The government has banned education for women, for girls that are older than 6th grade. So every girl in Afghanistan can go to school until 6th grade, and from then on, they cannot have any education. They had a talk. They've talked about cutting it down to 3rd grade. So after that, the girls are at home and they have no education officially. They cannot. They also cannot work. They might be, some teachers can work outside the house because elementary school kids, obviously girls and boys have to be separately educated, and so they need women to teach the girls in elementary school. So that means there are some teaching positions. Then there are also doctors, female doctors, that are allowed to work because men cannot treat Afghan women. And But what they've done, they've cut back on the income. I think it was 5,000. So basically, it's like $85. A woman, a doctor can make, or a teacher, that's the most officially. So there are a lot of restrictions in Afghanistan. It's a country that I've never seen before.
Wow.
There is no freedom for a woman, none.
Wow.
You cannot work out. You cannot go to the park. You cannot be officially shouldn't be alone on the streets. Your guardian has to be your father or your brother, or maybe an uncle. It cannot be anybody else. You cannot go out at night, for sure not. So there are so many risks. You cannot work. You have really no future, except you can get married and have a family, but that's basically it.
Wow.
And so what we do is it's something that is officially, what we do is something that will help women, but we try not to talk. I don't advertise. But I do, that's why we cannot show pictures. I don't show any pictures of my women in Afghanistan and my work. So it's a very different field because it's secretive. It's because we need to keep our staff safe, and that makes talking about my work often very difficult because nowadays everything is videos, pictures, images, all of that. We don't have that. I don't use mine. I have thousands and thousands of pictures, but I don't use any. So it's it's very different. When we were in Africa, we could take pictures, we could show the pictures, we could do presentations. It's so fun, it's so colorful. But like making videos, we have to change the voice. We have to not show the face. And the name is not the real name. So it makes it all very, it makes it difficult to attract donors because we can't really fully show what we do. Like all my pictures I did at the UN training, I cannot show I cannot share, and I will not. It's very important that my wonderful Afghan women and also men trust us. And when they say no social media, there is none on social media. That was not allowed. Because it's very dangerous to post anything. With the work we do. We do human rights work as well that I can't talk much about, but we have human rights fellowships with the university in the States, and I have women working with that in Afghanistan. Not in Afghanistan, but my staff is working.
Right.
So I would love to talk more about it, but that is for the security reasons we can't.
Right.
So I can.
Totally understood.
Yeah. So for me, it makes it so meaningful because there's so many, there's danger involved and risk, and that is something I feel really drawn to. I know that makes I like this thrill. I really enjoy this.
Wow.
And so, I really enjoy that. I believe that God has given me those gifts and experiences. Now in my older age, I can use all of it. And I have joy through that, right? And I feel that's very fulfilling.
Right. That's amazing. That's amazing. Do you have your own children?
Yes, I have 2 children. I have a 17-year-old. Her name is Isabel. She is a cheerleader, and she is in 12th grade and wants to go to university, and she wants to be a real estate agent. Definitely, yeah, very different from what I do. But it's so fitting her. She's very talented, very hardworking. She works a job, she goes to school. She is a coach for the little girls, teaching them in the gym. Yeah, I'm very proud of her. She is still at home with us. And then I have a 19-year-old. Her name is Clarissa. She is Nambula. She's the one that was born in Africa.
Right.
And Clarissa is studying international development at UCLA. And she is right now actually on a 5 months trip or abroad studies in Paris. And she's at the Science Po. She wanted to go into politics and international work and climate and work, but she might go into law. She's really passionate about law and justice. So let's see what she's going to do.
Right. None of them are interested in working. None of them are interested in working or taking over your agency.
They've worked with me. We've done some work together in Afghanistan, both of them. But no, they have their own identity.
Right.
I think I think they listen a little bit when I talk. But who knows what's going to happen in the future? Clarissa definitely likes international work and follows my footsteps in that way. Isabel has a different direction, but she's also worked with the Afghan women, and it's good though. We have variety in our family. You know, yeah, I really like that. So my girls, Clarissa especially, she loves to travel, and if I would go to Turkey in the summer, I hope that she can join me. And then we could, go to the market in Istanbul together. I would love that. And so my girls they work very hard. I'm very proud of them. They're very good at school, and they have a German passport, so they're very happy about that.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So all overall, I believe that hard work, resilience, and commitment, that is what I carried through all my life. And I think my kids are doing the same.
That's the biggest
legacy.
legacy.
Almost ready.
Yeah, we are almost at the top of the hour, but the next speaker hasn't joined. So I don't know if you have...
I can continue.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, I'm not going to give up. I'll help you.
Thank you.
Yeah, as I say, I don't give up. No matter how tough it is, we'll stick through it.
That's the spirit.
Is it allowed in this format to ask you questions?
Well, they didn't say you can't ask me questions. I believe I've asked you more than 5 questions already, and we were told an interview can be as long or short as we want. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So in which city are you right now?
Accra.
And so, can I ask you about your background? Because actually, I would think it's interesting. I would love to know.
Well, my story is not as interesting as yours.
No, you also have my age, so it's not supposed to be yet.
Yeah, so I did accounting in school, and I have always wanted to be in business. So after my accounting degree, so the story actually started in my second year of the accounting degree. I read this report that of all 66,000 young people that graduate from universities in Ghana, only 3% find jobs within 1 year of leaving school. So it made a deep impact on me because as a young person studying to potentially get a job, then you read that a enormous number of young people languishing in unemployment after school. So I felt, well, I have a lot of skills that could potentially be productive in some shape or form in contributing to a solution, you know? So
of course.
I began organizing my friends together, you know, for us to have small clinic events, resume cleaning events, career counseling, and things like that. Then one day, my my coach, he gave me, let me see, $200, no, not $200, $20, equivalence of $20 to organize a seminar on campus. I organized this seminar on campus. It received remarkable traction. So I thought, let's do more of that. So I went to my other academic counselor, and then she helped me develop a concept for a career fair. We went to British Council. She said we can go to British Council and see if we can get a venue. We went to British Council, spoke to them, got the venue, and I began telling everyone I can on campus and in other universities to join the career fair. So we put it off. It was over 300 people joined, with many big names in the city then. 10 companies took a booth. So at the event, one of the ladies was complaining about how difficult it is for her to get a job, like get access to other young women who are experimenting with their talents. So I figured we could create 2 event series, one the career fair and then a business breakfast meeting where people can, young people who are determined to do something with their lives can come together over breakfast to discuss topical issues. Let me share some of the news from those events. We began to organize the breakfast meeting in addition to the career fair. Let me see this. Okay.
That sounds really cool. But you see, because of the one support that somebody saw your talents, things have shifted the whole idea, and you move forward.
Yeah. So after college, I had the option to either travel abroad, go back to Nigeria, or remain in Ghana to, bootstrap the company. It was a tough decision, but I chose to remain in Ghana. And yeah, it was, looking back, I don't even know how I managed to survive those lean years when I didn't have any meaningful source of income, and I was trying to build a company. But by God's grace, I'm a faith person, so I kept praying, and in 2021, things shifted along the way. I did some contracts, right now what we do is we have this 6 weeks acceleration program where entry-level job seekers can learn digital skills, finance, marketing, design, software, and AI literacy. So after that, they use some of the tools that we have on the platform to find job opportunities straight out. So that's what we do now. But of course,
have you seen any success where you say, some of those have actually found jobs?
Oh, yeah. So there are some young people who have, let me share this case study with you. this young woman in 2018 or 19, I think. She just finished her national service. National service is a mandatory 1-year program that university graduates go through in the country. And afterwards, she didn't know what to do with her life. She was part of our program, and the rest is history. She just returned from a U.S. government program recently. She went to California, and she got $10,000 grant with Clean Air, North Carolina, to establish a project in her small village here.
Really?
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Yeah. That's really amazing.
That is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would love to stay in touch. I mean, what you're doing is really ideal. I mean, and the good thing is you speak English.
Yeah.
So your program can go anywhere in the world where there's English.
Absolutely, yes. Yes. And, if next time when we discuss, I will do a demo of the platform for you to see.
Yeah, please, and let me see that. Because here are grants, and everything is extremely expensive, and so I feel that we could bring in other not only expensive, also the vision. I think when you come, you think outside the box when you come from outside the country.
Right.
That's what I see with my Afghans. They think differently because they are not meant by the society here and by the constraints that we have here.
Yeah.
Let me know if you do a presentation anywhere. Please let me know. I would love to listen to that.
Yeah, that's my email. So you can always contact me subsequently. I would love to show you, how the platform. Even I think some of I don't know, because the context might be different, but I'll see. Maybe for the job search instrument that we have there, if they are looking for jobs, we can see how they can use the career pilot to find the job. Okay, so I suppose I should be able to play this for you. So 1 second.
Okay.
Abubakar.
I think he was there.
Yeah, I had to stop his video for a moment. I will invite him in subsequently.
Yeah, I hope that I'm going to stay in touch with Jacob and see. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent. It's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready, and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready4Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready4Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
It's so important.
Yeah. We
I've
are.
seen that in Namibia, the people that wouldn't even, there was no job. There was just nothing.
Yeah. We are onto something really exciting.
All right, I'll give it up to Abubakar.
Okay. You're leaving me so soon. All right. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, I'm going to leave only if you have the next to come, so there's no interruption.
Yeah, but I appreciate all the stories that you shared, and your work is making tremendous impact, as you already know, and the stories are so inspiring. Also, you've been so brave to build that from the scratch, and the lasting impact that we make in the lives of the recipients of and the beneficiaries of our program makes this hard work, sometimes thankless work, fulfilling. And nobody knows that better than you. So thank you.
And Barrett Nash was before me, just said it. I mean, I was impressed with the way he said. He said, just get up again. Maybe you're the 10,000th person, or you're the first.
Yeah.
You don't know the odds. Just keep on looking, and there's something will come.
Yeah.
I thought that was wonderful the way he said it. So yeah, I think we could take that as an example.
Yeah.
Never give up. Just move forward. Something is going to happen.
Oh yeah, I never give up. I never lose hope. I never give up. I never feel sorry for my. I would like to think that I have all the tools I need to actualize my dreams. So I'm just trying to lead my beneficiaries and my team to a state of abundance, because I believe that we have a lot to give to the world and make our environment better than we met it. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
I'm very thankful that I was part of this, and I hope you're gonna win. I'm pretty sure you will. And
Thank you.
yeah, I want to stay in touch with Jacob.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Do you think I can leave, or should I?
Oh yes, you can. So let me transition to Abubakar, then you can leave.
Okay.
Abubakar?
Yeah, very good.
All good?
Are you getting me?
I can hear you, but I cannot see you. So I almost can see you, but all right, let's see how it goes. Eric, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to leave then. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor.
And, yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Would you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, that will be very short.
Please go ahead. Introduce yourself.
My name is Abubakar Sati, from West Africa. I'm an accountant, a volunteer, and community worker.
All right. Okay, so your topic is leadership and community volunteering. Tell me more about your volunteering work.
Okay. Thank you very much for this great opportunity and good work that you are doing as an individual or as a team. It is very important because